I grew up on a really small family farm. We were one of those families that you've probably seen selling their vegetables outside on the side of the road. We had some animals on the farm as well, of course. My favorite of them were the farm cats. I always loved farm cats, even though nowadays I don't live on a farm. I make sure that all my cats are indoor cats. However, there was one cat back then, Lucky, that I always referred to as a barn cat because she would almost never leave the barn area. I would spend some time every day out there with Lucky in the barn. After I fed her, I would brush her hair a bit, and she was one of those cats that really liked that. I would also play with her quite a bit. I don't think she really liked being around the other cats that much. One day, I was on the way to feed Lucky as usual when I noticed something very odd. It looked as though someone had left the barn door open. It was evening, and no one else was working at the time, so it shouldn't have been open at all. It was not something that was forgotten very often. I went into the barn, leaving the door open for some light. The sun was setting in the sky, so not much was getting into the barn though. I called out for Lucky. She was one of those cats who always answered to her name immediately. This was especially true when it was time to eat. Normally, I didn't even have to call for her. She would just come running right over. This time, however, she did not do that. She didn't come running even when I called her name. I was worried that something might have happened to her. The last thing I wanted was a sick or dying cat, especially my favorite one. I put her food down momentarily and decided to go and search for her. As I walked further into the barn, something strange occurred though. The light coming in started narrowing, signaling that someone was currently closing the barn door. I snapped around quickly, looking to see who it was that was doing this. Needless to say, I was shocked when I saw a huge man I had never seen before. I didn't get much of a chance to really check out his features as the door was closing quickly. He was a scary-looking guy who had no business being here. When he had the door closed all the way, I was only able to see him as a shadow. It was really dark inside now. I was stuck, worried, not sure what his intentions for me were or what I could do about it. His intentions seemed to become more clear as he advanced upon me very quickly. I tried to dodge him and run to the door, but he was fast for such a big man. I was unable to dodge him, and he grabbed me as I tried to slip around. The man began to speak to me, but I was too panicked to make out anything. He was probably telling me to keep quiet, but I could not, and would not either. I was doing anything I could to get away from this man. I was terrified, wondering what he was going to do to me. Then I began to hear screeching noises. Multiple. The first was the unmistakable sound of a cat shrieking. I knew it had to be Lucky. The second screech came from the man who was holding me. He released his grip upon me, and I didn't think twice. I began screaming for my dad as I ran to the door. I was able to get the door open and looked back in time. I only saw it for a moment, but I could see the man trying to pry Lucky off his head. She must have dug her claws real deep in. I wanted to go back and help her, but I knew she had risked herself to help me, and I had to go get my dad right now. My dad heard my screaming as I ran toward home. He came running out with his gun in hand, and I told him some stranger had just attacked me in the barn. He made me go into the house. I did what he told me, and my mom called the police. My dad was able to keep the man from running off. He ended up being some guy who had just escaped from the county jail. He had been arrested for attacking another young girl, which sent shudders down my spine. You'll be happy to know that other than a slight limp that didn't last very long, Lucky was perfectly fine. I'll always appreciate her. This is a really weird story, and the scariest thing to ever happen to me. When I was younger, I used to really enjoy going through those corn mazes around Halloween time. The one that we had in our area was always fun. They had people get dressed up as monsters who would hide in the mazes, usually positioned at dead ends, meant to scare you and get you back on track. A lot of the people who worked on the maze worked it year after year. They were really proud of their work and of the maze, doing the best to make it as scary as possible. When I was 14, I went there by myself. I didn't have a lot of friends, but that was okay. I preferred to be there by myself anyway. That was the only way I felt I could really get scared. I was going through the maze at a time where there weren't as many customers going through it. It was a weeknight, so I was able to manage this pretty easily. Things were pretty routine. I still got scared a little when I came across the actors. I knew they wouldn't really hurt me or touch me, but there was still an atmosphere about it that was scary and exciting. When I turned one corner, though, I didn't end up at a dead end. Even so, there was a man who was costumed as a deadite from the Evil Dead movies, with those crazy eyes and facial features as well. I was a little confused, but I assumed that since he was there, I was going the wrong way and had to turn back around. When I turned and began hurrying in the opposite direction, I looked back over my shoulder as I usually did when I was running from the actors. The guy was still coming after me. I assumed he must be giving his all into this performance. However, as I kept going and switching down different paths of the maze, the man continued to follow me. This was not something I had ever experienced before in the maze, so I was starting to get worried. That got even worse as I went into another dead end. There was no monster hiding in that path, though. I turned around, and the deadite character was right behind me. He was still coming right at me, and I couldn't get around him. The guy kept coming until he actually grabbed onto me and pulled me down to the ground. I tried fighting him, scared and confused. However, I wasn't doing the best job in getting away from him. Finally, I kicked him really hard in the knees, which seemed to cause him enough pain to let go of me. I got up and ran down the maze, trying to find a way out. Instead, I came across another monster actor and told him what was going on. He dropped character immediately and used his map to help me out of the corn maze. I was able to escape without running into the attacker. I told the manager of the maze what was going on, and they brought the guy who had attacked me out later. Of course, they didn't have cameras inside or anything. The man denied he'd ever attacked me. He made up some BS story about me slipping and falling, and him trying to help me up. The guy had been doing those mazes for about 10 years, it seemed, and he had been getting into his role a lot more lately. The manager believed me and told me he would take care of things while refunding my money. I only know a little bit about what happened afterward. Apparently, the guy was fired from the maze, but they never called the police on him. They were worried about the negative publicity from it, and because the guy was in costume, I never had any real idea who he actually was. There wasn't really anything I could do either, because I didn't call the police myself at the time, which I regret looking back on it. I did stop going to that maze, and I didn't go to any corn mazes for at least 10 years after. I didn't want to risk running into someone else who had gotten that deep into their role as a monster that they actually became one. I've been delivering pizzas for several years now. I'm also a very big horror fan. Over the years, I've watched a lot of videos on YouTube that had scary things happening to delivery drivers. I never thought anything like that would ever happen to me, but I did eventually have my own horrifying experience that definitely belongs amongst those other stories. This happened during a really fierce snowstorm. I had known it was going to be snowing pretty badly before I even got to work. It was snowing lightly before that, and a little harder as I was on the way. Normally, really snowy days were the days that were the busiest. No one wanted to go out. They all wanted to stay in and order delivery. So I was expecting a lot of tips. This day, however, was very different. The snowstorm turned into a blizzard, and unusually, we didn't have as many orders as we were used to. Most of the other drivers decided to go home early, which left me as the only one. That was okay. That was just fine with me, but it was somewhat weird being in the store with the blizzard all alone, just completely enveloping the world. It was hard to see outside the window, and for the majority of the time I was working, I was just sitting there staring out at the snow, waiting for anything to happen. I did have a few orders, and driving in the snow was hard, so I guess I was lucky I wasn't getting much more. The only thing that really bothered me was the boredom of just sitting there and waiting. After 2 hours of getting absolutely no orders at all, we finally got another one. It was only for a single pizza, so I supposed any tip wouldn't even cover my gas money. Still, it was something to do. I set out for the address. It wasn't one I had ever seen before. It was also out of town, which was a bit of an aggravation to have to drive that far in the snow. It took me a while to get to where I was going, but thankfully I had GPS so I wouldn't get lost. When I finally got to the address, I looked at the house and wondered who could even live in such a place. It didn't look quite abandoned, but it did look very old and decrepit. There were no lights on inside or outside of the home. There were no cars in the driveway, and no one seemed to have taken any time that day to shovel the snow. There was more snow on the driveway than there was in the streets. Knowing I would have to wade over, I grabbed the pizza and slowly made my way through the snow to reach the door. It was such a pain, not only from the snow, but because it was nighttime and there was no light to see where I was going. When I got to the porch, which also hadn't been shoveled or even swept, I trudged over to the door and knocked on it. When no one answered, I tried ringing the doorbell, only there didn't seem to be a bell at all. I knocked another time and still no one came. After the third one, I was beginning to get irritated. I went to the front window and looked inside. I was surprised to see the house was completely deserted. There was no furniture or anything at all inside. I began to believe that even though the pizza had already been paid for, this was some sort of lousy prank. It was when I turned around that I noticed there was now someone on the driveway behind me. I could only make them out as a colorful blob in the snow, since it was so hard to see, but he was coming right at the house and me. He got to the steps and was coming up the porch. I began thinking that this person must have been the one who ordered the pizza, and maybe he'd just gone out for a bit before I arrived. As he came up, though, I could see him a whole lot clearer. He was a very creepy-looking big man, and definitely did not look happy at all. "Where the hell are your keys?" he yelled at me. He lunged at me. I dropped the pizza when the guy hit me. I didn't drop to the ground, though, which was a bit of comfort. The man pushed me up against the wall, trying to hold me back with one arm. He was then trying to search my pockets, it seemed. If you've ordered pizza before, you probably know what was going on. Most delivery drivers leave their cars running while they bring their pizza to you. Then they can just run back to the car and leave. I'm one of the ones that doesn't do that, though. I turn the car off, leave the lights on, and put the keys in my pocket. This guy must have ordered the pizza thinking he could steal my car while I delivered to the empty home. No, I didn't realize that right then. I was too panicked and trying to defend myself to have thoughts about that. The guy was strong, but surprisingly, he was not all that much stronger than I was. I was able to fight him back and keep him from getting my car keys. Not knowing what else to do, I reached into my pocket and took my keys out. I held them in my hand between my fingers and punched at the guy. It took a few punches, but that seemed to really daze him. I wasn't able to push him to the ground or anything, but I did get him good enough that I was able to get away from him so I could try running back to my vehicle. Obviously, running in that much snow is not the easiest thing to do. At least if he came after me, though, he would likewise be hampered by all that snow. I made it to my car, got in, and locked it before the man caught up to me. While I was getting my keys in to start it up, The man slammed up against my car window and began beating on it furiously. I half expected it to break, but it didn't seem to budge at all. He pressed his ugly mug up against the window, smearing blood on it. I guess I'd managed to puncture his skin when I jabbed him with my keys. I didn't care. It likely added to the man's anger. I got the car started and began to pull away. Wasn't easy on this street that was so slippery. To my surprise, the man even tried getting in front of the car to make me stop, but I made it very clear I would run him right over if he did. Eventually, I was able to pull away and go down the street. The guy was still furious and continued trying to run after me. He gave up when he realized there was no way he could still catch me. I drove away and went back to the store. I had to call my boss and tell him all about it. There were no managers in the store at the time. He told me to call the police, which I did, and they came out. All they could do was file a report, though. They eventually found that the credit card used to order the pizza had been stolen, so it was not able to lead us to the man. I don't know who he was or why he wanted to steal my car, but I'm glad he didn't get what he wanted. Right after high school graduation, 4 of my friends and I decided to go on a trip to a cabin in the woods. The summer before college. Basically, it was a way we were going to get a chance to drink and smoke weed away from the family. We were going to have the entire week to party with just the 5 of us, and no one else to get in the way. The cabin was really great. The only thing is, I don't think we realized just how far out into the woods this cabin actually was. The road we had to take to get there eventually stopped even being a gravel road and became just a dirt path. There were large, I guess you would call them potholes in the ground, and it was very difficult to maneuver around them. Fortunately, we had brought enough supplies to get us through the week so we wouldn't have to go back to town for any reason. I definitely did not want to ride on that road too often. The first and second nights at the cabin were perfectly fine. We actually had a really fun time, and there were a surprisingly large amount of things to do there. Each night we would light up a fire in the fire pit and sit on some logs surrounding it, talking, smoking, drinking, just having a good old time long into the night. On the third night, however, we had a really strange experience. My buddy Tom kept telling me he was hearing something out in the woods. Tom is a very paranoid type, though, and no one else seemed to be hearing anything. We thought it was all in his imagination. We even began teasing him about it. Did he think Bigfoot was out there or something? We all had a good laugh together. That was until after I took a sip of my beer. I looked down and up again and saw something emerging out of the woods and coming towards us. I don't want to say I screamed per se, more of a yelp, but it certainly got the attention of everyone as I pointed to this dark figure coming towards us. Everyone was alarmed for a moment. The figure stepped into view of the fire. It was some guy, a few years older than us, out in the middle of the woods. He held his hands up and told us he didn't mean any harm. He was just out camping in the area and had a tent not far away. He smelled the fire and thought he should come check it out. My friend Joe invited the guy to sit with us. We had more than enough beer and weed to go around. The man accepted very quickly and sat down and began talking with us. The guy seemed fairly normal, just your average late college guy. Looked like he was probably a jock of some sort by the way he was built. He was very talkative and easily fit into our ranks. After some time, I began to get a strange feeling about him, though. He gave his name as Tyler, but only after we'd asked him a few times. This made me think he was trying to think of a fake name to give us. He also didn't talk about himself at all, always avoiding questions we asked about where he was from and what he did for a living. He would always bounce those questions back on us. The only thing he would tell us, actually, was that he came out to this area of the woods every summer to be on his own, but he never rented out the cabins, preferring to hide away in a tent. Some of the things he began to say were very unnerving as well. He would try to steer the talk to more morbid subjects and insanely creepy stories. That was okay, because we were sitting around a campfire, but it was like it was the only thing he was able to talk about at all. Eventually, he got to telling us a really creepy story about the woods around us. It wasn't something any of us believed, really, but it was frightening nonetheless. He told us there was a family out in the woods that had been out there for decades. They hated civilization and kept as far away from it as possible. To keep from inbreeding, the family members would emerge from the woods during camping season and grab a man or a woman, whatever they needed to keep the line going. He told us there were a lot of people who had gone missing in these woods, and we'd better be careful if we wanted to leave. Even though I didn't believe the story, I have to admit it did scare me. Just the idea that something like that might be able to happen was terrifying enough. We went on to talk about other things, but Tyler stopped talking altogether and kept giving me these creepy glares. It was really unnerving. Eventually, I had to get up to go to the bathroom. You'd think that I would have just gone out in the woods, but I hated doing that. So I walked over to the cabin to use the bathroom in there. It was a pretty modern thing, with working water and a functional bathroom. I was about to go back to the fire. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, but when I did, I heard something behind me. Turning, I saw Tyler was standing right there. He was brandishing a knife and lunged at me and tried to grab me. I was fortunate to be able to avoid him. It was close, though. I turned to run, and when I took off, I felt his hand grab onto my shoulder. It wasn't enough to hold me back, though, and I ran shouting the whole way as I made my way back to the fire. Apparently, Tyler did not even try to follow me. I told my friends what happened. They told me that after I'd left to use the bathroom, Tyler had excused himself right away, telling everyone he had to go back to his tent and get some sleep. Instead, he had went up to the cabin and tried to attack me. One of my friends joked that maybe Tyler had a sister that needed someone to breed with, but I didn't exactly find that very funny. Two of the other guys, the bigger ones, went around looking for Tyler. I'm pretty sure they planned on beating the shit out of him, but they didn't find him. The rest of the trip was not very pleasant for me after. I kept thinking I'd find Tyler there any time I turned around, but I didn't run into him again. We searched during the day for any other campers, but other than coming across one other cabin, we never found his supposed tent. When we left, we found out they didn't even allow people to use tents in that area. Any customers were required to rent out one of the cabins. This just added to my fears. I never wanted to go camping in that area ever again. We did rent cabins in different areas, though, and nothing scary like that ever happened again. I had been having some strange problems. I live in a house all by myself. My parents and one of my best friends have a key to the house. Other than that, no one really comes over, and that's just the way I like it. A lot of the strange experiences began happening while I was asleep, so at first I didn't really give them much mind. They were usually odd noises that would wake me up in the middle of the night. I would usually actually hear the noises as well. The first were what seemed to be voices, usually calling out my name or similar things. That continued until one night when I was woken up by someone pounding on my bedroom door. I was scared, thinking that maybe it was my parents or my friend that had a problem and came to my house to get some help. The knocking would continue until after I had woken up fully. However, once I got to the door, there was no one there. The first time it happened, I went searching the house to see if someone was inside. However, I couldn't find a sign of anyone anywhere, and all the doors were still locked up tight. Still, though, I knew I just heard someone knocking. After it happened a few times, I was told that maybe I could have been having a dream while I was awake. So, if I'd been hearing the knocking noises in my dream, maybe I was still hearing them when I woke up. That could explain why nobody was there. I don't know if that's actually possible, but at the time, that was enough for me to finally stop worrying about it. It did happen a few more times, but although it woke me up, I quit getting up to check the door. Maybe a month after I'd stopped checking, something else happened. I sleep on my belly all the time. I was really tired when all of a sudden I felt someone slap me on the butt a few times. I snapped awake, looking all around me trying to see who had done this. Like the previous times with the knocking on the door, though, there didn't seem to be anyone there. This rattled me a whole lot more than some knocking had, though. It took me a long while to be able to get to sleep that night. It happened again a few more times as well. It wasn't always on my butt, mind you. I would feel someone touching my arm or my leg. But like the knocking, it stopped as soon as I searched to see if anyone was there. I thought it might still be a waking dream sort of thing. Sometime later, I was sitting in my living room chair reading a book. I actually had the TV on too, but the sound was turned down. I was engrossed in my book when suddenly there was a burst of noise, as if someone had suddenly turned up the volume all the way on the television. I looked up and dropped my book in surprise when I saw a man standing beside it. He had turned the volume up manually and was looking over at me. I only looked at the man for a few moments, but when I looked away, he wasn't there anymore. All of the past events went running through my head. The one thing I hadn't considered was there might be a ghost in my home. That was mostly because I had never believed in ghosts, but I had just seen this happen, and the volume really had turned up. I was also not asleep as I was those previous times. To my surprise, after seeing that man, though, all of the strange things stopped happening altogether. I had my friend stay with me for a while to see if he would experience anything like I did, but he never did. I often wonder if those things will ever start up again. I still live in that same house, but so far nothing else has happened. One night last autumn, I was working late at the office on a project and I ended up staying later than I wanted to. That meant I'd missed my train home. I supposed it couldn't be helped. I would have to get a taxi home. I was really tired, and the taxi driver was this really energetic guy, incredibly talkative. I didn't really like it to begin with. But in the end, I ended up joining in with him, and we had a big chat. It was quite nice, actually. The route the driver was taking was going through a mountain pass. That was perfectly normal. I lived out in the sticks, and it was pretty dark on those mountain roads. I was starting to feel a bit sleepy again. There was a dense forest off to the left-hand side. It was so empty out there. You know, I don't think I saw a single other car out driving that night. All of a sudden, the talkative driver went quiet, and I wondered what the problem was. He had been talking so much just moments ago. It looked like something was on his mind. I caught him quickly glimpsing at me in the rearview mirror, and I started to get a little bit nervous. It was as if a switch had suddenly flipped and his demeanor had changed entirely. I was mentally reviewing our conversation, seeing if I had said something to upset the driver. I caught another glimpse of my driver's face when he glanced at me in the mirror again. He looked worried, like a completely different person. I decided to break the silence. "Hey, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" The man responded immediately. "Nothing really, but could you do me a favor? From now on, don't look out the window, okay? Just really don't do it. Thanks." I was so shocked by his change in behavior that all I could do was reply okay. We continued on our journey in silence. I sat there puzzled for quite a while. But I did as the man asked and didn't look out the window again. I couldn't imagine for what reason that would be necessary, though. As the moments continued to pass on, I began to get a little bit bored, or maybe frustrated with the fact that I couldn't do what I wanted. "Hey, why shouldn't I look out the window, pal?" He didn't reply. He just kept looking straight ahead, dead silent. Naturally, I started to feel nervous again. We were still driving alongside that deep and dense forest, and the man was acting very strangely. I didn't like it. We came to a set of traffic lights, and I heard a voice beginning to yell from the side of the car. It seemed like it was coming from the side of the window that I was told not to look out of. I couldn't take not looking anymore, so I ignored the driver's request and looked outward. There was a middle-aged man, shambling his way over to the taxi. He looked exhausted and very angry. He cupped his dirty hands up to the glass and peered in at me. It looked like he was studying my face very carefully. I was taken aback. I just wanted to get out of there, but the traffic light was solid red. I looked back at the stranger staring at me. He slammed his hand on the glass and began screaming, "It wasn't you!" With that, he turned away to leave. Just as the traffic light changed color, we pulled away and asked the taxi driver what the hell was that guy's problem. He said that's why he always told people not to look at that guy. Apparently, he was out there all the time and would stand there stopping traffic, pressing the crossing button over and over whenever he heard a car coming. The guy had gotten pretty good at it, since he always stopped the driver whenever he came through the area. I was kind of shocked. I mean, why would the man do that? It didn't really tell me anything I wanted to know. Why did the driver know that was going to happen? He told me that he'd heard from someone who lived near the guy that the reason he did that is because his wife had been killed in a hit-and-run accident. They were on a late-night stroll, and apparently he got a good look at the guy who ran her over. Apparently, the man who killed her got out of the car for a moment as if he was trying to decide whether or not to help them, but then he fled. That's when the man got a good look at him. He gave the police a description of the car and driver, but they never did anything about the man, so the man took up the task himself. Apparently, he waits there every night, trying to catch the guy who killed his wife and take revenge. I guess you kind of get why he said it wasn't you. I guess the driver told me not to look his way because he didn't want me to get in trouble with the guy in case he was having a mental episode or something, or if I was the guy he was looking for. The guy was scary, but overall I just feel really bad for him. I hope one day they do catch that hit-and-run driver so the man can rest easy. I've heard the guy just stands there all alone for the entire night, searching for the culprit, and that makes my heart feel heavy. This happened 7 years ago after I graduated from high school and began my steps towards preparing for college life. Everyone my age was getting their driver's licenses, and one of my friends got his. Around that time, he was also given his dad's old car, so we often went out on drives together. It was the height of summer, and ghost stories and scary movies were all over TV and in the local cinemas. Inspired by what we were watching at the time, we decided to head out for a little ghost hunting tour of our own. We set our sights on an abandoned hospital in our area. The hospital was located deep in the mountains, in a really quiet spot. Usually with these abandoned hospitals, they end up staying dormant for a period of time and inevitably get demolished. Not this one, though. It stood beyond a locked gate, and that gate had long rusted away. Do not trespass signs had long since faded, and it was well known in our area as a haunted location. Some of the kids who were a few years older than us back when we were at school had been in there a bunch of times. They even created a little hole in the fence, which served as a way in and out. When my friend and I pulled up, it was a dark night, perfect for sneaking in and out. We approached as quietly as possible, keeping our flashlights aimed at the ground. We crunched through the overgrown grass and dried up dirt through a hole in the fence. We crept in through a kicked-in door at the side, and we were finally inside of the hospital. It was dead quiet in there. There were still those curtain partitions that separated the spaces in the ward hanging up. Legend has it that the hospital used to be a psychiatric hospital. The windows were all covered with metal railings, which was quite freaky to see at night. I imagined those patients in the ward and thought about how it must have been for them back in the day. The whole area was in complete disarray. Since it was locally famous, it seemed like a lot of people had gone exploring here and ransacked the place quite thoroughly. There were, however, some machines left in there for reasons unknown to us. There were countless papers scattered all across the floors of the wards. I guess that they could have been medical records. We never bothered to pick one up and check, though. We saw stretchers in the hallways, rusted and dented-looking wheelchairs toppled over on their sides. Honestly, being inside reminded me of those horror games I used to play on the PS1. At that point, we both noticed something. Someone had spray-painted on one of the dirty walls, "Nurses Station This Way," in red paint. The atmosphere was really getting to us. My friend and I weren't being as talkative as we had been before we went in. I think that might have been down to the fact that both of us were looking forward to leaving as soon as possible, but we weren't willing to admit that to each other just yet. I remember walking over the broken glass and debris. It felt like I'd had enough. My senses were heightened, and I felt like anything could be lurking around any corner. It was quite stressful. I spoke to my friend and said I only wanted to take a quick peek on the second floor. Then I wanted to go. He felt the same as me, and I was glad about that. The atmosphere in there was so heavy that I just didn't want to be there any longer. It almost felt like something was about to happen. I don't know why. I just felt like there was something in the air. There was only one route to the second floor. We had to climb up a narrow staircase. We slowly made our way up to the top, and at the top we were greeted by a glass door. I went to push it open, wanting to be done with our urban exploration for the night, but I found it wouldn't budge. There was a broken window next to the door, but we decided it would be too dangerous for us to attempt crawling in through there. We said we'd just call it a day and turn back around. Just at the moment we began our descent, though, we heard something that caused us to stop in our tracks. We were, of course, wary of police, homeless people, and other explorers, but the noise we heard sounded nothing like any of that. I definitely heard something coming from the other side of the glass door. It sounded to me and my friend like a nurse's call bell. You know, the kind of electronic jingle used to alert the nurses that a patient needed something. I'm so glad my friend reacted to the sound as well, because that told me it was real, and I wasn't just going mad. The noise sent my friend running, and before I had a chance to start after him, I looked back through the glass. For a split second, I swore I could see a shadowy figure emerging from the middle of the walkway of the hall. After seeing that, I ran after my friend as fast as I could. I think I can safely say that the pair of us will never set foot in that place again. It was truly chilling. My best friend Ted was such a really weird kid. I mean, I was too when I was really young. And that's how the two of us became best friends, really. We were both sort of nerdy, bookish types, and all the other kids thought we were weird. As strange as I was thought to be, though, Ted was a lot stranger than even I was. He had this fascination with really weird stuff that even sort of freaked me out. He liked a lot of death-related stuff, as well as abandoned buildings and all sorts of other things. We grew up in the same town all our lives, so we were together since we were really young. Therefore, we did almost everything together as well. We saw each other every single day, and so even though he was a bit weird, I don't think I trusted anyone as much as I trusted him. So one day when we were both 14, he came over and asked me if I wanted to go check out this abandoned building. I was only slightly hesitant. I knew it was going to happen because we always did what the other wanted to do, but I did want to know beforehand what building he wanted to go to and why he wanted to investigate this one in particular. It was some sort of old school building, closed down long before either of us was born. For many years after that, they sometimes held voting booths there, but it had been shut down and boarded up for many years before Ted suggested this adventure of ours. It was a very old building right on the outside of town, while the newer school building was built in town. I had never actually been inside this old building before. It had closed and boarded up long before we ever had the chance to go inside, like I mentioned, and mostly I was kind of nervous about doing so. Hell, I didn't like walking through someone's yard, much less entering a building shut off from the public, but he was excited about going into it. Ted was interested in all this exploring stuff and got into that whole urban building exploration thing. This was really the only place around town that fit that description. We got in through a broken door in the back of the building. The brush and everything back there was very overgrown, and there was a lot of litter around as well. I had to be extra careful to not get anything prickly caught on me and poke my skin as I tried to make my way through all this mess. It was really icky. Inside of the old school was obviously no better. There was tons of trash and old equipment strewn throughout the place. I almost didn't understand why people liked to scope out these places, because they were always so dirty and bad. I do have to admit they can be creepy and somewhat spooky though. Ted, on the other hand, was clearly having the time of his life. He was talking about how cool everything was. He was thinking about the kinds of students who used to walk down these hallways all the time. Now it was just an empty, deserted, and dead place. He was so fascinated by that. Ted wanted to go search the basement of the building, which I really did not want to do. But as you might have figured out by now, this was his adventure this time, not mine. I decided to follow him down there. It was much darker than I'd expected, but he'd brought a flashlight along to make up for that. It didn't keep it from being really weird though, just being there, thinking about all the times people had walked these halls over and over again, only for it to be silent and empty now. Once we arrived in the basement though, we heard this loud thumping noise. If it had been going on before, we certainly hadn't heard it from upstairs, but this noise had been so loud we definitely would have. It seemed to be coming from the far room, on the left side of the hallway. Ted, being like he was, wanted to find out what was making this noise right away. I was already nervous and unhappy about this situation. I tried to convince him not to mess with it, but then we heard the thumping noise continuing. By this time, he was way too curious to leave without taking a peek. As we went down the dark hallway, we heard the noise continue. I got more and more nervous the closer we got to that room. Whatever was going on in there, I really did not want to know. If I wasn't sure Ted would relentlessly mock me about this later, I would have just taken off without him. However, I did the best I could to keep my distance behind him. He was the overzealous one here, so he should be taking the risk over me. When we got closer to the door, he peeked inside. I had never seen the look on his face anything like I saw that day. It changed so fast. He turned whiter than I had ever seen him, and a look of terror covered his face. He stood there for a moment, seemingly unable to look away from whatever was on the inside of that door. I still didn't want to look, and I made no motion to go anywhere closer than I already was. It only took a moment for Ted to decide he'd seen enough now. He turned to me and whispered, "Let's get out of here now!" We began running down the hallway. Ironically, he was trying to be quiet, but his footfalls were making tons of noise down the hallway tiles. I followed him. When we got to the door to the staircase, I heard something coming from behind us. I turned around and looked back in the direction of the thumping noise. What I saw was that someone had opened the door, and their huge hulking figure was stepping out of the room. That's all I saw though. I wanted to get out of there before whatever scared my braver friend saw me too. We ran back up to the first floor and got out of that building as quickly as we could. The only part that really sucks about this is that Ted absolutely refused to tell me what he'd saw. At first, I had assumed he did this because he was trying to scare me. You know, maybe there was nothing in the room to begin with. But I know I saw the door open, and I saw the guy too. Even though I didn't get a good look at them, I know someone was there. So there must have been something truly horrifying inside that room. Something enough to scare a friend of mine who is extremely brave. I wonder what those large thumping noises were in the bottom of that abandoned school building. That's all I really know about it, and probably all I ever will. I recall seeing the total transformation of a mall when I was younger. When I was a kid, and even into my mid-teens, the major mall, which has long since been torn down, was actually pretty active. It had the only movie theater in the whole area, and was an extremely popular hangout for teenagers. When I was 15 though, an outlet mall opened up that wasn't very far from this mall. This brought a rather quick decline to the major mall. For a while, the mall hung on, because it still had the only theater in the area, but a few Regal cinemas soon began opening up, and at that point, it was curtains. The only thing really left there was a Ticketmaster. It didn't take long before that went under as well. Eventually, the mall became nothing more than a shadow of what it had been before. I honestly don't know a lot about what it went through from its closing until its eventual demolition. I knew that one of the reasons it was eventually going to be demolished was the worry it would become a haven for gang activity. I don't really know if that happened or not though. All I can tell you that happened during this time period is what happened when I decided to check it out myself. It was a pretty stupid thing to do, honestly. Even though I had a job, I spent a little bit of time being homeless. I was sleeping in my car to save up some money to eventually get a place to live. It wasn't actually as bad as some people might think it was, however. I had blankets and pillows. It was very comfortable. The only thing that really bothered me was having something to do, and I really had to often search for that. This brings us to the mall. I had heard from someone at work that they were still trying to figure out what they wanted to do with the massive building. I got to thinking, it might be somewhat interesting to go and check it out on my day off from work. Well, technically my night off from work. There were some pretty busy roads in that area, and if I didn't want to get caught snooping around, I had to go at night. I made sure it was pretty late outside when I did finally go to check the place out. I parked in a motel parking lot close by, and then walked the distance to the mall. Walking around such a large and empty space was really weird at first. You know, now that I think of it, I'd never actually been in a parking lot before where it was completely empty. At first, I was just walking around the building. I had no intention of breaking into it or anything like that. However, at one point, I noticed one of the doors looked like it had a broken latch on it. I decided to check and see if I could get it open. It opened much easier than I thought it would, and now I was not sure what I wanted to do next. I thought for a moment, and decided to go inside and check it out. Now this was truly a surreal experience. It was such a big and bustling area back in the day, and now it was just deserted, empty of people and fixtures as well. All of the stores had those big metal grating doors pulled down. When I shined my flashlight into them, I could still see merchandise and fixtures inside and things like that. There, of course, was not any people inside, though. I decided to try and go up one of the escalators. It was turned off, of course, so I used it as a normal staircase instead. It was actually pretty solid. There wasn't a whole lot different looking on the top floor than the second floor, although they did have an old Auntie Anne's, which gave me a craving for a pretzel. I walked by a bookstore and was looking at the bookshelves inside. I was moving the flashlight around trying to get a better look. When I moved it toward the back of the store though, I was caught by surprise when the light fell upon a man standing in the back, already staring at me from the darkness. I jumped from being startled, but didn't move the light. This guy clearly was not a security guard or anything like that. He was dressed in plain clothes. After looking further for a moment, I realized he had a gun in his hand, which he was holding down at his side. It only took the slightest movement of his arm raising up for me to realize I needed to get out of there now. And I did so. I ran back the way I came and jumped down that escalator. When I got to the bottom, I looked up and saw the man standing at the top, now joined by someone else. He hadn't fired the gun at me or anything, thank God. I hoped he was just trying to scare me away from the area. I don't believe he actually followed me down the stairs. I hurried toward the door I had gained entry from and got out. I kept expecting something to happen behind me, so I kept checking, but nothing did. While I hurried across the parking lot, I kept looking back to see if anyone was following me. Keep in mind this was a big parking lot, so I got a lot of chances to glance backward. At one point, I noticed the two men had emerged from the building, but they weren't trying very hard to chase me across the parking lot. I got to my car and got out of that place. There was an apartment building I had been using the parking lot in, and I didn't feel safe until I got back there. I knew there was no way the men could have followed me, but I still felt on edge about the whole thing. I learned my lesson that day about going into places where I don't belong. If the man had been anyone different, he might truly have shot me. Perhaps I had stumbled upon something illegal going on, and if I did, I think the way he and his friend chased me out was their best way of trying to scare me into never coming back. I can say that it worked very well. I've done a lot of hiking and exploring in my time, and one of my favorite things to do when I'm out in the woods is to find something left over from back in the days. What I mean is that I often come across old farm-type equipment, perhaps an old well or an old mine, sometimes even really old buildings. I often wondered about these buildings more than anything else. You could find houses, sheds, and all kinds of structures like that in the strangest of places. When I was still living at home, I decided to go out on a hike once. That ended up being what was probably the scariest experience of my entire life. I think I was 16 years old at the time. My family lived in an area that had a lot of woods around it to explore. I had spent more time than I can even recall walking around the area, exploring and finding new things, so by the time I was 16, I thought I couldn't be surprised by anything. On this day, however, I was absolutely surprised by what I found. At first, I couldn't quite tell what I was looking at, but I noticed a lot of unusual growth in a particular spot. I thought I should make my way over to it and explore. It looked like there was some sort of opening in the side of the hill. Curious, I began beating back some of the overgrowth to get a better look. At first, I thought what I had found was a cave. Pretty neat, but not extremely unusual for the area I was in. The more I checked it out, though, the more I realized I had in fact found an abandoned mine. I had never seen anything like this one before, and I was immediately intrigued. Honestly, no thoughts went through my head about the possible dangers of exploring this abandoned mine. I just knew immediately I had to check it out. I had to spend some time clearing the brush out of the way so I could fully get inside though. The only light I had on me was from my wristwatch, and that wasn't exactly going to do a whole lot of good. I needed the light outside coming in to see. I cautiously stepped into the mine after I'd cleared out the growth. I wish I could explain the smell. It was an interesting odor that I'd never encountered before. As you might expect, the area was very dark and very dank. The light from the entrance was enough to allow me to see where I was going, but not by very much. Although it was intriguing, there was not very much to see at first. There wasn't any old equipment or anything like that. If it hadn't been for the support beams that had been built in, I probably would have just thought this was a completely normal cave. Finally, something did catch my eye, however. There was something up ahead of me, lying on the ground. It was covered in dirt or clay, or whatever made up the soil of this mine. It was a clear indentation, so I moved for a better look. When I got close enough, there wasn't really enough good light coming from the entrance to make out what I was seeing. I would have to rely on the small light from my wristwatch to make it out. When I turned the light on it, I immediately recoiled. Although I had been to funerals before, and I'd seen dead bodies in caskets too, I had never truly seen a human skeleton that wasn't in a classroom or a doctor's office. This was the very first time. I looked over the skeleton with the light. It had obviously been there a really long time. Skeletal remains were all that was left of this body. Everything else had decomposed a long time ago, or, I shuddered, been eaten by scavengers. What was the scariest part, though, is that I noticed in the head of this skeleton there was a sizable hole. I immediately thought this person must have been murdered, probably by being shot in the head and left in this mine. When I've told this story before, people have asked me why I didn't check inside the skull to see if there was a bullet. My answer is always, how do you feel about picking up the skull of an old body and checking inside for bullets? That's kinda crazy, right? I knew I wasn't in any immediate danger, but that didn't stop me from being scared. At that point, I just wanted to get out of that mine as quickly as I could. I also didn't want to fall and injure myself though, so I had to be as careful as possible making it out. The last thing that mine needed was another dead body just inside the entrance. It was eerie as hell though, walking through the mine to get out. I had this irrational fear that someone or something was inside, and whatever killed this poor guy was going to get me next. I decided to go home immediately. I told my dad about what I had seen and wondered what we should do. In the end, he decided we shouldn't do anything, which I at first found rather shocking. My dad explained to me that firstly, I was trespassing on someone else's property. I couldn't really argue against that. Furthermore, he told me the body had obviously been there a long time, and there was no need to call attention to it and ruffle the feathers of whoever owned the property. I couldn't get the thought out of my head though. It bothered me deeply, thinking someone may have been missing for years, and finding this body could bring the family closure. I eventually did call the police and left an anonymous message about what I had found and where exactly I had found it. I was really worried for a while. I would always try and read the newspaper after that before my dad could get to it. I was afraid the body would have been found in the mine, and he would be upset with me for going against his advice. The story, however, never ended up in the newspaper, at least not that I ever saw. I went out again a few months later to go check the same area. I wanted to see if the skeleton had been removed. However, I could never find the entrance to that mine again. A few times after that, I had similar results as well. I never saw the opening, and to this day I have no idea who that skeleton in that old abandoned mine was. Back in the early to mid-2000s, I attended summer camp for a few years. One year, I made friends with a camper in my cabin named Matthew. He returned the following summer as well, but was in another cabin, and we also became friends with another camper named Patrick. Swimming was basically a pool party where the entire camp would gather before getting ready for dinner. During this time, we would have private conversations. Matthew would tell stories, and because they weren't necessarily appropriate for the camp, we'd try to find some privacy. It's often hard to do that though, especially when the counselors weren't big on us campers wandering off on our own. One day, the conversation shifted though, from the typical naughty teenager stuff to Matthew asking us to help him practically kidnap a girl from her cabin and get her to the river. The plan was something similar to burying someone in sand at the beach. Matthew said they were friends and had a fight over something. The girl refused to speak to him, and this was a prank to get some revenge. I was not exactly sure this was just a joke, though. I was trying to decide what to do. Was this really a sick prank he actually planned on going through with, or was this a murder plot or something? I seem to recall him mentioning the sick things he planned to do to her once he got her buried in the river as well, but my memory of this time is somewhat fuzzy. As Matthew swam away, I quickly told Patrick this was a bad idea, and he backed out of the plan. I used the layout of the cabin as my excuse not to help him. The back door was locked and never used, and the counselors hung out at the front door, having conversations at the picnic table on the side of the cabin, so it would be impossible to sneak out anyway. I'm not sure how he ended up getting caught in the end, as I can't recall that either. I think Matthew said something weird to the girl, and she avoided him even further. When we backed out from helping him, he threatened her directly, and she told on him to the counselors. Eventually, they got suspicious and confronted Matthew. He melted down and confirmed he was telling us all these things. He then asked them to say goodbye to me and Patrick. The counselors that day pulled us out from dinner. I remember him telling us he was not a pervert or a peeping Tom. He just made it all up. Then he started telling us about all these arguments at home. At breakfast the next day, I asked Patrick what the deal was about Matthew. His family apparently came and got him, driving from out of state to do so. I never saw Matthew again, as he wasn't allowed back after that. I continued hanging out with Patrick until we went home in the end. I'm not sure what to really think about Matthew. I hope he's healthy now with no sick, twisted fantasies. Was he just making up stories like any other kid and going way too far? Or was he really going to do all those terrible things to that girl? I'm not really sure. The moral of the story, though, is that it's one thing to tell ghost stories around the campfire, or pull a funny prank on fellow campers, like dressing up as Jason Voorhees. But if someone sounds like they're going to go too far, use your better judgment. You never know what their real intentions might be. This happened when I was in my last year of high school. It was a dark night. I was in my bed sleeping with my back facing the wall, on my right side. I was resting very soundly, at least to the best of my recollection. That is, until I was suddenly woken up by something. It was a very strange situation for me. My eyes didn't open slowly and groggily like they do in the morning. You know how sometimes you take a moment to wake up and rub the sleep out of your eyes, maybe a little stretch or something. Instead, my eyes shot wide open, and I was fully awake and alarmed. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a face staring right back at me. There was someone with me in the bed, sleeping side by side as though we'd been sleeping together all night. I was unable to distinguish the gender of this person. The only thing I could really make out in the darkness of the room was the emotion on their face. They looked angry and somewhat sad. It was horrifying. All this was ascertained in just a matter of moments, and I couldn't bring myself to look for long. Even though I only saw it very, very briefly, the image is burned into my memory forever. I don't know why I didn't immediately freak out more than I did. I guess because I was so surprised. I must have thought it was just a nightmare or something, because I was so scared that I reacted purely by muscle memory and turned away from whoever this was. On my other side now, I noticed the alarm clock said it was just after 1 a.m. As soon as I turned over, it was like a lock was set or something. I was stuck and couldn't move a single muscle. It was the first time in my life that something like that had ever happened to me. Now, I can only guess that it was a bout of sleep paralysis, but in the moment I couldn't even make a single sound. I could feel my eyelids getting heavy and closing. I tried my best to open them, but I just couldn't do it. I was wide awake but couldn't open my eyes. All I could think of was the fact there was someone in my bed right behind me. It was very clear in my mind that I was not alone. I felt a cold chill at the nape of my neck, a rhythmic blow, and I realized it heavily resembled someone breathing in and out on me. It felt so cold and horrifying. I could feel their eyes boring into the back of my head, eyes that stared without blinking or breaking away, that were focused solely on watching me. Such a disgusting feeling. I was on the verge of beginning to panic. Just when I thought I couldn't be any more terrified, I heard something that made my heart feel like it was being gripped by an ice-cold hand. I heard a voice begin whispering in my ear. I couldn't quite understand what it was saying, and it seemed to come from a place that I couldn't pinpoint. It's so hard to describe. It was almost as if it was coming from inside the ground, or from the walls right next to me. There, but not really there. Perhaps even from inside my own mind. It seemed to reverberate directly inside my head. I was so beyond scared. No adjectives can do justice to how those moments felt. I wanted to run. I wanted to get up, run away, and never come back to that room. I couldn't help but think how my parents were sleeping soundly, only meters away, and I couldn't even open my mouth to call out to them for help. I tried to move a part of my body. I wanted to make anything happen. A twitch of a finger, a squeak from my throat, a shudder, an itch, anything. I couldn't do it, no matter how hard I tried. I focused on using all the strength I had in my body, but it refused to do anything. I felt movement in the bed as whoever this was shuffled closer to me. I lost it. I don't know what happened. I think my mind just couldn't handle any more. I passed out of sheer fear. I woke up on the floor, in the same position I'd been in on the bed. It felt as though I'd been laying there for hours. I tried to move, and thankfully I could do so at that point. I jumped up and looked at my alarm clock, and was amazed to see that only 10 minutes had passed since all that had happened. I ran over to the light switch and turned it on. I felt a lot better with the light illuminating the room. I struggle with the idea that this was all just a nightmare, because the voices I heard and the breath I felt on my neck seemed all too real. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. Just a side note that I feel is worth mentioning. I brought our family dog into the bedroom as soon as this was all over for comfort, and my dog did something very interesting. He began barking at one particular corner of the ceiling. You might expect that scared the living daylights out of me. It was like the presence I'd felt was somehow still in the room, only this time I couldn't see where it was. Nothing has really happened since that night, and although some of you reading this might find it bizarre, I'm still living and sleeping in that very same bedroom. I heard this from an acquaintance of mine, and it's really stayed with me over the years. Maybe it'll do the same for you too. A few years ago, there was this huge earthquake in Hokkaido, and the island was severely damaged by the tsunami it caused. An acquaintance of mine was on a transportation ship at the time the tsunami struck. I should say that we work in the same industry. We both chose a life at sea. He was anchored in Hokkaido, so he hurriedly offered his assistance in any rescue efforts. He put himself forward to support disaster relief missions and started out working on land-based rescue efforts. Quickly, he was drafted in to help out at sea as well. There were many missing people out there, probably pulled out by the tide, and they needed to go in search of them. He was told due to his work background that he would be the man for the job. He had no problem getting to work right away. As a result of his efforts, more than a dozen were found. Unfortunately, all of them had passed away. With a heavy heart and the bodies on board, he headed back to port to report his tragic findings to the organizer of the disaster relief mission. He was asked a favor in return. "I want you to keep these bodies on board for the night. We're not equipped to store them at the moment, due to the urgent demands of the rescue operations. Is there any way you could do that for us?" Since the ship was a transportation ship, he wasn't short of space or proper storage, so he agreed, wanting to help out in any way he could. He decided to place them at the bottom of the ship where the vehicle hangar was. It was pretty wide and much cooler down there, which would help with preservation. I can't imagine how he must have felt, having to deal with all of that. He covered the bodies with blankets and large plastic sheets and left them down there overnight. His crew lit incense sticks and prayed for the souls of the victims. They all wanted to keep the incense burning overnight as a mark of respect and to ease the passing into what lied beyond. They were worried about what might happen if the sticks burned during the night, though, so he and his crew took shifts to watch over the area. At some point, my acquaintance noted how tired his crewmates were and offered to watch over them from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. or so and give the others some rest. They had been taking turns with rescue efforts in the meantime and watching the area as well. 2 a.m. rolled around, and of course it was incredibly dark on board the ship. He said that due to some specific controlled lights, the only light source that was on down there with the bodies were these small red LED lights along the pathway that didn't make for the best atmosphere. He said it felt almost as though he was in a haunted house. The smell the bodies were beginning to give off was difficult to deal with as well. A strong, fishy odor. He was all alone down there in the dark with the dead. Once again, I cannot imagine how that must have felt. I don't know if I could have done what he and his crew did. He was scared of the atmosphere. He happily admitted that to me. He was so scared that he sat with his back facing the bodies under those plastic sheets. He just didn't want to look at them. As soon as it was 4 a.m., he raced to get out of there and change places with one of his crewmates. He had to climb a long case of metal stairs to get from the vehicle hangar to the quarters on the second floor, where the rest of his crewmates were. There was a large mirror at the top of the stairs, big enough to see a whole person's body. He did his best not to look in the mirror. He didn't want to chance seeing anything spooky. Mirrors are creepy enough in a darkened room, or if you wake up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, but it must have been even creepier in this situation. He told me that as he slowly walked past the mirror in the dim red lighting, for some reason he decided to go against his fears and glance at himself in that mirror. He said he did that for the briefest of moments because he suddenly sensed that he was not alone. He hadn't felt like that before that moment. He was scared of being down there with the bodies, but he'd felt like he was all alone. All of a sudden, once he reached the top of the stairs, he felt someone right up on his back. He ran to wake up his crewmate to take over for him. Just as he started to get ready to get some sleep, he took off his work clothes in preparation for the following day, and when he looked down at his shirt, he froze in horror. There were faint wet handprints all along his back. He had no idea how those had gotten there. When he was all alone with the bodies of the victims, he couldn't help but think that he wasn't alone after all. Sometimes I wonder if those mysterious handprints were a mark of thanks from a hand reaching out from beyond. Perhaps he provided them some comfort by watching over them. I've flown with my 1-year-old solo nearly a dozen times. Usually, people are understanding and kind about me having a baby on my lap, and overall he's a happy and very easy baby. He's also very cute, so it's not uncommon for strangers to talk to him, and usually I don't mind at all. The last trip I took, I sat alone in my aisle, with a man sitting by himself directly behind me. My baby was tired and fussing a bit. I knew that he was sleepy, but there's not a lot I could do until after we took off. Right out the gate, the man behind me started talking to my baby. He was saying things like, "Oh, hi, baby. Why you sad? What a cute little baby." I smiled and replied that he was just tired and apologized for the fuss. After the takeoff, I got him all settled in for his little nap. The man behind us continued to talk to my baby, putting his hand through the seats to try and grab at his feet. Multiple times, I asked him very nicely to stop that. My baby was tired and he was keeping him from getting any rest. Finally, I just set my baby down next to me so I could make a bottle. Suddenly, the man behind me stood up and reached over my seat to grab him. Immediately, I leaned forward and picked up my baby. I said that I didn't need any help and for him to stop right now. The man pushed me back into my seat while mumbling, "What a sweet baby. Why are you crying, baby?" I thought that would be the end of things once I picked my baby back up, but I was wrong. I tried to rock him to sleep while trying desperately not to lose my cool. As I was calming my baby by rocking him, the man behind me reached through our seats again and grabbed my arm quite hard. "No rocking. Don't rock him. You'll make him cry." I pulled free from the man and yelled for him to not touch me again. I started rocking my baby a second time. This time, the man behind me reached both hands around either side of my seat and tried to grab me and started yelling, "No rocking! Stop rocking!" I was somewhat embarrassed that I completely lost it. I clutched my baby to my chest while struggling to get free of him. He was grabbing me so hard that it actually started to physically hurt. I hit the call light while screaming for him to let me go. He was still grabbing onto my arms when the flight attendants came running. I could barely get anything out to them. Everyone around us was staring. I was sobbing, and all I could get out was that I could not sit there anymore, and for the love of God to please move me. The man behind me tried to follow me to my new seat, but I told the flight attendants that I did not know who he was, and he could not come with me. I had a good cry in my new seat, as my baby immediately fell to sleep, and I was moved to an area next to the flight attendants' seats. After calming down a bit, I explained to them exactly what happened. Multiple times, the man that had been behind me got up and tried to follow me when he thought no one was looking, only to be turned around by one of the flight attendants. Toward the end of the flight, one of the attendants told me that they'd explained everything to the pilot, and the pilot had called the local police to escort the man off the flight, and I guess the FBI was called as well. I would be escorted off, and everyone around us watched everything happen. He was jeered as he was escorted. I had to interview with the FBI, and nearly missed my next flight. After my trip was done, I had to fly back going to the same airport. It was stressful and emotional to say the least, even knowing that he had been banned from that airline. I haven't flown ever since then. This happened when I was in high school. It happened on a Saturday. That day, it had been raining non-stop since the morning. With little other options, I texted my friends and played some online games with them. Before I knew it, it was the afternoon, and the rain hadn't shown any signs of letting up at all. Once it got around to 7 p.m., I gave up all hope of going out for the day. It was still hammering down out there. I was lounging around watching some TV at home. There was an interruption to the scheduled programming, a local warning telling residents to be aware of potential flooding. I'd say we got that warning at around 8 p.m. or so. My family of 6 were all huddled in the living room together. We were just carrying on with our night. I don't know why, but none of us really seemed that worried by the warnings on the TV. I don't know how long we were sitting there for, but after a while I suddenly heard a dull clicking sound, and everything suddenly went dark. We were left in pitch black darkness. My father stumbled off towards his bedroom, mumbling something about going to grab a torch. He lit the way using his smartphone. My mother got up to look outside. The power seemed to have been knocked out for the whole neighborhood. It was so dark inside the house that it almost seemed to amplify the sound of the rain falling. It was still showing no signs of letting up at all. That made me think about those warnings we'd heard earlier. The rest of my family got up to go find some lights or head back to their bedrooms to look for some candles or something. I stayed in the living room with my grandma for a while. She said that we might need to evacuate if things got any worse. I wanted to go get my phone so I could tell my friends what was going on. I went back into my room and grabbed it. I was scrolling through some social media when I noticed that my battery was a little low. I thought that I'd better save the rest just in case I needed it for an emergency. I spent some of the time looking out at the rainfall, listening to the drops falling. It was pretty relaxing, actually. Even though I was and still am a bit of a night owl, I started to feel sleepy. I remembered that I had an old battery charger in a drawer somewhere, so I found that and put my phone on charge. I killed some time by reading some manga by torchlight. Eventually, I heard no TV on downstairs, no more chatter of the family. Everything was quiet. I guess everyone else had decided to get an early night. Maybe the rain wasn't going to be as bad as they said it would be on TV. It had gotten to around 10 p.m. or so, when suddenly the doorbell began to ring. It was late, and we never really heard the doorbell ring at that time of night. I guess this was a somewhat different set of circumstances, though. I thought it might be our friendly neighbor, Mr. Saito. He might have come over to see how we were all doing, or give us some important information. Maybe he was telling us it was time to go evacuate. I left my bedroom on the second floor and headed downstairs. I was surprised that it looked like I was the only one going to open the door. Maybe everyone else was still sound asleep. As I headed downstairs, I noticed there was a huge shadow behind the frosted glass of our front door. Very big. Not looking like my neighbor at all. Just in case, I called out his name. "Mr. Saito?" Whoever the shadow belonged to behind the glass didn't reply. They just stood there motionless. I started to get a bit scared at that point. I knew it certainly wasn't my neighbor, and if it was someone else there to help, why would they just stand there in silence? It looked like whoever was standing outside was trying to get a view of the interior. Before I knew it, I found myself backing away from the door. I saw the figure shift from side to side, as though they were about to try and open the door. My mind went blank, and I ran as fast as I could upstairs to the safety of my room. I slammed the door and stood behind it. It was the first time in my life I stood stock still, unable to think rationally. The doorbell began to ring again and again. For some reason, I was panicking. I still remember it vividly. I think back on it nowadays, and I can still picture that dark figure behind the door. After the doorbell continued to ring, I heard my father making noises downstairs. Finally, someone else was up as well. I now felt brave enough to leave my bedroom and listen to what was going on from the hallway. I leaned over the banister and saw my grandfather and grandmother joined my father in the lounge. I went down a few stairs to be within earshot. The doorbell had since stopped ringing. I heard my father asking everyone if they'd also heard the bell and looked toward the front door. I saw the shadow was now gone. All of a sudden, though, the doorbell began to ring again. I watched my grandpa open the door. He had thrown it open as quickly as he could, but by the time the door was wide open, there was no one to be seen. Feeling nervous about this, he slammed the door shut again, and I swear in that brief moment, I saw a shadow dart out of a nearby bush. Someone was out there, hiding and waiting for an opportunity. They probably thought they could take my grandpa on if they had to. My dad was shocked to see this. I could see the fear on his face as he ran upstairs right past me to wake up my mom and sister. My dad gathered all of us in the living room. Just as he was telling us to calm down, we heard a tremendous noise coming from outside. I heard tree limbs snapping and the sliding of something heavy. We lived in the shade of a big mountain. I know what I heard was the sound of a landslide. The mud, boulders, and trees on the mountain were soon to be heading towards our area on a river of rainfall. My dad was screaming at everyone to get in the car right now. We should have given more respect to the warnings we'd heard on TV. We piled into the car. There were clumps of earth in the streets, sand everywhere. It was a real mess. Everything was coming down, and the water was so fast it was honestly terrifying. The roads were treacherous, but my dad managed to navigate through that path of destruction. We got far enough away to feel safe. We learned later that our family home had suffered major damages. If we delayed leaving any longer than that, any one of us could have been swept away in the flood waters. It was a real close call. If it weren't for that person by our door that night, I don't think any of us would have been awake and alert enough to realize a landslide was going to happen. Honestly, I was content to just hide in my room that night. If it had not been for the doorbell ringer, we might have never made it to the car in time, and we would have been trapped in our house or washed away in the flood. I'm lucky to be here, and I think we all are. Some of my family even wonders if perhaps that wasn't even a thief at all, and maybe it was a guardian spirit of some sort. Back when I was in junior high school, I was taken on a class trip into the mountains. It was called a mountaineering camp. There were about 30 of us in total, boys, girls, and teachers. We were all riding the bus to the campsite, but we got delayed due to an accident on the roads. That meant we would be getting there much later than expected, but still light out. When we arrived, we got off the bus with our class teacher at the helm and headed into the woods up toward the mountain campsite. The road to the campsite was very well signposted, and the direction was very linear. Even the dumbest of us couldn't get lost or stray from the trail. Confident in that fact, I followed on at the back of the group. I mean, everyone knows the cool kids go to the back, right? At some point, though, my legs got tired or I got bored of walking or whatever, so I figured I would take a quick break. Surely everything would be fine. I could be pretty quick when I wanted to be. I could still see my classmates' backs going up the mountain ahead, so I waited until they were just in sight, and the second I couldn't see them, I rose to my feet and started climbing. I think I must have left a little too late, though, because I wasn't nearly as quick as I thought I would be. The trail was very tough, and I just couldn't catch up to them. I was getting nervous. I tried to go as fast as I could to catch them, but no matter what I did, I could not even catch a sight of anyone's backs anymore. It was getting darker and darker, too. Before I knew it, it got so dark that I couldn't even see my surroundings clearly anymore. I wasn't nervous anymore. Instead, I was on the verge of panic. I did what I thought would be best and started calling out the names of my closest friends. I couldn't even make out which direction was up or down anymore. Tears were filling my eyes. I was scared of being lost in the woods and angry at myself for not keeping up with my classmates. I had to keep moving, though. I thought that if I kept going forward, surely I would eventually find them and everything would be fine. After a while, I thought I could see a flicker of yellow in the darkness ahead of me. We had been given these yellow ponchos for the trip, sort of like raincoats, and we were to wear them if it began to rain. I'd been so distracted by being frightened that I hadn't noticed that it started to rain. I called out, thinking it must be one of my classmates, but I guess they couldn't hear me because they didn't stop or respond to me at all. I tried to up the pace to catch up to them, but I couldn't go much faster than I was already going. I tried to close the gap between me and them. They were only about 20 or so meters ahead of me. I kept calling out to them, but they still didn't respond. I just couldn't catch up. Knowing they weren't going to stop and that I wasn't going to stop them, I paused to catch my breath for a moment and put on my own yellow poncho. I stood there waiting, but the more I did, I came to realize there was no way my classmate wouldn't have heard me just then. I stood there in the pitch-black darkness, now completely lost and terrified. I don't know how long I was there for, but it felt like hours. When all looked darkest, I saw a light flickering between the trees. 3 people were approaching. One was the teacher. I didn't think I could cry anymore at that point. When I saw them, though, I started wailing. The place they'd found me was an hour's walk up the mountain from the campsite. I had somehow passed it entirely. It was the strangest thing. Everyone was so relieved to see me. But above all, I was just relieved to have been found at all. There was one thing left unresolved, though. That classmate I thought I saw? No one had been out searching alone. I was being led somewhere by someone. Whoever I was following was not one of my classmates. A lot of missing persons cases have happened out there in the mountains, and there are some theories about what goes on in those mountain ranges. Who knows what could have happened to me if I continued to follow behind that person. This happened roughly 2 years ago. It was summer and early nighttime. The only thing that was unexpected that night was the light rain that was falling. I was quite proud of my vehicle and used to love taking it out on long drives. I didn't care where I went, as long as there was an open road ahead of me. I liked going out on weekday nights where there was less traffic. That way, I could just cruise along the mountain roads on the weekdays. They were great for drifting, and I was just getting into that. I put a lot of money into my car, and it was tuned up to the max. I was with a friend this time as well. Well, not exactly with him, I guess. He was just driving alongside me. We used to go driving on these mountain pass roads because we knew they were very quiet. Before we even got anywhere near the mountains, though, I just felt as if something was kind of off that night. There was a weird vibe in the air. I put it down to the unexpected rain in summer. My friend said that he wanted to go a bit further into the mountainous woods that night. I guess I sort of did too, since I was bored of just drifting around the same old curves as usual. I smiled as we passed some beware of animal signs, thinking that we were invincible. I guess that's just how it is when you're young. I'd seen some animals crossing the dark roads at night, so the signs weren't that intimidating to me. I saw 3 animals that night, actually. Nothing really impressive or frightening. A weasel, a big bird, and a tanuki. A tanuki is a kind of raccoon native to Japan, by the way. One of my friends told me a story that he'd once seen an animal with a glowing white body one night out there. I just laughed that off. I never seen anything strange like that. Not to mention, there were no streetlights in the mountains for anything to reflect off of. Nothing but darkness, really. I teased him that he'd witnessed an optical illusion. We kept on driving, and it got later and later. I mean, we always headed out late, but it was almost 3 a.m. now, and we weren't even heading back home yet. At some point, though, I'd had enough. To be honest, I was running low on gas, and didn't feel like wasting the rest driving around in the middle of nowhere. I turned around and put my hazards on, and sent my friend a message to tell him I was leaving. I sat there messing around with my phone while waiting for my friend to reply. He seemed to be taking his sweet time. I thought to myself, man, screw this, I'm tired. I figured my friend would understand if I took off a bit early. I gave him a couple minutes more, though. I gave him till the end of my smoke. I lit up and cracked the window open a little. The rain was falling on the roof of the car, making a quite relaxing noise. It wasn't very heavy, but also not light enough for me to stand outside and smoke my cigarette. It was at this point when I began to hear a strange noise. There was a faint wailing sound. It was quiet, but definitely there. It wasn't as loud as the rain, but I could still hear it all the same. I knew that some animals could make calls that sounded almost human, and I tried to convince myself it was just an animal. No matter how hard I tried, though, I could not do so. With each passing second, the realization sunk in that I was hearing someone crying. I remember sitting there, the smell of tobacco and the drumming of rain around me, the sound of my windscreen wipers going back and forth. I had the key to the ignition in my hand. I wanted to go see what was going on, but something inside me told me I should not approach any closer. The sobbing got louder, and there was now a new sound accompanying it. I paused the windscreen wipers so I could listen a little closer. I could just about make out a child wailing. The crying I'd heard before was undoubtedly the cries of a woman, but now there was a baby in the mix as well. The road was slippery, but I felt as if I should pull away right now. I really hated the sound of that sobbing woman and child. I knew deep down that there was no reason a woman and child would be out there in the middle of nowhere at that time of night. It may sound callous of me, but I got the hell out of there without investigating at all. It wasn't until about a month later when I discovered that a woman and her son had been murdered by her husband that very night in that area. What a dark thing to do. Apparently their bodies had only recently been discovered when I found out about it. They had been out there in the heat of summer and the cold of the rain and wind for some time after. I'm pretty sure that what I heard that night had something to do with that. And if it was, I feel sorry that I didn't do anything, and I hope that their souls can rest at peace. Me and a friend I'll call Robert had just spent the day in a city a few hours from our own. We spent the day at an event in which we had both participated and had a real blast together. After the event ended, we decided to go out and get dinner with a group of our friends and ended up staying in the city until almost midnight. Around that time, we decided we should probably get going. The drive home was very uneventful for most of the way there. The roads in between these two cities are very rural, with only a few small towns between the two. Since it was dark, we spent most of the drive looking for animals that may run out into the road while chatting with each other. As we got fairly close to Robert's house, we saw a car on the opposite side of the road, facing the wrong way, and a man was just walking around in the middle of the road. The car in front of us just so happened to be an ambulance, which stopped to try and help the man. As we drove past, I made eye contact with him, and we continued on our way thinking nothing of what just happened. We drove for another 20 to 30 minutes before turning onto the access road to get to Robert's house. As we got farther up the road, though, we noticed another car had turned in on the road behind us. Robert lives in a gated community, so we had to turn onto the driveway so we could go through the gate. This is when we noticed that the car behind us turned again and was following us. As we pulled up to the gate, Robert opened it and we drove through. The car behind us sped up and managed to slip in before the gate closed. Neither of us had even thought we were being followed until this point, but even then we just kinda joked about it. We drove around for a while inside of this gated community, which was fairly large, and we noticed the car following every movement behind us. The route we took only led to his area, so we figured he should have turned off by now. As we got close to his house, we decided to keep on going, as the road would eventually loop around and confirm we were being followed. At this point, we called my friend's dad, who watched us drive by with the car behind us. As we came around to the looping point, we realized that we really were being followed. Robert started driving much quicker through the neighborhood, and the car behind us also sped up quite a bit. We were going 60 miles per hour down these small roads, but the other car didn't hesitate at all. We drove for a while before we decided to head to the front gate, which had a 24-hour security guard. We still were not sure if the person following us even had a key fob to open the gate or not. We left the neighborhood and pulled a U-turn back to the front gate. We were still driving very fast at that point, and to anyone watching, it would have been very apparent we were being chased. As we came back to the front gate, my friend was able to open it in a way we couldn't be followed. As we turned the corner, we saw the gate opening again, and the car that was following us drove past it. This is where we made a huge mistake. We turned down a road without realizing it was a cul-de-sac. As soon as we noticed, Robert flipped the car around so we could get out of there. But as we drove by that car, I made eye contact with the driver. I could barely see his face. When we turned out of that area, we turned off the lights and booked it. We finally managed to shake the guy and get to Robert's house. We waited there for police to arrive. Shortly after the officer arrived, he got a call on his radio and booked it back to his vehicle. A few minutes later, 2 more cars showed up, and we were informed they had found the man. The man was the very same guy we'd passed on the side of the road an hour earlier. When police first made contact with him, he refused to speak and was clearly not in a right state of mind. As the stop proceeded, he began to threaten the officers. We found out later he was a mentally ill, unstable veteran from multiple states away and had no reason to be anywhere close to where we were. The man had broken the back gate when he followed us in. The worst part of all of this is that the guy at the front gate, whose only job was to not let people in if they didn't have a fob, let this guy in after we sped past him, thinking that he must have been with us. Needless to say, he was very quickly fired by the security company. Looking back, there's only one thing I would have changed. I would have called the police sooner, but the adrenaline of the moment clouded our judgment. A few years ago, my boss let me and my family stay at his mountain home. It's not a secluded place at all. In fact, it's pretty nearby to several other houses. It's a nice community, with nice people living there, but it can still feel secluded when you're inside the home. It was built in the 70s and had a spiral staircase, 2 floors. The top floor is level with the upper slope, and the bottom floor is an exact mirror of the top that's level with the bottom of the slope. We always board our dog up, but because this was a last-minute trip and a big travel weekend, we had to bring them with us. The night started off perfectly. It was cold and raining, and we had the fireplace going. We were watching some Office, and the kids were fast asleep. A short time later, my wife and I turned everything off, checked the doors, and went to bed ourselves. I don't know how much time had passed since then, maybe 15 to 20 minutes or so. I began to hear some light thudding sounds. It was raining and kind of windy, so maybe the branches from this one tree were hitting the back wall. Then, though, I heard what sounded like someone coming up the spiral stairs. As soon as my mind processed the noise, my dog, who had been sleeping in the living room, began to raise absolute hell. I'd never heard her do this before. I grabbed my pistol and went downstairs, where I saw muddy shoe prints leading in and out from the front door on the bottom floor. I was completely perplexed. I knew we had locked that door, but there were no signs of forced entry at all. While I was looking around, my wife called the police. They actually pulled up to the neighbor's house as she was on the call. My wife and kids loaded up in the car, and we drove to the neighbor's driveway. Came to find out they'd just experienced the same thing. Someone entering their home from the front door, dog raising hell, no signs of forced entry. We left a statement with the police. I hated to do this because it was 11 p.m. at this point, but I called my boss and told him we were going to stay in a hotel and head home the next day. It really freaked all of us out. I don't know what came from that particular incident, but about a week after this, I was Googling the area again. One of those pages that lists the arrests in the area popped up with a headline that said, "Man arrested after break-in and attack." I don't recall the exact headline, though. About a week after that, another article came out that had more information about the victim. After another quick Google and property search, I found out the victim lived just one road over. My gut says it was the same guy, but I can't exactly say for sure. I hope not, because he was a big, violent guy, 6'2" and 275 pounds. We love the mountains and have been back, but we've stayed in hotels since then. We tried a nice little private cabin thing, but nobody could get to sleep. In college, 2018 to 2014 or so, I was an avid metal detectorist. I knew of an old military trail and river crossing way back in a secluded portion of the woods. I knew many others were not aware of that area, so I finally decided one winter morning that I was going to go out and metal detect it finally. The trail was about a mile or two from a city park, along the South Concho River in San Angelo, Texas. I parked my truck, grabbed all my gear, which included a serrated tool for digging, and began my trek through the raw woods and brush for the trail. About halfway into the trees, I got into a clearing and found a tent and campsite about 40 yards back from the river. It was very isolated. There were cans laying all around, some clothes and other stuff that made it evident someone was currently using it. I didn't hang around for long, though, and kept going on my way. As I was just getting past that area, all of a sudden this haggard-looking guy stumbled out of a bush just a few feet from me. I startled him as much as he startled me. After some innocent chit-chat back and forth, he asked what I was doing out there. I told him about the old trail and my metal detecting hobby, and lied that it was a pretty well-known site for hobbyists just like me. That latter part seemed to get him very nervous. He started asking if I'd detected around his campsite any, and I told him no, except for accidentally stepping on one of his cans. He was mostly concerned if I had checked the area around the tent itself, though, which truthfully I hadn't done at all. The guy relayed that his wife had kicked him out of their apartment a few days ago, and he was just staying in the woods until he could get back on his feet. That story didn't really make much sense in my mind, but I didn't ask him much else about it. Finally, I told him I was going to get on my way, and with a weird look on his face, he suggested I not go any further. He tried to say it was because he'd recently used the bathroom back there. Whether there was fresh fertilizer back there or not, there was no way I was going to be hanging around with this suspicious guy. I went a little further on the trail because I wanted to metal detect, but I'd never felt quite so uncomfortable. I made a quick turnaround and headed back to my truck fairly quickly. Never saw or heard about the guy again until about 2 years later. His picture was in the local news, being apprehended by the authorities from the murder of his wife. He'd killed her and stored her in the exact area of the woods where I encountered him that day. Even though I can't recall what day it was exactly, he had just recently completed the matter when we met each other. This happened a long time ago, back when I was a student. I was a student 25 years ago, mind you. I've told this story only to a few close friends over the years. Let's just say I'm not the most extroverted person out there. Maybe that goes some way to explaining why I've kept this to myself for so long. Well, the road I'm heading down at this age, I guess it doesn't matter much anymore. Anyway, one of my friends, maybe my best friend, really loved cars and driving. I remember he called me up one night and said he was going to pick me up in his brand new car. I knew how excited he was to get it. It was all he could speak about. It was a Nissan Skyline GTR. Very cool at the time, trust me. Naturally, he wanted to take a drive outside of the city. The only roads that opened up more than the ones in the city were the ones that led out to the wilderness. I went to university in Nagoya, and there were loads of mountain roads there. Those roads were long and winding, and the nights were just as long as well. As a student, it was always a bit nice to get out there into nature and relax. We were heading out along these mountain roads, and my friend was reaching speeds that I hadn't quite prepared for. I doubt he did either, to be honest. Had there been one of those oncoming sharp corners, we probably wouldn't be here today. We decided to take a break from the reckless driving when we wound up near the summit of the mountain. As far as the roads would take us, at least. There was a parking lot up there, and I think it was about 1 a.m. at this point. I figured that soon we would head back toward the city, maybe stop off somewhere to grab some ramen and call it a night. That was the usual practice during our student days. My friend racing down all those mountain passes kind of stressed me out a bit. I told him to slow down more than once, but he told me there were no cars out on those roads that late at night. I knew that was not always the case. He just kept going faster and faster, though. I wish he didn't. I saw something bright coming up behind us at one point, and looked over in the side mirror for a moment. I couldn't make out what it was, though. I knew that whatever it was coming at a tremendous speed. My friend noticed it as well, and I saw him glancing into his rear-view mirror. He accelerated even further. He didn't want to be beaten in his new car. He didn't want to let the vehicle behind him overtake him. The vehicle behind didn't give in, though. It was right on our tail. I don't know why, but I figured maybe we had upset someone that night by the way we were driving. That was what I thought at the time, at least. I thought it was the headlights of a car or a truck or something, but it wasn't quite clear. As they got closer, my friend looked in the rearview mirror and said he thought it might be a motorbike following us. He could only see one light behind us. I looked back over my shoulder toward the back window and saw it was in fact just a singular light, getting closer and closer. At that point, my friend suddenly shouted at me not to look at it. I snapped back into my chair and sat upright. He told me it couldn't be a real light, because he said as he stared into it in the mirror, he could see faces emerging and disappearing back into its bright maw. As he was saying that, he seen something that chilled him so much to his core that he smacked the rearview mirror with his fist so hard that it dropped into my lap. He just kept saying over and over again to not look back no matter what. We drove faster. It wasn't a thrill anymore. It seemed to be out of necessity now, whatever was going on. It wasn't fun in the slightest. We started to get further away from whatever this was. I could tell by the way the light was fading in the car, getting dimmer. Even though it was getting darker, I knew that whatever was behind us was still trying to follow us. I didn't know what was going on. After a while, we approached the lights of the city, and the light became dimmer and dimmer. After what felt like the longest time, I found the courage to look behind me. As I looked back, though, whatever it was long gone. The whole event was pretty scary, and we didn't know what to think. We hypothesized theories over our ramen once we were in the safety of the light once more. Not that light out there in the woods, though. The fluorescent lights of human civilization. We couldn't get our heads around what just happened. We really didn't know how to explain it at all. We went to bed that night with more questions than answers on our minds. I guess that's what prompted my friend to ask me the next day if I wanted to go back to those mountain roads we had driven through the night before to do a little investigation. I said yes, of course. I wanted to find out just as much as he did. We drove for a while when we saw something that it's up to you to believe or not. As we continued driving through the area where we'd seen that mysterious light, we saw a memorial with bouquets of flowers laying by the side of the road. Maybe, just maybe, that strange light that followed behind us was a warning to us from the departed, someone who had been driving too fast, or a victim of some kind of hit-and-run tragedy from idiots like we were. We thought the roads were all safe and clear to drive as fast as we wanted to, but that really taught us a lesson to not behave so recklessly. I'm just happy we were able to escape all right in the end. My friend never drove as fast as he did that night ever again. It's something I've thought about over the years, and it's pretty creepy to be sure. I don't know if I'm just making weird connections or if something else entirely was at play. Either way, it was a very scary experience. Years ago, I was driving home from college for Christmas break, and my beat-up old Honda Civic. It was a very rainy day in the mountains, on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The car actually had an 8-track player built in. I had a cartridge-shaped adapter that I could insert a cassette tape into, so I could listen to various music. I was a bit too sleepy, but jamming to my tunes, when all of a sudden I heard this garbled sound coming from my speakers. I looked down and saw the cassette was unspooling. I pulled the cassette and came up with a fistful of loose tape, which I fixated on for a moment. When I happened to look up, I saw I was all the way in the breakdown lane. By instinct, I jerked the wheel left. Big mistake. The wet road caused me to oversteer, and suddenly I was careening sideways off the highway. I hit the embankment, and my car began flipping over and over and over, more than 5 times. It all happened in what seemed like slow motion. With every roll, all I could think was that I was going to die, and then just as sudden as it happened, it was all over. My car was upright, sitting in the grass perpendicular to the turnpike. Except for some soreness on my body, I seemed physically okay. All of my windows had shattered, and the roof had crumpled about 3 inches. I crawled out of my vehicle in complete shock. All of my possessions were scattered in a 300-yard swath on the embankment behind me. There was an overpass 300 yards in front of me. Soon, people began to pull over. It also turned out there was a state trooper hiding in a speed trap just past the bridge. I was completely detached and emotionless, as though everything seemed to be happening to someone else and not me. Eventually a wrecker showed up, and I hitched a ride with my totaled car to a rural gas station. At that point, my car was deposited into a small salvage yard. I reached out to my father, who came to get me, but was 2 hours away. I started emptying what was left of the stuff from inside my car when I noticed the wreck next to mine. It was a tan Accord hatchback, exactly the same as my car. The front driver's side was caved in from the hood to the back of the driver's seat, where there was a brown, rusty stain. The car was still packed with clothing and other personal items. That's when it really hit me. If there had been any obstruction at all, anything besides soft grass in my path, I would be just as dead as the former owner of that car was. I remember one time I was at home alone, but I thought I wasn't. That was because once I'd came in, someone had turned the TV on, and every time I went to the kitchen or the toilet, I looked over at the living room and could see someone sitting on the couch watching TV. They looked just like my sister. I swear it was her every time I looked. We didn't talk or make any eye contact, mind you, but I was absolutely certain it was her. It was not like a silhouette you would see if she was under a blanket on the couch or something. I was certain it was her. I remember that I was in my room when someone suddenly knocked on the door. I didn't go to open it, since the living room was closer, and I was sure my sister would do it for me. Whoever it was kept knocking, though, and I yelled out my sister's name and told her to go open the door. That was when I heard her voice coming from outside, saying that she didn't have her keys on her. At that moment, I froze in my place. I ran to the living room to see what the hell was going on, but there was no one there. The TV was still on, though. I opened the door, and my sister gave me the most angry look. I could tell immediately she was not messing with me, and she really had been outside the whole time. To this day, I still don't know who that was, or how they managed to escape without my sister noticing. When I was pregnant with my first child, I worked the overnight shift at a gas station near my house to pick up some extra hours. I know this may not sound amazing, but this gas station was beautiful. It was one of those full market gas stations, and in a really nice section of town. I know most stories that take place in these sorts of 24-hour settings are usually in dark and eerie places, but I never once felt that way about this location. Usually, after 11 o'clock at night, it was slow. I would spend most of my shift watching YouTube or Netflix on my phone, talking to my fiance, or stocking all the shelves. There weren't even all that many overnight truck drivers buying coffee or snacks or anything. The gas station wasn't that close to any nearby highways. It was an easy job, especially being pregnant, and it paid quite well, which was the main reason I had this job. One night early in my shift, a taller man came in. I called out from behind the counter, "Hey there, how you doing this evening?" The man didn't respond, didn't even look in my direction. He just walked straight into the bathroom. That wasn't alarming to me though. If I'm being honest, I knew better than most at this point that you kinda gotta go when you gotta go. I just figured he really had to go badly to the bathroom. After nearly 20 minutes had passed though, I realized they had never come out. I was a little bit concerned and was thinking about knocking on the door to make sure he was alright. I slowly started making my way to the bathroom and saw he had finally come out. I got a good look at his face at this point. He was normal looking as could be, clean shaven with a tan complexion. He had short gray hair that was parted and combed nicely. Even though his hair was gray, he couldn't have been older than 40 years old. He was wearing jeans, a flannel, and work boots that looked really beat up. I got the impression this guy must be some kind of blue-collar worker and was just stopping in to use the restroom. He walked right by me again and didn't say a single word. He walked outside, but didn't get into any vehicle. He looked like he walked to the side of the building. That's when I noticed there were no vehicles out there whatsoever. Whoever this strange man was, he must have walked the entire way here. That ordeal was a little bit off-putting, but overall I stopped thinking about it just a couple of minutes later. It was an uneventful part of working these late-night shifts. You get your array of strange individuals, and usually nothing ever comes of it. As the night continued, I ended up calling my fiance. We were talking on the phone, passing the time. It had to be at least an hour later. The door opened, and to my surprise, it was the same guy. I didn't say anything to him, figuring that maybe he spoke another language or something. Well, that theory went out the window instantly, because instead of walking to the bathroom this time, he walked right up to the counter and asked me in a very polite voice, "Hello, ma'am. You can say hello to me now." He smiled as he said it, indicating to me that he was joking around. I nervously smiled. "Sorry about that, sir. Hello, how are you doing this evening?" He smiled and only responded with one word, in an abrupt tone. Jerky. I jumped back a little bit and said, "Excuse me?" The man then leaned in toward me, and his polite voice changed into a more aggressive tone. "I want beef jerky. Where is it?" I pointed over to the rack where all the jerky and Slim Jims were located. He smiled at me, and now in a polite tone once again, he said, "I thank you, ma'am." He slowly walked over to the beef jerky and stopped once he got to the rack. He was standing completely still when he said to me, "You know, you look just like a Disney princess." I was a bit creeped out, but said thank you anyway, figuring he was just trying to be nice. I look like a lot of things, sure, but one thing I definitely do not look like is a Disney princess. Trust me. Without grabbing any of the jerky, he marched back over to the counter and started to stare at me. I know staring on its own is harmless, but this stare was so intrusive and made me incredibly uncomfortable. His eyes were flying around like ping pong balls. Yeah, that's it, Disney princess. See it now? I gave a little half smirk, but apparently that wasn't good enough for this man. He started to shout, and I mean quite literally starting to scream. What, you don't like Disney? I didn't even have time to respond before he started to shout again. My daughter used to like Disney, and now she's just like you. I started to gather that clearly this man was not right in the head. I had no idea what that statement was even supposed to mean. His daughter is just like me? As calmly as I could, I said, "I'm sorry if I offended you." He cut me off and started to scream uncontrollably. At this point, he wasn't even saying anything that made any sense at all. It was just a lot of gibberish and nonsense. Saying things like, "Instead of princess, you all want to be heroes," and even more strangely, "I could be a king, and instead I'm here." It was clear to me that this man was having some sort of breakdown. Thankfully, I'd never hung up on the phone with my fiancé, who was witnessing this entire unhinged conversation. He felt like something was clearly not right, and he didn't want to take any chances. He called the police and told them I was dealing with an unhinged, unruly, and potentially hostile customer. Well, I've never been more thankful for my fiancé, because during the man's rant, he did indeed start becoming hostile. He stormed back over to the beef jerky and knocked over the entire display. Even though this guy was clearly not right, this was the first moment I actually felt physically unsafe. After knocking over the display, he turned and looked at me. His eyes were almost indescribable. They looked void of any emotion. In that moment, 2 cop cars pulled up, but the man didn't even flinch. He just stood over by the rack and continued to stare at me. The cops walked inside, and to their credit, they didn't overreact at all. They remained very cool. One of the officers came to me and made sure I was all right, which I was. The other officer went over to the man and was talking to him quietly. I couldn't make out any of the words the cop was saying to him, but the man looked very upset. He didn't lose his temper as he did moments ago, though. The officers escorted him out, not in handcuffs or anything. Literally just walked him outside and had a conversation. It lasted a good 20 minutes or so. One officer left with the man, with the other hanging around at the gas station with me, making sure the man did not attempt to come back. I have no idea what would have happened if my fiancé wasn't still on the phone and called the police. The man was becoming more and more enraged with every moment that passed by. I never saw the guy again, and I never placed any official report really after this night. I didn't work another overnight shift. I know some people may have had far worse and more terrifying stories of working overnight. I truly do feel for those people. However, this was the worst thing that ever happened to me personally, and even though I was left with no physical harm, the fear I felt that evening, looking into the eyes of this crazed man, is something that will always be burned into my brain. Anybody who's ever worked at a fast food restaurant overnight knows just how unique some patrons can be. To add another variable to this already great combination, I worked at a 24-hour McDonald's that was directly off an exit. It was a frequent stop for truckers, cops, drunks, and anybody looking to get hot food in the middle of the night. As you would expect, I met countless characters I could describe. I could write a book about every strange and unique human being I met while working at that job. I've even had some wild experiences with people who decided to have an all-out brawl right in the middle of the restaurant. But none of those experiences were as scary or crazy to witness as this one. I guess only once in the 2 years I worked at that restaurant did I really experience something that horrified me. It started like most nights that I did the overnight shift. I got there at 10 and it was extremely slow. It was always really slow at that time. Then you would get a rush from about 11:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Then, depending on the day, it would be very sporadic throughout the night. On this night, I was hoping for a slower night. It was just one of those days where I was not really feeling it at all. My car wouldn't start in the morning. My husband tried to figure it out, but unfortunately cars aren't his strong suit, so therefore I was left without a vehicle. On top of that, I felt under the weather. It happens to me every fall season. I felt like a house was crushing down on me. I just wanted to climb under a blanket and pass out, but unfortunately, I got bills to pay. Unless I was extremely sick, calling in was not really an option. Thankfully, I was able to take my husband's Silverado truck to work. A little after 2 a.m., my coworker and I were just hanging out. I ended up getting my wish, with it being slow that night. It was one of the slowest nights I could ever remember working. My coworker went into the office to do some paperwork. I think that was really an excuse to go take a nap or something though. I didn't have the energy to call him out on it. When I was alone at the counter, listening to YouTube on my phone, I heard the bell for the door ring. It was a peculiar-looking man walking inside. He wasn't an old man, but he wasn't exactly young either. Maybe mid-40s if I had to guess. He looked homeless, but not grungy or dirty. More like he was just not put together right. He was shorter than me, but I'm fairly tall for a woman. He couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds. As he slowly approached the counter, I called out to him, "Hey there, sir, what can I get you tonight?" He just looked at me and smiled. I wish I could have a picture of that moment. The look he was giving me as he smiled made me so unsettled. Something about the way he was looking at me was just not right. It gave me the creeps before he even spoke. His eyes were so dark they almost looked black, and his mouth was just open enough with his smile that I could see his yellow teeth. Finally, he spoke after what seemed like an outrageous amount of time. I was surprised at the deep southern voice that came out of this little man. "Wow, aren't you gorgeous? I thought I wanted fries, but maybe I'll order something else." Yeah, I know, that's weird and creepy, but working this graveyard shift at a restaurant that gets a lot of customers who are under the influence, I'm used to weird attempts at flirting. I just smiled and said very politely, "Okay, sir, well, when you know what you want, just let me know now." The man grinned from ear to ear, flashing his full set of yellow and gray teeth. He slapped his hands down on the counter, and all I could see were his long, dirty fingernails. I tried not to look visibly disgusted. He spoke up again. "Forget the fries. What time are you done?" Usually, something like this, I would just smile and say I'm married and move on with my life. I don't know if it was because I didn't feel good, or maybe because this guy gave me the creeps from the start. Instead, in an annoyed and aggressive voice, I responded with, "If you don't want to order any food, you can leave right now." The man just started to laugh, as if I'd just told him a real great joke. Before I said or did something I would come to regret, I turned around and started knocking on the office door. When my coworker opened the door, he could tell I was visibly shaken. I told him about this creepy guy, who was clearly in sight. He smirked because he knew right away what I was dealing with. He told me to go take a break and that he would take care of this guy. Without even thinking or looking back, I grabbed my coat and went outside and sat in my husband's truck for 15 minutes. I just listened to some music. I'd almost forgotten about that creep, up until right before I went back inside. I noticed him wandering on the far side of the parking lot with a to-go bag in his hands. I was relieved my coworker was able to get rid of him peacefully. I decided to wait in the truck for another 5 minutes just in case. I didn't want this creep to know which vehicle was mine. When I finally went back inside, my coworker looked more than a little bit freaked out. I asked him about his interaction with that freak, and his answer freaked me out even more. He said in a tentative voice, "I don't know if I should tell you." I started to jokingly hit his arm, and I told him to tell me what happened, to which he complied. He said the guy was absolutely crazy. When I came out to take his order, he just kept asking where the girl was, so I told him you went home for the night. He started losing his mind, screaming and swearing. I ended up just giving him a free medium fries just to shut him up and get him out of here. Then he turned around as he was walking out and said, "Tell Monica I said goodbye, and I'll see her soon." This little story almost made me faint, mainly because I don't even wear a name tag at this job. I have no earthly idea how this man could possibly know my name. For the remainder of the shift, I couldn't focus. I just kept looking over at the door, expecting this man to stumble back in, but thankfully he never did. Close to 4:30 in the morning, I asked if I could leave early. He knew I wasn't feeling well, especially with that creepy guy in mind. He knew I needed to get away, just to make my night a little bit enjoyable. As I was leaving, it started to snow. It was the first truly hard snowfall of the season, even though fall had basically just started. I was thankful to have my husband's truck once again. I figured if I took it slow, I'd be safe. I couldn't have been more wrong. Only about a half mile from work, I ended up sliding into a ditch because I couldn't see the road from all the snow falling. It was all right. It didn't seem like too much damage was done, but of course I couldn't get myself out of the ditch by myself. I called the police, and surprisingly the cops were there in only a minute. I got out of the truck to greet the cops, and that's when it happened. From the bed of the truck, the man from the restaurant jumped out and started to run full speed into the night. I screamed and was at a loss for words. The cops didn't know what to do and started to yell at me to tell them what was going on. I told him, and he radioed some other cops, but they never caught the man. We eventually went back to the restaurant. I gave the police my entire story. They looked at the cameras, but it wasn't enough to ever actually catch the guy. The worst part was watching the video of the man climbing into the bed of my truck to hide. It was no more than 10 minutes after my break had ended. He'd come storming back into the parking lot with his food bag still in his hands. He looked around for a few minutes, tried all the doors, and when he realized it was locked, he jumped into the back. I'm so lucky I drove into a ditch that night, because if I hadn't, who knows what would have happened to me. The bag was left in the back of the truck with the fries still inside. This guy never even wanted the food. He knew my name from the start. He knew when I worked. And he knew my exact vehicle I would have. This happened several years ago, and I'm still not quite ready to work overnights again. Always lock your doors, and please be careful. Some people really are monsters. I'm a detective, but not like the ones you'd see on TV and in the movies. I'm more of a private detective. By that, I mean I don't get involved in any murder cases or anything like that. Most people hire me for family affairs. I get a lot of work from investigating cheating accusations or locating missing or stolen pets. I'm sometimes asked to gather evidence of bullying at schools as well. I had a call one afternoon last summer, and I've told some of my friends about this experience. They've encouraged me to share it. It's the strangest and frankly most disturbing case I've ever handled. So I got a call from a client who was a woman in her 30s. She made arrangements to meet me in person to speak to me about her request. I was taken aback by her beauty when I first laid eyes on her. She was a very, very talkative woman. It was as if her tongue was afraid of the dark or something. She was very warm and open, and she had come to ask me to find out if her husband was having an affair. I thought to myself, now who the hell would want to cheat on this woman? She had grown suspicious of her husband, though. He had started coming home later and later from work. She guessed he was meeting up with someone, based on how shifty he had been acting. Whenever she asked him where he had been, he'd just brush her off. She thought he had been cheating on her for about a month or so. I took the job and told her I would trail him when he finished work. I got to his work address and waited in my car until I saw him leave. I was honestly hoping this guy was just trying to put in a few extra hours for his wife and potentially their future. You never want to see anyone actually cheating. But, as in most cases in my line of work, I was wrong. The husband left work at about 6 p.m. His wife told me he had been coming home no earlier than 10 though, so clearly he was up to something during those 4 extra hours, and I was going to find out what that something was. He got into his car, and I tailed him. We drove for quite a while. We left the city area and headed out into the suburbs. I thought to myself he might have met a woman in the city who lived on the outskirts, and to avoid their affair being discovered, he'd meet her out here and never in the city. My theory immediately went out the window, though, when we drove right through the suburbs as well and out into the countryside. Now, this wasn't what I was expecting at all. I was quite surprised at this point. There wasn't really anything out there where we were heading. Nothing but a few houses and a couple of abandoned buildings. He led me to the most unexpected place, an abandoned love hotel. He parked up and I turned off my car as to not raise his suspicions. I planned on looping back around to covertly see what he was getting up to. While doing this, I did a search on this abandoned love hotel. Apparently, it went under due to poor management quite a long time ago. I found online that it had closed more than 10 years ago, so what the hell was he doing out there if the hotel was no longer open? If it was still operating, that would be fine. I guess love hotels are kind of self-explanatory. You know, you rent a room for a certain period of time and you get intimate in that room. It's a pretty straightforward thing. A lot of love hotels are so out there and unusual though. They offer all kinds of fulfillments of fantasies. If you want to do it in a themed room like a medieval Game of Thrones kind of scenario, there's definitely a hotel for that. This particular one was catered to all kinds of fantasies. I could just tell by some of the reviews that it really seemed as if nothing was off the table. That said, this place was abandoned, so what exactly was he doing here? I had to pull in and see for myself. I still had a job to do no matter how strange this was. I had to observe and report what was going on. I quietly headed into the abandoned hotel and cautiously walked into the lobby, trying my best to avoid all the debris on the floor. It didn't take long for me to locate which room he was in. I heard strange noises coming from upstairs. A male voice was murmuring, so I followed the sound of those murmurs and I arrived at the room. I could see and hear what was going on through a gap in the door. The man had left it slightly ajar. I peeked inside, and what I saw rendered me speechless. Oh, look at you. You're so beautiful and lovely, and quiet, nice and quiet. The husband was speaking to a naked woman who was lying on the dusty bedspread. The husband began to take off his suit jacket and started loosening his tie. I was almost certain about what was to come next, and I couldn't bear watching that. I was very confused and conflicted. I had to report this to my client, and I knew it was going to be very difficult and likely distressing for the wife. Her reaction and her feelings towards what happened will remain confidential. All I'll say is that my predictions were correct. It was incredibly distressing. I don't know anything about how he explained himself or what motive was behind him doing that. I've thought about it a lot. When I told one of my friends this story, well, she's into creepy online stuff, so you can thank her for me sharing this with you. This happened when I was a student. I had a part-time job in a restaurant. The restaurant closed each night at 3 a.m. I was living in a student city, and by that I mean there was no shortage of students looking for part-time work. I guess you could say I was lucky to have a job at all. One thing about living in such a city is that when it's Oban, everyone heads home. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Oban, so let me explain it quickly. Oban is an annual Buddhist event for commemorating one's ancestors. It's believed that each year during Oban, the ancestors' spirits return to this world in order to visit their relatives. It's mainly observed from August 13th to 16th. The Oban week in mid-August is one of Japan's 3 major holiday seasons. Pretty much all of the student workers were eager to either head home and see their families or simply have some time off for the Oban holidays. I was happy to keep working though. I needed that money. The working rotation would go like this. One full-time worker and 2 part-time workers would work most of the night shifts at the restaurant, and that was the same during Oban. The restaurant was in the middle of a row of houses. It was renovated property. That means the houses were detached and not next to the restaurant. That would have been pretty annoying for the residents if that was the case. The second floor of the restaurant wasn't used for customers. It was used as a storage room where we kept equipment and supplies. There were some odd things up there. I don't know if this stuff belonged to the owner of the store, but there were family photos and a Buddhist altar as well. I never liked going up there at night. When I was sent to get supplies, it really creeped me out. The following incident happened on the 13th of August last year. It was the night before Oban officially began, just into the early hours of the actual day. I'll never forget it. It had been a busy night. I was just about to finish my shift. I left the building to turn off the outdoor lighting in front of the restaurant. There was a motion sensor light above the door, so when a customer walked through, it made a ping-pong sound that alerted us workers. When I came back inside, I started to clean the floor in the kitchen, hoping we were done for the night. The other employees were back there in the kitchen with me, and they were cleaning down too. I heard the door sensor go off. I wondered if a customer had just walked through those doors, even though we were about to close. I called out a welcome as a kind of knee-jerk reaction. It was what we had to do every time a customer came through those doors. I went to look and see who was coming through. I was surprised to see that there was no one there. All the lights at the front of the store were off, and it was 3 a.m. now. We didn't usually have customers at that time of night. It was odd. The full-time employee came out from the back, and I looked over to him. He said, "Customer?" I walked back towards him in the kitchen and said, "No." Actually, I could tell he was thinking the same thoughts I was. Then why had we just heard the entrance chime? We looked at one another in silence for a few moments. Then we heard a loud noise coming from the back of the store. It sounded as if something very heavy had just dropped or slammed. Naturally, the last couple of events had creeped us out a bit. Someone was out there, messing with us. We went to look out back, but we didn't see anything out there either. There was no one at all. I guessed it might have been a stray cat knocking something off a high place outside. It had happened before, but this was Oban, and my head slowly started to fill itself with legends and ghost stories, the kind of stuff I had heard from a young age. The dead spirits returning. The logical part of my brain told me it was nothing but a coincidence, and I needed to hurry up and finish my shift. I was thinking a lot of things I can't really remember. It's been a year since this happened. We got fully cleaned down and got everything we needed to do done. Last year, I hadn't worked around this time because I went home to see my family. One of the part-time employees told me something like this happened the year before, too. I wondered if he was trying to purposely scare me or prank me. As we were chatting, I felt as if they were just about to tell me last year what happened, but they were interrupted by the sound of the sensor under the door ping-ponging again. This couldn't be real. This time I didn't say a welcome. I just looked over at the dark entrance. Once again, there was no one there. It was starting to get scary at this point. It was as if something was there, but we just couldn't see it. It almost made me feel like something was watching me, right out of the darkness outside. I didn't think my colleagues were pranking me anymore. I just wanted to leave and go home. Thankfully, I did, without any further spooky happenings going on. I worked the night shift a few times after that, and nothing similar ever happened again. Well, the sensor at the entrance did malfunction a couple of times, but I feel like what happened on Oban was a bit different. I guess it probably doesn't sound as creepy as it was, but in those moments in the dark, with something close by that we couldn't see, I was absolutely terrified. The story I'm going to share took place a little over 11 years ago. At the time, I was a nurse at one of our local hospitals and working primarily in the cardiology floor. I was a relatively new employee at this facility, so I was taking pretty much any shift I could get. A lot of my shifts were overnight shifts, or shifts that started in the late afternoon and went through the middle of the night because of this. At the time, I didn't really mind, but looking back on it now, I have no idea how I wasn't in bed by 10 p.m. every night like I am nowadays. There are probably 1,000 experiences I've had throughout my career that would make for an interesting story, but there's one that sticks out more than any of the others and still bothers me to this day. On the cardiac floors, we allowed different visitation rules than some of our other floors, due to the sometimes unexpected and catastrophic nature of the illnesses. It wouldn't be uncommon to have visitors get approved to stay a majority of the day or night. If a spouse had just experienced a heart attack, it was natural to have someone stay the entire night, even if they had been stabilized and moved to another floor. There was one particular patient who had their spouse with them for 2 or 3 days as they recovered and worked to get discharged and released home. They were both very nice people, especially my patient, who still remains one of the sweetest people I'd ever met. Her husband, who was nice enough even from the beginning, seemed to have something a little bit off. I remember the wide smile he would have when talking to me or my coworkers. At first, it seemed kind and inviting, but after holding a few minutes of conversation, it got kind of uncomfortable. Anyway, the first occurrence happened on the second night of the stay. I was working an overnight shift, and it was later in the evening. I was at the nurse's station when I saw the light flashing outside the patient's room. That alerted me that they had used the call button to request something. I made my way to the room and went in to check and see what was going on. When I got there, all the lights were off, but the TV was still on. The patient looked to be deep asleep. I was kind of confused. Maybe the patient had accidentally hit it in their sleep. Then I heard someone whisper, "Smells good," right into my ear. I jumped and kind of shrieked. I saw it was the patient's husband. He said, "Oh, it was just me playing a little joke and hiding in the bathroom." He stammered on further. "Yeah, sorry, your hair smells really good." I just kind of stood there in silence for a second and replied, please let me know if there's anything else then. If either of you need anything, just use the call button. If you guys actually need assistance though, not for any random thing." I left the room and went back to the nurse's station, which sat directly across from the bank of elevators. The location was very annoying, because the old elevators made a loud noise when they went up or down. A few hours had passed, and the elevator was making its oh-so-lovely sounds again. It dinged open to the doors on our floor. I looked around the desk, but no one was there. The doors closed, and the elevator went right back down. That was weird. Well, this happened 5 more times in a row. I decided finally to see who was messing around and calling or sending the elevator back and forth. I got into the elevator and went down to the second floor where the doors opened again. There was no one there. Being annoyed, tired, and confused at this point, I went back up to my floor to head back to my desk. When it got back up, the elevator had thankfully stopped its constant noise and movement. However, when I reached for my cup of water, I noticed a folded up piece of paper. I thought maybe it was something I had left there, maybe something I wrote down that I didn't want to forget to do or something. When I unfolded it though, it said, "For my favorite nurse." It was a small drawing of a rose or something. I set it down and looked around to see if anyone was there. I didn't see anyone outside of another nurse though, who was all the way at the other end of the hallway, coming out of a different room. Thankfully, I was able to keep myself busy for the rest of the night, and it was almost time for me to hand off my patients to the next shift. As I was finishing some paperwork, I felt a feeling like someone was behind me, or I was being watched very closely. I sat up in my chair and kind of looked around. I saw a head barely poking out of the doorway of a patient's room. Yeah, it was the smells good person from earlier in the night. As soon as he saw my gaze going that way, he popped his head back inside the doorway. I angled my chair so I could see that room, but it still looked like my head was facing my computer. Every so often, I would see a head pop out of the doorway, then dart back into the room. I tried to ignore it as best I could so I could finish my shift and go home and get some much-needed sleep. I did just that and returned to work the next day to find that patient from that room had indeed been discharged. I was getting my new assignments when one of my colleagues said, "I heard you made a new friend last night." I asked what they meant. She said, "One of your patients got discharged today. One of their family members were looking for you and asking for you, wanted to see if you were here. We told him you were gone and we didn't know when your next shift was." When we told them you weren't here, his face went from a smile to a frown and he just walked away. We figured you made a good impression or something. I just smiled at my coworker and went back to reviewing some charts. I will say that things always seem a little more unnerving on the night shift. I've always wondered if that's our subconscious at work or if weird things really do occur more at night. This is the first time I'm trying to share this story, other than with the police the night of the incident. I guess you could technically argue I have no real reason to be as freaked out as I am, since nothing really happened to me, but mentally I'm still scarred. The terror I felt in that moment is something that still shakes me to my very core. I used to work for a service that would go to various businesses and clean, mop, and wax the floors. As you may expect, this type of work may be tough when there are workers or customers walking around. Because of that, the company works in the middle of the night so as to not disturb any of the businesses. I personally only work for this company once a week for some extra money. I was saving for a house with my soon-to-be wife. The business was great, but getting help was not. It got to a point where the owner would send all of us to different business locations to basically work alone. That was unless it was a big business or a hospital or something that you couldn't reasonably be expected to do by yourself. This specific night I was alone, which I really didn't mind all that much. I put my headphones in and got to work on the floors. It was really mindless work, which was great for me because that made it easy money. The town where I lived, there's a small grocery store that's popular amongst the locals. This store is one of our clients. I would usually tackle this entire store by myself about once a month or so. The night started just like every other night. I started with my sweep and then got ready to mop the floors with the machinery. Every so often when doing the floors, you have to go back and empty the machine, which is filled with water. While I was draining the hose, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye moving around on the sales floor. I knew nobody was supposed to be in the store right now, so I figured my mind must just be playing tricks on me. Maybe my boss had showed up or something. Neither of those were that unlikely. I paused my music and took my headphones out for a minute. I set my phone and headphones on the counter next to where I was disposing of the water. I slowly walked back out there and walked around for a minute to see if I could see anything. I walked to the front end of the store, and just as I was getting ready to head back to the floor machine, I heard voices. I froze in place for a moment, trying to process what was going on here. Then, seconds later, I realized that these were not voices I was supposed to be hearing. Without thinking, I jumped into one of those little cashier's nooks and stayed hidden. There were at least 2 men that I could hear. They were arguing about something, just bickering back and forth. One of the voices sounded like an older, perhaps middle-aged man. The other voice I heard was definitely that of a younger man, maybe in his 20s or so. I stayed in that cashier's nook, laying in a fetal position, just hoping that whatever was happening was not that serious. The men sounded like they were standing nearby to the cash register I was hiding behind. The older man said to the younger man, "Okay, you got the information? Let's get it and get out of here." I heard them walking away, and that's when I grabbed my first glimpse of the intruders. I was able to confirm it was indeed just 2 men. One of them was freakishly large, and the other man was what you probably may consider to be average size. They were at the customer desk, trying to open what I assumed was a safe or small vault of some kind. At least from where I was, it looked like a safe of some sort. The younger guy was trying to crack it open, while the older guy was harassing him, saying things like, "Hurry up or I'll knock you out." Even crazier and equally disturbing threats. And that's when I noticed the most scary thing. Both these men had loaded weapons, like real actual guns. They both had several weapons in their waistband, in fact. I didn't dare test these men to see if they knew how to use them. My first instinct was to call the police, but my phone was still in the back with the floor machine. I decided the best and most efficient course of action was to stay hidden. If I hid, hopefully this horrifying event would be over soon. I didn't have my phone or watch, so I didn't know how long I was hiding there. It felt like I had to have been there for more than 10 minutes. That's when I heard the bigger guy yell out, "You idiot!" I heard both men running out of the building. I slowly peeked over the ledge and didn't see anybody. I stayed hidden for a few minutes until I was sure I was alone. I finally got up and ran towards the back where I'd left my phone. I immediately called the authorities and my boss. Before I knew it, a middle-aged man was standing in the doorway with a police officer. A brief mix-up ensued as the middle-aged man assumed I was the one trying to rob the store. This middle-aged man was the owner, who got a call from the security company who monitors it. Somehow, the intruders had tripped the alarm when leaving, but not when entering. When the police and owners showed up, I guess I looked pretty guilty. Thankfully, it only took a few moments to clear my name, and I was able to give my side of the story. As far as I know, they never caught those guys. At least, I've never heard so from my boss, or anybody else that the robbers were caught. If I Google the incident, it doesn't even really come up, leading me to believe that the investigation just kind of ended or never really got solved. This was a horrible night for me. I assume those men had some familiarity with the store, since they knew exactly what they were doing. If you ever find yourself in a situation like this, sometimes the best thing to do is just stay quiet and stay hidden. Your life is way more important than being a hero. This happened pretty recently, and because of it, I'll be quitting my job at the end of this month. My current job is to deliver papers to homes in the mountains, basically in the middle of nowhere. It's pretty tough because I start work at midnight in order to get all of my deliveries done, and it doesn't exactly pay well either. Still though, it's good to be having any work, especially when you're young. You have your own money and it's nice. Right. Anyway, like I said, I start at midnight, and I don't finish until the sun starts coming up. Sometimes, in the darker months, the sun doesn't come up at all. Being out in the mountains alone at night can be pretty spooky, as I'm sure you might imagine. I want to share this recent scary experience with you. This happened in winter. I had gotten used to the rhythm of deliveries by that point. It was around winter that the newspaper company I worked for was trying to expand their business. This would mean there would be more work for me. I was excited to earn a bit more money, but over time it became more and more time-consuming. Basically, a subscription would come in and then it would be down to me to deliver it to the customer. So I'm usually riding my bike around with a big map because signal is a no-go in the mountains. I don't mean a pushback, by the way. I mean a really low-quality motorbike, low CCs. The people who buy these subscriptions have the amazing ability to be unfindable somehow. It was never a straightforward task to find their homes. I had one of those subscription jobs on that winter night. I knew the address, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy. There were a few roads through forest areas, and even worse was the fact that some of the roads were very narrow. I could barely even fit my bike along them. I set off and rode my bike right up to the point where the narrow roads began. Since it was winter, I figured it would be safer to just park my bike and deliver the subscription on foot. There was a footpath after all. There was a post box at the end of the customer's driveway. It was a short distance away from the house. I started down the sloped road towards the post box, and then I froze in my tracks. I could hear the sound of a dog barking. No, not just one dog. It sounded like there were at least two. I thought not much of it and approached the post box with the subscription in hand. It was still pretty much pitch black out despite it being early morning. As I approached, I noticed the light go on at the front door. There was an old lady stood outside on the porch. Seeing her gave me a real fright. I thought to myself, wow, someone's super eager for the morning paper. I figured that since she was out, I could literally just put the subscription in her hand, so I approached her. I stopped when she started yelling at me. "It's right here. I'm delivering the newspaper and your subscription." The boss made us wear a uniform, and we had to wear an ID card around our neck as well. Some customers, especially ones like this who live in remote areas, can be real skeptical of people they don't know. You know, stranger danger and all that. I raised my ID badge, as I assumed she could see me pretty well. "You expect me to believe that's proof?" she screamed at me. I could see the dogs now, especially the whites of their teeth, as they bared them at me and snarled. The old woman then pulled out a pair of long gardening shears from behind her back and pointed them at me. I instinctively backed away. I just tried to remain as calm as possible. I was wondering if this woman was suffering some kind of disease, maybe something like dementia. If she came at me with those long scissors, I planned on kicking her in the abdomen. I practiced full contact karate. However, she was an old lady, and I didn't know if that would really hurt her badly. I hoped it really wouldn't come to that. I just told her, "Well, okay then, I'll just leave this here and be on my way." With that, I turned to leave. I didn't get paid enough to deal with this bullshit. I upped my pace. The old lady was still shouting at me from behind. It sounded as if she was getting really riled up. The dogs were really barking at me now. I turned around to look over my shoulder, and I saw her let go of their leashes. She was walking towards me, slashing at the air with her scissors. She wasn't making any sense at all. I couldn't make out a single word she was shouting at me. It was time to run now. I raced up the hill as I heard the dogs chasing behind me. I couldn't believe it. She'd literally released the hounds on me. I ran up the hill as fast as I could. I needed to get back to my motorbike. I got back on my bike, kicked out the stand, and hopped on. I started the engine and had a quick look behind me. I saw the tips of the dogs' heads coming up the slope. I pulled away without looking back again. It was really scary, to be honest. I think myself incredibly lucky to get out of there without any injuries at all. I mean, it would be a much different story if I had a push bike. Those dogs wanting to bite me. I could tell the old woman looked as if she would have joined in too. I imagined her plunging those large gardening scissors into my gut. I shudder at the thought now. After I delivered the rest of my newspapers and subscriptions, I spoke with my boss and told him about my close call. He decided he would make contact with the customer and see what was going on. I could already imagine him taking the side of the customer immediately. That was just the kind of guy he was. When he checked, however, he found the customer's phone number was no longer in use. He decided to go out there himself and speak to the customer in person. I told him to watch out for the dogs. He said he would let me know how it went when I came back to work the next time. I spoke to him the next day, and he told me he did go out there to meet the customer. He found nothing but an abandoned house, though. He then made contact with the subscription company to find out why someone would want to send a subscription to an empty home. It was at this point we learned the subscription company had fudged the numbers to make our company take their business. They wanted it to look like they had more customers than they actually did. That meant they gave out a couple of random addresses for abandoned homes. That's stupid. So who the hell was that woman with the dogs then? I have no idea. When I think back to how hate-filled her face was, it just gives me the shivers, hence my resignation from the newspaper company. Anyway, I'm still working till the end of the month, so I hope I don't get sent anywhere near the scissor woman's house. I only have a couple of days left of work. I'm sure it will be fine. Back when I was a student at college, I used to work part-time. I picked up a night shift at a local bar, and I really enjoyed working there. On the night that this took place, an older gentleman was already drinking in the bar when I came in to start my night shift. As soon as he saw me stood behind the counter, he got up from his seat and came over to the bar with a smile on his face. When he approached the bar, he struck up a conversation with me. I knew this guy quite well. He was a regular and very quiet. He was usually very nice. We had spoken a few times before, and he was alright in my books. Now, I have to say that the content from here on in is somewhat incoherent. If you don't understand what this guy said, then you'll be feeling the exact same as I did at the time. The old man approached me and randomly said the following: "From now on, it's China's time. You'll see to whatever's left, won't you?" He reached out his hands, both of them, and I in return offered my hands out to him as we joined hands in a sort of strange double handshake. He was smiling so hard it was hard to refuse. To be honest, I don't really like hand touching. I don't know why, it just kinda makes me feel all clammy. I let him know because he seemed to be really enjoying himself. My manager would always say, if they go home smiling, then you've done a really good job. The old man had a big old smile on his face. It looked like he'd probably bought more than a couple of drinks, so for the sake of my job, I endured this. I smiled along and thought to myself, oh great, this guy's so drunk. I glanced over at the table he had come from and noticed something. He had a beer there and some kind of side snack dish. That wasn't unusual, to be honest. What was slightly unusual was the fact that neither of them looked touched or opened. I guess that he wasn't hungry. To be honest, I couldn't really care less as long as he was buying. I was just starting my shift anyway. Shortly after we spoke, the old man headed out the door, and I thought nothing more of it. In the early hours of the morning, my manager at the bar received a call. It was the police calling. Apparently, they had found a body. They had multiple questions. The old man had been found dead. He was lying in a street near an intersection, just a small ways away from our bar. Apparently, he was found quite quickly and taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do for him. He was pronounced dead immediately. His death was apparently somewhat suspicious, and that's why my manager was being contacted. It was evident the man had been struck on the head by something or someone. The old man had receipts in his wallet from our bar. Naturally, the police thought our place would be a good starting point to make their inquiry. The officer asked the manager if he had noticed anything strange about the old man's demeanor, or if he acted differently at all. The manager answered no. I guess he wasn't paying the old man much attention, or didn't speak to him all that much that night. It transpired that the old man had suffered a head injury before he came to the bar. He then interacted with everyone and collapsed soon after he left. That's why he'd been behaving so strangely. I wondered to myself, so when the old man said, "You'll see whatever's left, won't you?" did that mean something? The way he smiled will always stay with me. Did he know? Did he know he was going to die? Maybe he knew he had a head injury and was trying to get help in the only way he could. Or maybe he knew there wasn't much time left for him. Maybe he wanted to go to a place that made him happy. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but those words he said will always stay with me. We were able to notify his next of kin. It's a really good thing we were asked, because he was sort of an enigma in town. Apparently, not that many people knew him. Hopefully, I succeeded with his request in that respect. We toasted his memory on the following night shift, and that was that. This is my sister's friend's story. I found it pretty creepy, so I figured you guys would too. My sister works as a nurse. When she was a student, she was sent to various hospitals to work with other nurses. This was the same for all her other student friends. My sister heard this story when she met up with one of her close friends. She said that even though they were sat in a warm coffee shop when she heard this, she still had chills race up her spine. So, the hospital that my sister's close friend worked at was in a rural location. It wasn't your typical busy hospital. It didn't have that many patients. She was working the night shift on the night this took place, doing her rounds and checking on the patients as usual. There were only a few patients in her ward. They say those long, dark hospital hallways can be quite eerie in the dead of night. My sister and her friend tell me you get used to that kind of thing after a while, though. I don't know if I ever could. I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. After doing her rounds, she headed back to the nurse's station to see how her colleagues on the night shift were hanging. She was there updating some of her paperwork and chatting when she heard an alert. When a nurse call button is pressed, it sends an alert to the nurse's station. A patient needed some attention. There was one problem, though. The room in which the nurse call had come from was apparently a vacant room that had been empty ever since the patient had passed away in it last week. "Is this a prank?" one of her colleagues asked. "Well, someone pressed the call button, so I guess I better go check it," she replied. She was a little bit scared, of course, but since she was a student nurse, she thought she would show some initiative rather than just be told to do it. She was the youngest and got bossed around the most, so off she went to investigate this call from the empty room. Her heart was pounding in her chest as she walked down that hallway. She had always been terrified by the thought of the paranormal. She went down to the corner room in which the call had come from. She opened the door and stepped inside that dark, unused hospital room. There was no one in there. It was just an empty room as far as she could see. Maybe it was just a malfunction. A ghost in the machine, so to say. It was hard to say what it was. She guessed it could have been a prank, too. Maybe some bored patient started scampering around the ward, then quickly ran back to bed. Maybe the button was broken. It could have been a large number of things. She turned to leave the room and put her hand against the door to push it open. Only it wouldn't budge. It was now locked. How on earth? She began to panic. She started beating her hands against that door with all her strength. Her logical thoughts had gone out the window. Now she was thinking of the paranormal. She knew the call could only come when a button was directly pressed. Something called her into that hospital room, and now that same something didn't want her to leave. One of her colleagues came rushing over to the room she was trapped in and opened it from the outside. My sister's friend was an absolute mess. She was completely petrified. She said she didn't feel alone in that room, like something was hiding in the shadows with her. Hospitals can be pretty scary places when you think about all that goes on in there. I mean, there must be some residual energy trapped in some of the rooms. She requested a transfer to a different hospital after that frightening experience. I wonder what it must have felt like to be trapped in that dark room and unable to get out. Last year, I moved to another city after finishing high school. I assessed several college options and decided on one that would have me move roughly 3 hours away. I found an apartment where I was able to live without roommates, and that was in a safe part of town with a reasonable rent as well. It was close to some attractions in the city too, which was an added bonus to me, as it would allow me to have a reasonable social life. For the first 4 months or so, it was actually really great. There were absolutely no problems or safety concerns of any sort. I managed to become good friends with a guy who studied at the same college as me. It just so happened that he lived around 5 minutes away from me, so we would often hang out at each other's places. One night, just as winter started, he called me over to play video games and hang out. We had a pretty chill night, drank a few beers, and had a good few laughs. We enjoyed ourselves quite a bit. At around 1 a.m., we decided to call it a wrap for the night, and I headed home to my apartment. When I got back home, I decided to head out on the balcony for a moment that overlooked the entrance of my building. I wanted to have a cigarette and take in the scenery. I vividly remember looking all around and not seeing anybody out and about. It was a cold winter night and it wasn't the weekend, so understandably everybody was probably at home. Beside the usual car or two passing by, it was dead silent. Once I finished my cigarette, I decided to call it a night myself and got ready for bed. I was understandably confused when I suddenly heard a short ring on my doorbell. I stood in the center of my room for a good few seconds in confusion. A little bit of fear set in. I snapped out of it though and decided to tiptoe over to my door and try and see if anyone was outside. My immediate thought was that my friend must have come over to drop something off. Maybe I'd forgotten something. But then, after a bit more thinking, I thought to myself, surely he would have texted me or called me then. I listened out for about half a minute or so, when the person once again rang the doorbell and softly knocked a few times. I was completely still and didn't want to make a sound so I wouldn't give away the fact I was at the door. I heard the stranger pacing around outside for a few seconds before he stopped in front of the door again. I waited to hear any sort of noise, but it was quiet. That was when I decided to look through the peephole to see that hopefully he would have left. I picked up the lid cover of the peephole and took a look out. My legs pretty much went numb as I saw a hooded figure standing outside, looking straight into the peephole. He was holding the zipper of his hoodie so as to cover his entire face. All I could really make out was his forehead. He must have either heard me lift the cover or heard my heavy breathing, because right away he moved from the peephole and called out to me. "I know you're there at the door." By this point, I was pretty much shivering in fear, but I mustered up the courage to say I was calling the cops. He just laughed at me. "Ha, sure thing, big guy." He proceeded to wipe away the door handle with his sleeve before walking off. I understandably called the police, and when they came over, they informed me that I wasn't the only one this had happened to. He'd been doing this for at least a month, and they suspected him of at least one home invasion, where thankfully the father had chased him out of the house. I crashed at my friend's house for around a week or so after this, before going back to my own place. It's been a year since then, and I've never heard any further news about him. He could have been arrested by now, but as far as I know, he hasn't. I find it more likely he simply moved on to a different area. I'm not sure if he had any violent intention or not, but either way, I hope I don't ever encounter him again. This happened about 10 years ago, when I was on summer break. I was 15 years old. I grew up in a very run-of-the-mill, middle-class neighborhood in San Antonio. Our house sat on a corner, and the fence around the backyard had horizontal wooden beams that almost made an X, as opposed to a vertical fence post that I'm more familiar with. Because of this, there were larger gaps in between the beams, and peeking through was fairly easy. Another detail worth noting, our back gate on the side of the house near the road had been wide open many mornings. Because of this, my dad had looped some wire through the latch and twisted it like a bread tie to keep it engaged. We'd close it every time, but somehow it still kept ending up open. In the backyard, there was a large deck and an above-ground pool that the deck was built up to on one end. A huge, beautiful oak tree shaded the deck and part of the pool closest to the house, so my sister and I would anchor our feet at the farthest edge and sunbathe on our floats. This happened on a Sunday. My grandfather was visiting, and he and my parents were inside napping. My older sister was gone with her friends to a different pool, and I decided to go float about in the backyard. My mom closed the blinds to the back and habitually locked the back door before laying down on the couch to snooze. As I was in the pool for about 20 minutes, I noticed that someone was standing on the other side of the fence, peeking in. The sun was shining in my face, so I couldn't see him that well. I did find it quite weird, but I didn't say anything. I saw the person walk off, and I didn't think that much about it. Minutes passed by, and I decided to actually swim around a bit and cool off, then get back on the float. This time on my stomach, though, with my face looking up at the house instead of towards the fence. It felt like just a minute had passed by when I heard the sudden sound of wood creaking. I turned around, only to see a man now halfway over my back fence, about 15 feet away from me. Once he hit the ground, part of me was in shock. I froze for a moment before sheer terror and panic took over. This is not a dream. This was really happening, and I needed to get back inside right now. I felt as though that small pool had become Olympic-sized. I couldn't get to the edge and climb out fast enough. By the time I made it out of the pool and started running to the back door, the man had already made his way around it and was up on the deck coming towards me. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, pretty thin and around my height, 5'9". He was just walking with purpose the entire time and never spoke a single word. I got to the back door only to find it locked. I started screaming for them to let me in and pounding on the door. At least my mom was right there to unlock it, but those 30 seconds felt like 10 minutes. When my mom finally opened the door, the man was just standing right behind me with this blank look in his eyes. I was crying, my grandpa was freaking out, and the man was just standing there looking inside at me. My dad ran downstairs and went crazy, screaming at the man and pushing him, telling him to get the hell out of here. My mom was on the phone with the police at this point, and the next moment makes the whole thing 10 times creepier. The man turned around, walked around the house over to our back gate, which had the wire in the latch, mind you, and untwisted it. He pushed through, leaving the gate wide open, as it normally was. He walked back across the street and went into our neighbor's house. The police arrived soon after. It turned out the man had been staying with his sister for the past 8 weeks and was on parole/recently released from jail. Theft and assault charges, I believe. He had broken into a different neighbor's home and stolen some china and a few of their family photos. He went back to jail soon after, and we never found the back gate left open again. I still get chills thinking about this, because my sister and I both had our bedrooms downstairs, with our windows facing the backyard. I just know he was coming in there and watching us at night. My parents moved out of this home a few years later when I went to college, but I slept upstairs on a pull-out couch for months after this, and I'll never live on the ground floor again, if I can help it. My name is Ben, and I live in Australia. In the southeast of Australia lies the state of Victoria, and in that state lies the High Country, an extremely vast and remote expanse of alpine mountains and valleys that's largely only accessible by 4-wheel drive and takes days to get in and out of. And the place is popular with 4-wheel drivers, deer hunters, and hikers as well. We 4WD, and this was the destination chosen to go camping for a few days with my partner Jess and I. Some time away from the world beyond the reach of mobile phones. The 4WD was loaded up, lists double-checked, vehicle maintenance done, fuel loaded onto the roof racks, the police station closest to our destination notified of our trip, and off we went. We were headed to a place called the Wanangata Valley, a remote valley deep in the high country. A huge amphitheater-type valley, with alpine mountains rising high in every direction, and a river running along the valley floor. Towards the end of the first full day of driving, we finally made our way down the last track for the day, skirting the ridge and arriving at the valley floor. just as the sun dipped below the mountains. We found a secluded spot to pitch our tent, nested in amongst the trees by the riverbank. It was a midweek and off-season, so we were the only ones there that we knew of. After setting up camp and having a meal by the fire as the sun went down, we snuggled up together in our sleeping bags and in short order decided to hit the hay. At some point in the night, though, I awoke to a loud noise outside. I wasn't sure what I was hearing, so from the inside of our tent I listened. I didn't hear anything else. I thought I must have been going mad. No sooner than I'd thought that, though, I heard another noise. It sounded like something falling off our camp table and hitting the ground. I put it down to possums or wombats messing about, common in the area, and nothing to worry about. I should have packed up after dinner, I thought, and simply went back to sleep. Sunrise came and we slowly woke up. Needing to pee, I opened the tent and jumped out. Looking around, though, something came over me, a chill. It was not the way we'd left it. Instead of seeing two chairs together by the fire where we'd been sitting, one of them was by the table, and on the table was a loaf of bread I swore I'd packed away the night before. I walked over to the table to inspect. A half-eaten piece of bread was sitting right there, with a very obvious chomp mark taken out of it. I flung the tent open. "Were you up before me? Did you have some bread?" "No," was the answer. Jess and I got up together and went through all of our stuff. Nothing seemed to be missing. As we went to check the vehicle, I noticed footprints. There were a bunch of them around the front of the car where the hood was. Most of the camp was covered with grass. This was one of the only few spots that was just dirt. Had someone tried to open it? There were very distinct footprints, not mine or my partner's. Maybe they'd already been there before we got there. These camping spots are used intermittently, and obviously we weren't looking at the ground when we arrived the night before, with the sun setting and all. I don't think either of us wanted to actually admit what we were both thinking, that someone had been creeping about our campsite in the night, far from civilization. We discussed if a possum could have made the bite marks, and argued about if one of us had left the bread out on accident. We eventually discussed moving on and camping somewhere else instead. After much deliberation, though, we decided to stay. I had the rifle in the vehicle, and I guess that gave me an overinflated sense of safety. In hindsight, it was a very poor choice. As the day rolled on and the sun shining and nothing eventful happening, I decided to walk across the valley floor, about 800 meters to an old ruin of an isolated homestead, probably built by settlers who ran cattle in the valley some hundreds of years ago. Steeped in mystery, really. There's an old unsolved murder from 1917 that always captivates people too. I read the plaque, took some photos, and started wandering back to camp. As I neared the halfway mark back, I noticed Jess was walking across the field towards me. Must have gotten bored, I thought. As she approached, though, it was clear she was in a panic. Immediately, she started telling me how she went down to the riverbank to wash the pots and pans, when, as she looked up, she saw someone over on the other side of the river, watching her from deep in the bush. I had no reason whatsoever not to believe her. I asked about what he looked like, and got told an old man, 70 or thereabouts, scraggly looking and in old tattered clothes. Apparently, the second he'd noticed she'd noticed him. He got up and walked away, disappearing into the impenetrable brush. I couldn't comprehend it. How was anyone out here without a four-wheel drive or a dirt bike? And how would anyone get to that side of the bank without first crossing over from our side? There's days worth of damn near impossible to walk through foliage on the other side just to get to where my partner saw him. We decided to jump in the vehicle and drive along the length of the alley, checking the dozen or so riverside camping spots as we went. I wanted to spot a camp, have my partner ID the guy, and make sure he wasn't creeping, our theory being that he may have been a hunter. After making our way up and down the valley and not seeing anything though, We drove back to camp at a loss to explain anything. As the sun started to set, and with my partner and I quite shaken now, I grabbed the rifle and sat it next to us as we cooked dinner and chatted, having drinks to settle the nerves. We talked a bit and settled into a good foot warming in front of the fire. At some point, Jess needed to go to the toilet. I was asked to come with her to the spot behind a tree where we'd placed the portable toilet. Considering everything that had gone on, it was a no-brainer. Jess did her business and we turned around and came around the side of the tree. That's when we saw him, standing in our camp about a meter from the rifle I had sitting against the table, was an old man. Jess squeezed my arm so hard I thought it was going to come off. Everything about her body language screamed, "This is him." As we got closer, I could make out some more odd things about him. He had part of a deer antler in his hand that looked like he'd been whittling away at it, and what looked like antler pieces carved to plug large holes in his ears. Same goes for the bone-looking buttons on his ratty old coat. He wore leather shoes that looked homemade. "Good day," he said. "Fuck me, mate, you gave us a fucking heart attack," I said. "Where have you come from? Everything all right?" "Just over yonder. You lot aren't hunting anything around here, are you?" He looked directly at the rifle. "We might be. Why?" "Oh, there's no hunting around here. Not enough deer as it is." "Well, we hadn't decided on it. Probably packing up soon anyway." I edged my way towards the rifle. "I should put this away. I didn't mean to spook you," I said, looking for an excuse to grab it up in my hands. "It's all good. Things like that don't spook me." I picked up the rifle by the barrel and held it like a walking stick in an attempt to be non-confrontational. "No offense, but you really caught us by surprise there. You gotta be the only person we've seen since we got here." "Yeah, I saw you come in last night. I've been coming up here for 40 years. Beautiful spot, isn't it? Takes a bit to get down into the valley, eh?" "Yeah, man, look, no offense, but we're gonna hit the sack soon. Do you need a lift back or something?" "No, all good. Just out for a wander before I tuck in for the night. I saw the fire and thought I'd say hello. Anyway, I'd better be on my way." With that, he turned around and walked off into the dark, no torch in hand. That was officially enough to spook us beyond any ability to calm down. We decided to pack up in the dark and head out, even if driving in the dark was monumentally stupid in this part of the high country. We got in and drove out, taking us along the valley floor. We didn't see a single fire, camp, vehicle, nothing. We kept on driving. Halfway home, Jess, bored from the drive, flipped on the camera. The memory card was missing. After getting home and telling a few people what happened, my friend's dad, an avid bushman himself, was the one to officially freak us the hell out. "Oh, you met the Button Man." "The what now?" I said. "The Button Man. He's an old bushman who goes out into the high country for months at a time, hunts with a spear, appears out of nowhere. He loves scaring people, has these buttons made out of bone. There's a lot of people that go missing up that way. The cops keep looking, but they can't find a single trace. Campers, hikers, one camp was found burnt to the ground and the car left abandoned. Can't find any evidence at all." A quick Google search after confirmed it to my surprise. The missing people, the Button Man, the lack of evidence. Police set out into the bush and found his camp, spoke with the man too, but found nothing else to go on. During my research, I found out that not only is he very real, dozens have met him. He always appears out of nowhere at their camp, but as for his connection to any of the missing people, only he can know. We don't camp that valley anymore. Hell, we don't camp that side of the high country anymore. Anyway, that's our story of how we met the Button Man. Let me first say that this story is a little bit depressing, and it makes me feel sad writing it down. But that doesn't change the fact that this was one of the most frightening nights of my entire life. My father passed away when I was 4 or 5 years old, and my mom met David when I was 10. He ended up adopting me several years later. Even though he wasn't my real father, he raised me as though I was his own daughter, and I loved him like he was my real dad. You know what? Scratch that. I hate that phrase, real dad. Because he wasn't like a real father. He was my father. He was a great man and treated my mother and I like we were the most important things in the world. Unfortunately, a few months back, David passed away. He got sick very suddenly and died not long after. It was a sad event, and it hit my mom especially hard. He was old, but it didn't hurt any less. My elderly mother was already declining in her health, and we were worried this may be the final straw that broke her back. A few nights after the funeral, my mom began to call me in the middle of the night. Every time I thought, oh no, and figured the worst. It was bad, but not that type of bad. She was absolutely terrified. 2 nights in a row, she called me and claimed that somebody was in her house, and she could hear them moving around. She was incredibly scared. My husband and I felt horrible on both days we went over and searched the entire house, only to find nothing out of place. It didn't look like anybody broke in, nothing was stolen, and we triple-checked that everything was locked up tight. On the 3rd day, my mom finally begged me to stay overnight. This was so if the intruder showed up again, I could witness and either stop them or call the police or something. Honestly, I just thought my mom was really tired and dreaming, and thinking her dreams are real or something. At some point during the night, I thought that I heard someone or something coming from the dining room. It was pretty jarring, because it was clearly a voice. For a single second, I thought my mom might be right, and there really were people breaking into the home. I slowly got off the couch and started to head towards this noise. I ruled out ghosts immediately, because I'm not really into any of that. I started to think that maybe it was someone homeless or something, and they were squatting inside an elderly person's home. All these ideas were running through my head a million miles an hour as I was drawing closer to the noise. When I was only 1 room away, I could hear the voice more clearly. It was my mom. I stopped sneaking at that point and walked into the dining room. My mom was sitting at the head of the table, having a full-blown conversation with nobody. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. Her eyes were wide open, but they were almost glazed over. She was awake and asleep at the same time. She never looked in my direction, but she seemed to know that I walked in. In a cheerful voice, she said, "Hello, dear. I'm just enjoying some time with David." I looked over, and the chair next to her was slightly pulled out, like my mom had pulled it out for someone to sit in. I got closer to her, and when I saw her eyes, they were even more disturbing. It was like I could only see the white parts of them. Mix that with her eerie smile and talking in the moment, and it was incredibly creepy. I gently tried to remind my mother that David had passed away. She just laughed and waved her hand in my face. "You're so silly. David's sitting right there." I was at a loss for words. I didn't know the correct way to handle this. Do I just make my grieving and elderly mother happy and let her think she's talking to her dead husband? Or do I try to wrangle her way back to reality and crush her with heartbreak? She grabbed my hand, still not looking in my direction or changing her facial features in any way. "You can leave now, sweetie. I don't know why I was so scared. It was just David cleaning the house that I heard last night. It was just David." I remember word for word. She just kept repeating that last part. Her sleep-talking devolved into gibberish. Then, every once in a while, I would hear the name David slip out of her mouth. I didn't realize until that night just how hard my mother took the loss and how fragile her mind had become. When I tried to move, my mother snapped and growled at me like she was a wild animal. Don't touch me! I'm talking to him! I called my husband, and he met me over there. We decided to call 911 because we didn't know what else to do. They tried to take her to the hospital, but she became extremely hostile and violent. Not because we were taking her from her home, mind you, but because we were taking her from David. She kept saying she wasn't allowed to leave because David wanted her there. The mind can truly conjure up anything when it's hurting. My mother passed away not long after that night, God rest her soul. She never came back to herself after that night. Her half-opened eyes and sleepwalking appearance never went away. The doctors told me she had some type of nervous breakdown, and due to her age, she could no longer separate reality from her mind. It really is so sad. When my biological father passed away, my mom was a wreck, but buried those emotions to raise me. David saved her in so many ways, so when she lost him, it was like she lost everything in that moment. I'm sorry if this story was a bit of a downer, but I'll never forget how my mother was acting that night. I'm a skeptical person myself, but a part of me almost believes that David really was there with her. It's creepy. The mind is an insane tool. Even just my mom thinking the man was sitting with her freaks me out a little bit. Take care of yourself, folks, and tell your loved ones you love them any chance you get. I think the word toxic is actually toxic. We throw the word around like it's some sort of frisbee. One topic that's always got brought up in that toxic conversation is toxic exes. How exes are terrible. Not all exes are bad, mind you, but the ones that are, I truly think encompass the word toxic. You see, I was engaged a few years ago, and it ended very poorly. My fiance got a job about 100 miles from our hometown, so I moved with her and started a life there. I didn't have friends or family or anyone to turn to when we broke up, and because of the job I'd started, I decided not to head home just yet. It's not important how things ended, but they did end very poorly. She begged me to come back at the end, but I couldn't put myself through all of that all over again. Not right after the breakup. She kept the house, and I found a small one-bedroom apartment. I just hoped I would be able to meet some new friends, which I'm really bad at, by the way. A few weeks after we'd broken up, I was sitting in the apartment sulking, which was my favorite hobby around that time. The apartment was on the first floor of the building, which was really like the half-basement, if that makes any sense. My windows were at level 1. It was just my head that was above ground. The rest of the apartment was below it. I had a lovely view of absolutely nothing to help me cope with my crippling depression at the time. One night, while I was just sort of being a bum, my power went out. We were having a pretty bad storm. The last time we'd had a storm like this, the power had gone out for several hours. I knew I couldn't just sit there in silence, and since it was getting late, I couldn't really go anywhere anyway, even though I probably wouldn't have if I could. I lit up a few candles that I had, and sat at my table. It was a small table that only fit 2 chairs. I loved to draw and color in high school, and I had some talent before I gave it up. This was the perfect opportunity for me to draw and just sort of get lost in something that I used to love. While I was drawing, trying to get my mind off the events going on in my life, I heard something. It was a loud noise that sounded close by. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see everywhere in my apartment, other than the little area I was sitting in with the candles. I slowly walked over to where I heard the noise. Lying at my window outside was what looked to be some sort of figure. I jumped back because I was scared. I knew this was a crazy idea. No one would break into this apartment. They would have to get on their stomach and practically crawl inside. Not to mention, hardly anyone in town even knows who I am. I went back to the small table and blew the candles out. I wanted to use the darkness to my advantage and be able to see out the window better. I didn't know for sure what I was seeing at this point, and it's possible it could have just been a skunk or something trying to escape the storm. I just didn't know. I went back over to the window, and I could see it clearly now. This was no animal, and it was not my imagination either. Lying against the ground, trying to open the window, was a person dressed in all black clothes. I freaked out. I didn't know what to do. The obvious answer was to call the police or the authorities or whoever, but I don't know why. In the heat of the moment, that just didn't cross my mind. The only person I really knew was my ex-fiance. I decided to give in to my fear and loneliness and call her for help. Right as I pressed call, though, a light could be seen shining out through the window, and a brief melody of a ringtone could be heard. The call went right to voicemail after that. Knowing what was most likely happening, I decided to call right back and see if it was just a coincidence. Sure enough, the light and ringtone went off for a split second before the intruder outside shut it off. It was my ex, trying to break into my apartment. Why at this hour in this weather? Her intentions were clearly sinister. I started to yell, but she kept trying to break in through the window. Thankfully, it remained locked, and I called the police. As soon as she heard me on the phone, I saw her get up and run off. I told the cops everything when they arrived. They actually didn't believe me right away. They looked almost annoyed, like I was bothering them with this. But when they looked out the window, they could see the spot in the dirt where someone had been laying down, and there were clearly signs of forced entry. They finally agreed to follow up and see where my ex was. When the cops went and questioned her, of course she seemed to deny everything, which didn't really surprise me. She said that she had been with her new boyfriend and that I needed to move on. The guy also vouched for her. He said that she was at the house the entire night with him. Either this guy was in on it, or she was already manipulating him. I caught her out for being a liar, and I was the one who was branded a liar and crazy ex at the end of it. When I brought up that I'd called her twice and both times the phone lit up, she said her phone was broken, so it couldn't have been her. That was it for me. I couldn't live in this town anymore. Now that I didn't feel safe being here, I paid an early termination fee for my lease and moved away to stay with my family until I got back on my feet. I've never heard from her again, and I'm so thankful for that. My life is much better without that toxic human being ruining it. It was winter break freshman year of college. I drove up to visit one of my friends in northwestern Pennsylvania for New Year's. I needed to be back home the next day for work, so I decided to drive back at around 2 a.m. in the morning. I was driving down Interstate 79. For anyone reading this from Pennsylvania, it was Grove City where this event took place. I saw maybe 2 cars in that entire 60-mile span. I came up around a bend and saw what looked like a black bear in my lane. I swerved and went off the road. I crashed into the tree line next to the highway. I was in the middle of nowhere now, and the bear just booked it off into the woods. My car was completely totaled, and I knew I wasn't going to be seeing anyone around for hours to help me out. I called 911, and they said they would be there in around 30 minutes. I got out of the car and stood on the shoulder of the highway to wait. After about 5 minutes, though, I heard some rustling in the bushes, and there it was. The bear emerged. It turns out that when I slipped off the road, I hit a cub, and the mama bear was now pissed as all hell. I booked it over to the back of the car and jumped inside the trunk. Thank God I had a big Ford Expedition, so the bear was not able to open it. For another half an hour, though, the bear ran the car trying to get at me in a wild frenzy. The police showed up and the siren scared the bear off into the woods again. That was the most terrifying experience of my entire life. This happened my senior year of college, Christmas break 2006. I worked for a professor that asked me to house/dog sit for him while he was out of town to see the bowl game we were in. He was gone for about 3 days and had a huge piece of land in the middle of nowhere. I invited my girlfriend at the time to come with me. He had horses, fishing, a gator, etc. So the first 2 nights went down with no incident, but on the last night, his little foofy dog started having a fit. She kept barking at the back door all of a sudden. At first, we just blew it off, but decided to lock the dog inside in case there was a coyote out there or something. After a while, we started to get a little creeped out though. I kept saying it was probably just an animal and we'd be perfectly fine. My girlfriend wanted to go investigate and see what was out there. I thought it was a bad idea, but what can I say? She went outside and said she'd seen a glimpse of something small and gray, but it ran off. Alright, so just an animal. No worries. By this time, we were both really spooked though. At this moment, the dog started barking at the window on the other side of the house. We were still trying to ignore it, but we were starting to get a little bit worried. We decided to get into bed together. There was an awkward, fearful silence, and then I began to hear it. There was what sounded like a young woman singing a soft, eerie lullaby outside. I didn't say anything, hoping my mind was just playing tricks on me. And that's when my girlfriend turned over to me. "Let's get the fuck out of here." "Why?" I asked. "You didn't hear that girl singing?" "Okay, yeah, let's get out of here." Sure enough, we left right away. I even called someone to talk to me while we walked out to my car. The next morning, we went back to clean up the house and such, but we didn't find any signs of anyone having been outside. The most scared I've ever been, really. Years ago, around Halloween, my family had gathered to watch some scary movies. My mom loved these sorts of things. My dad didn't care very much for them though, so he would get up every few minutes to work on something or other. We had started watching Hitchcock's The Birds, and it was getting pretty late, probably close to midnight I'd say. It was getting cold too. Not just the late October chill of the foothills we lived on, the house was getting real cold. At first, my mom just asked my dad to turn up the thermostat, but after a couple of minutes of the furnace running and the house not warming up, he realized he'd need to go check the furnace downstairs. He grabbed a lighter and headed down there. A minute later, we heard him shouting out for us. "Hey, you gotta come see this!" He said it with something that sounded like part excitement, part nervousness in his voice. We got down there and saw him shining a flashlight into the furnace. Peering in, we noticed the pilot light was indeed out, and then we saw the reason. A dead bird, about the size of my palm or so. It had flown into the furnace from outside and put the flame out, so it was leaking gas into the house. One of my favorite hobbies is going out and exploring old abandoned buildings. Of course, that sort of thing just breeds scary stories. I used to explore in more urban areas, but they're not nearly as fascinating as old rural buildings. I belong to several groups that like to explore these sorts of old areas. Members would often suggest to others the locations of cool abandoned buildings, so they can be further explored and experienced. The strangest thing I ever explored was not actually a building though. This occurred in a rural area in Maine. The area is actually very good for exploring, as there are tons of abandoned barns and all sorts of old buildings out there. I was looking for one of these old barns when I lost track of where I was. I'm not sure how much you know about Maine, but it has a very large amount of forested area. It's definitely not the kind of place you want to get lost in. I'd also never really gotten lost like this before, at least not as significantly as I was that day. As I wandered around the woods, I thought my main goal should be trying to locate this particular barn. I knew the way to get there, so arguably if I found it, I should be able to deduce my way back out of the woods from there. I didn't find it as I was wandering though. I found something even stranger. I found what appeared to be a set of random old cellar doors. There was no building or even an old foundation around, as far as I could tell. It was just a random pair of cellar doors set in the ground. I began thinking that maybe me getting lost was a good thing. When I did get out of here, I would have a good story to tell all the others. I could see right away there were no locks on the doors. For some reason, they were a bit hard to get open though. When I finally did, I was surprised they didn't fall apart altogether. The steps led down into a really dark and dank area that I couldn't see in at all. I took out my flashlight and slowly entered this cellar. Walking down those stairs was quite a freaky experience. They creaked and bent under every step from my weight. I had no idea where they were leading, other than to an underground area. The cellar was quite interesting. I can't even really begin to describe it. It had an earthen floor, wooden support beams, and shelves made up the majority of the walls. Surprisingly, there was even an old bed laid up against one of them. There was also a table that was cluttered with various objects. Walking over to the table, I soon got the shock of my life. There were two things laying on top I would have never expected. One thing was the decayed remains of what was clearly a human hand. That was freaky enough, but the far scarier thing was a newspaper. A newspaper that was dated from only 3 days ago. That meant that not only was someone keeping a decaying human hand around, but they had recently been in that cellar. Shocked, I immediately went back to the stairs and tried to make my way out of that area. I almost expected one of the weak stairs to break under my weight as I hurried back up the steps. I got to the top and looked all around to see if anyone was watching. I quietly closed the door and hurried back into the woods as quickly as I could. The walk back was very nerve-wracking. I know it's cliché to tell you this, but I thought every sound I heard was the inhabitant of that cellar coming back. I had no idea if they were directly responsible for whatever events led to someone losing their hand, but I certainly didn't want to stick around to find out. It took me 2 hours to find my way back to my vehicle. It was completely dark by the time I got there. I was so on edge that I had to check the back seat of my car for intruders. I even looked under my car. That's how unnerved I was. That was the last time I ever went exploring in that area. My parents bought an old house when I was 10 years old. My dad had gotten a really good job and wanted to buy a bigger place for us to move into. The house was quite huge. It was old as well, but kept in a really good condition. It was so big that all of us kids even got our own room. We had a huge attic to keep all of our storage. In this house was also a very large and dark basement. It was completely empty though. The really interesting thing about the basement though was a small door located on one of the walls. It was locked when we moved in, and my dad had never been given a key for it. We had no way to open it. That little door became something of a fascination for me, my brothers, and my sisters. My dad tried to tell us, don't let your imaginations run wild now. He said it was likely just a small room that had tools in it, or maybe it had nothing at all. Yeah, telling us not to let our imaginations run wild. That pretty much just ensured that was the very thing that was going to happen. Growing up, we all used to tell all sorts of stories about what could possibly be behind this mystery door. My brother said it was a room that children would hide in when their parents were angry and fighting, like some sort of child panic room. The others all had their own ideas about what it could have been, but I don't want to bore you with all that. From age 10 to 16, I would have never considered trying to break down the door or trying to pick the lock or anything. I wasn't scared of my dad, but I knew that if I broke into it after he repeatedly insisted we don't, he would be pretty angry with me and I'd get in a lot of trouble. It was when I was 17 and I was home alone that I finally found out what was in that room. My family was all out of town, and I had a few friends over. After a lot of horsing around, my buddy began talking about the door. We all got really curious, and he kept insisting I try and get it open. I refused at first, telling him my dad would get very angry with me. When that didn't work, I told him the door was much more interesting when we didn't know what was really in there. That didn't work either. None of my excuses seemed to faze my friends, and I had to admit, I really wanted to know what was on the other side. We all snatched up some tools and decided to go open it up ourselves. I won't go into too much detail explaining how we did it, although it did take quite a long time to get through. Finally, though, we did get to the other side, where I saw the weirdest thing I had ever seen in my life. It was an extremely small room. I mean, I would have been too big at that age to even fit into myself. There was no lighting, so I had to use a flashlight to see around. There were what seemed to be words scrawled all over the walls. They were smeared with either red or red paint. I told myself it was red paint. However, the decaying corpses of several birds and small animals were laying in a disgusting pile in the corner of this small room. That indicated that maybe these red smears on the wall could be bird blood. The weirdest thing, though, was there was a small child-sized rocking chair facing the far wall of the tiny room. There appeared to be a doll on the chair. Turning the chair around, I saw the doll was covered with what I assumed to be bird glare. Its eyes had been ripped out of their sockets, and they had been filled with blood that had long since dried. It had scratches on its face and rips in its clothes. It was missing both of its legs, below where the knees should have been. It was a freaky thing and pretty damn weird to just stumble upon. I didn't take anything out of the room. I closed and relocked the door because I didn't want my dad to get angry at me for opening it. That discovery created so many questions, though, that to this day I have no answers to. The weirdest thing of all was it made me more uncomfortable than I had been previously when I had no idea what was behind that door. I remember growing up in the 1980s and having things so different than they are right now. My family didn't even have air conditioning back then. It seems so basic nowadays. There also wasn't as much to do inside. There wasn't a proliferation of video games or movies or TV shows. I think about 5 people in the entire world had the internet back then. Summer vacations were often very dull because of this, and always pretty hot and sweaty too. When I was 13 years old, I began hanging out with a guy named Jack. He was a bit more daring than I ever was. One night, we were deep into summer break and watching some movies on our newfangled VCR or whatever it was called, as well as completely sweating our butts off. On this hot summer night, Jack had a sudden idea. He thought the two of us could go down to the local swimming pool, hop over the gate, and cool off inside. While I didn't really enjoy the idea of trespassing, it wasn't too difficult for him to convince me. It was about midnight when we finally arrived at the pool. It was completely dark out, and the fence surrounding the pool was decently high. It wasn't anything a couple of teenage boys would have a problem figuring out though. Jack and I quickly scaled the fence and set ourselves down in the pool area. Our local pool had a tendency to get very busy during the day, so having it all to ourselves was quite a surreal experience. We were already in our swimsuits, so we quickly jumped into the water. It felt so much better than I can even begin to explain. Jack and I had a lot of fun at the pool. We did cannonballs, blasted a lot of water around, and just had a great time. After a while, I dared Jack to do something that neither of us had ever had the courage to do. I dared him to jump off the highest diving board. I could kind of tell he didn't really want to, but as I mentioned, Jack was more of the adventurous type than me. He eventually gave in with pressure, and I stayed at the opposite end of the pool. My back was to the pool building, where the showers were, and the entrance to the pool as well. Jack slowly climbed up to the top of the ladder. He was watching his feet the entire time, not really looking in my direction. I could tell he was scared going up there, but he was trying his best not to let on. Once he got to the top, he slowly began walking out on the board again. His eyes were constantly on his feet, and he wasn't really paying attention to me at all. It wasn't until I yelled at him, daring him to just do it, that he finally looked up from his feet and over at me. It was hard telling from such a distance, but Jack suddenly looked very alarmed and almost downright scared. He made a motion towards me, but then slipped on the board and fell into the water. Fortunately, he fell forward and didn't hit any part of his body on the pool's edge. He did hit the water pretty hard though. I immediately began swimming for my friend. He didn't resurface very quickly, but fortunately for him, I was the best swimmer I knew. I dived down and found him struggling to swim back to the surface. I grabbed on and pulled him back up and out of the water, dragging him onto the cement. Jack was panicked, but that made sense because he'd just had a pretty harrowing experience. I soon learned though that wasn't why he was so on edge. He jumped up to his feet, went to grab his shoes and shirt, and told me to get mine as well. I hesitated, not exactly sure what had Jack so excitable. He yelled at me to do what he told me right now. I did so quickly. We went to the fence, and I cut myself on a barb this time as we jumped over. Jack jumped from the top of the fence down to the ground. He twisted his ankle slightly, but that didn't stop him from running. When we finally got back to my place, Jack finally told him what caused him to fall and be so alarmed when he looked at me. He'd seen a man approaching me silently from behind, holding what looked like a small hatchet. The man had emerged from the showers and was only a few steps away from me, raising his hatchet to attack when Jack had fallen in. That caused me to immediately swim away from the man. When I pulled him out, the man was not there anymore. He thought he saw the man hiding in the shadows of the room though, waiting for us to go through it. Regardless, he wanted to get over that gate and out of that place immediately. Normally, I might not have believed him. It seemed like such an outlandish story. I mean, why would this random guy with a hatchet be in the locker room of the local swimming pool at that time? But even 30 years later, he maintained it was absolutely true. And the reason I believe him is that my buddy is not the type to get scared of much of anything. Decades later though, this story still freaks him out the very same as that night. So I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth. I bought my first home about 10 years ago. It was a townhouse with 3 stories and a basement. I also had a tiny fenced-in backyard. I wasn't really great at meeting new people, so I really didn't know how to go about introducing myself to the neighbors. I didn't really have to make the first introduction though. I was in the backyard getting ready to give the very small lawn a mowing when I heard someone behind me call out to me. After a brief startle, I turned around and noticed a man, maybe in his mid-60s, standing in the backyard of the adjacent house. We made pleasant introductions and the usual neighborly small talk. I told him where I was from and what I did for a living. He He told me how long he'd been living in the house he owned and what the neighborhood was like. It was a very friendly talk. However, strangely enough, he asked me, "Did you hear about what happened in your basement?" I had no idea what he meant by that. I told him the basement was completely fine, but he insisted and asked if I had heard what happened in it. I told him no and asked for him to elaborate. Instead, he shook his head and told me it would be a good idea to talk to my realtor for the whole story. Apparently, they're required by law to tell me those sorts of things. He didn't want to get into it himself. Looked like it was something unpleasant he didn't want to talk about. It was quite a weird experience, but I tried not to think too much about it. Even if something had happened in my basement, that was all in the past. I wasn't too worried about it, and thus I did not call my realtor, nor did I ever talk to my neighbor about it again. He didn't bring it up again either in the couple of months after I'd moved in. An odd experience took place one night, though, when I had some family over to see the house. We had a small barbecue in the backyard. The neighbor that had told me about the basement initially, his name was Mike. He was over as well, hanging out with me. He did not bring up the basement at all once again. I guess he felt that whatever had happened was just between me and the people who sold me the house. After everyone had left after having stayed up late drinking beer together and talking, I was still in the backyard cleaning everything up. It was dark outside, but I had a nice patio light that kept the place looking really good. I was cleaning up the grill facing the house when suddenly something caught my eye. I quickly glanced over at the basement door, where I very distinctly saw the face of a young lady pressed up against the window of the basement. This person was clearly watching me as well. I was so startled I literally fell backwards on my butt. Despite that, I looked back at the door and distinctly saw this lady watching me and following me with her eyes. After a few moments, though, the person turned away from me and appeared to walk down the basement stairs on the other side of the door. I didn't have my cell phone on me. The basement wasn't accessible from the house either, so I didn't have to worry about someone sneaking into my home or something. I ran up the stairs to my back door, got on the phone, and called the police about the incident. I kept an eye out the back window to see if the lady had at any point tried to leave. I didn't see her doing that, though. The police soon arrived, and I gave them the basement key. They went down there and found nothing out of the ordinary. One of the officers even copped a bit of an attitude with me, thinking I knew the history of the house and that I was playing a prank on them. I had no idea what they were talking about. It was then explained to me that 20 years ago, the house was empty. A woman in the neighborhood had been kidnapped while out on a jog and kept in the basement. When someone finally broke in, she was unfortunately found dead down there. I was unaware of any of this, however. Many people in the town knew about it, so they may have just been playing a prank on me. I don't know, but I never saw anyone in the basement ever again. I doubt many people even actually remember this place existed, but before the days of Barnes & Noble, the biggest bookstore chain in the country was Crown Books. They discounted every book they sold, and that was the reason why they were able to become so big for so long. The company, however, closed down in 2001. I used to be the manager of such a Crown bookstore. It was really the best job I ever had. Sure, it didn't pay the best, but the work itself was very satisfying and fun. I honestly looked forward to going into work every single day. I worked with some really smart students, too. It was a huge change from the previous fast food jobs I'd been employed in. Anyway, when the store was in its final throes, there wasn't a lot of money to go around. Because of this, every manager worked the shift by themselves. I took a lot of the closing shifts because I was a night owl already. I almost always let all the employees go home early, so I would be by myself in the store for about an hour or so, finishing up the last bits of work. These days, it seems bookstores have shelves that people can see over. The Crown bookstore I worked in, though, was not like this. The shelves were all extremely high, and you couldn't even tell if there was anyone in the store with you. On the night this happened, I had one of my employees go up and down the aisles and check the bathrooms, just to make sure there was no customers left in the store. When he confirmed there was no one else inside, I let the employee out the door, then made sure the lobby lights were all off. I went into the back room to do the final paperwork for the day. Although I liked being in the store by myself, I had to admit it could be a bit frightening at times. The back room had one of those combination locks on it though, so no matter what, I would always be fine back there at least. I was doing my paperwork when I suddenly realized there was a book that had been special ordered, that had been shelved recently. I went out in the store in order to look for it and retrieve it. There were a few security lights on in the store, but they didn't provide much light at all. I didn't turn on any of the other lights either. They weren't supposed to be on after the store was closed. The book was a diet book, I guess, so I went over to the self-help section, which is where books like that were normally kept. I walked down the first aisle and turned the corner, checking through all the books to find the one I needed. I noticed it wasn't on the shelf where it was supposed to be though. I turned the other corner and then checked on that side to see if the book was misplaced by a shelf or two or something. I did end up finding it hidden away eventually. I then walked up to the front of the store, and I could not convey how creepy this was, walking through the store at night. I don't believe in ghosts myself, but I've often thought that if a ghost were to exist, a bookstore at night would be the perfect atmosphere for him or her to hang out in. Walking around in this dark store with limited view, every little shadow freaked me out. Every little noise got my attention. Walking around the gigantic stacks of books, I was happy when I arrived at the front registers. We were supposed to keep all special orders right there, so I pulled out a slip and began writing the order up. I'm not sure why I did it, but I suddenly raised my head up in that moment to look over at the security monitor. There were 4 cameras in the store. My blood nearly froze in my veins when I saw someone was hiding in the self-help aisle, the one I had just walked out of. There was a gigantic figure, maybe over 6 foot tall, dressed in all black, and clearly holding some sort of weapon in their hand. I wasn't sure what to do. I should have just left the store and called the police right away. I didn't want to do it in the store though. If the guy heard me, he would come after me right away. I considered doing it instead in the back room in the combination door. I would be safe there. The self-help section was on the complete opposite side of the store too, so I could probably get to the back room before he even realized what I was doing. After standing there for a moment, I leapt over the counter and began booking it for the back room. It was down a short hallway. I got to the door with no problem. I typed in the 4-digit code and turned the handle. Just as I did so, I caught rapid movement out of the corner of my eye. I saw the man running at the end of the short hallway. I swung the door open and ran in, forcing it closed behind me. I immediately saw the handle begin wiggling violently. The man was clearly trying to get in. When he realized he couldn't, he tried to type in the code a few times. Then he started pounding loudly on the door. I wasn't worried about the guy getting through. It was made to keep people out after all. I called the police, and they immediately sent a car over. When they arrived, the guy was still there and was just deciding to leave the store through the front door. He must have unlocked it himself. They arrested him immediately. Turns out the item he was carrying was a very sharp knife. It took me a long time to be okay working alone again. I used to work in a Borders bookstore. I was an assistant manager. One of my favorite people working at the store was a lady in charge of the children's section. She was a pleasant lady and actually was very popular with everyone working there. The kids liked her a lot too. She did story time every week, and many kids came in to watch this woman with her amazingly friendly personality. One thing about the story time that no one really liked, though, were the costumes. We were sent costumes for certain stories, and were supposed to occasionally incorporate them into story time. No one really liked to wear them, though, because they always seemed really dirty. We never had any real idea how old they were, or where they had been before. We didn't know how many people might have worn them either. Finding anyone to play with them was never that easy because of this. The costumes would always be shipped in these huge boxes, and as manager, I was one of the people who had to sign for them when they arrived. On the day this weird stuff happened, I had heard the back buzzer. Upon going back there, I noticed the gigantic box and brought it inside. Curiously, I opened it up. It was a really ugly and scary looking thing. Some sort of humanoid character with a gigantic head. I wish I could recall what children's book the character was supposed to be from, but I can't bring it out of my memory. There was another thing that was creepy about it though, and although most workers didn't want to wear the costumes to begin with, they especially didn't want to be anywhere near this one. Even the people who could usually be convinced were adamant this was not one they were willing to put on. When no one else would agree to do it to keep the story time happening, the story lady decided she would wear the costume instead. That was, if I was willing to read the story to the children. It wasn't something I had ever done before, but I was definitely willing to try. About an hour before story time, the story lady went into the back room to put the costume on. I went and grabbed a copy of the book. At the story time, when the children had all gathered around, the story lady still hadn't showed up yet. When she finally did, she was very odd as well. She was kind of stumbling around a lot. I assumed it was just her acting like the character, whom I wasn't very familiar with to begin with. I began reading the book soon after. The person playing the character was supposed to have the kids sit on their lap and play with them, but the old lady didn't sit down. Instead, she seemed to be waving to the kids with shaking hands. After a few moments, she almost fell over onto one of them. I was so confused, but thought maybe she had just lost her balance in the costume. I had this horrible thought cross my mind that maybe it wasn't really her inside or something. Maybe someone might have done something to her in the dressing room, but that didn't really make sense. There wasn't any way anyone could have gotten into our stockroom. However, just as suddenly, she fell down onto her knees. I was concerned and approached her, and that was when I noticed the sound of her vomiting inside the suit. The kids were all getting freaked out now and moved away. I helped her to get the costume hat off. The lady looked terrible. She was sweating and was a strange shade of red. I thought perhaps she had been suffocating inside. I tried to help her to the back room while calling another manager over to try and take care of the children in the meanwhile. I managed to get her into the stock room. I moved her over to a chair. We just happened to be beside the box the costume came in. She was looking more awful by the second. I called an ambulance immediately. Upon further examining the costume out of getting her out of it, and the box it came in, I found the tip of a razor. It had been stuck inside the costume, and apparently it had been laced with poison. The lady recalled feeling a sharp pain when putting the costume on initially, but thought maybe it was just a broken zipper or something inside. She didn't think it was anything to worry about. We had to get the police involved obviously at that point. We knew some sick individual had put that razor in there. However, there wasn't enough information to find out who. The story lady thankfully recovered just fine, but we never got another person in the store to agree to wear a costume ever again. I live in a large city. There's a homeless woman who I used to see at one of my express to local subway transfers on the way home. There always seemed to be something off about her. She wore a towel on her head usually, like how people with long hair would after they took a shower. Also, it definitely wasn't a religious head covering of any kind. It was clearly just a towel, as if the woman had just walked out freshly wet and strolled down to the subway platform. She would run all around the station, asking for money, repeating help me," in a really high-pitched voice in an unrecognizable accent. Late one night, I was switching from the express train to the local and got on the subway when I noticed this woman had followed me in. I walked to the end of the car and started to read my book. She came up and began asking me for money like usual, only I actually didn't have any on me this time. No cash, no change, only a debit card. It's at this time I realized we were the only two people in this subway car, and the doors connecting the cars wouldn't open. Okay. I figured I'd just get out at the next stop if she became too aggressive. No problem. She came up to me and started asking for money in her high-pitched cartoonish voice again. I told her that I had nothing to give her, and I was really sorry. I began nervously waiting for the subway to reach the next stop as she started pacing around. Only this train was now running express until the end of the line, 6 stops worth. She didn't seem to realize this though, and walked over to punch the subway doors, screaming at the top of her lungs. All of a sudden, she turned back toward me. There was no accent or high-pitched voice this time. She looked me dead in the eyes and just started screaming, "Die!" in a really angry and deep voice. She began trying to attack me, and for the entire 7 minutes it took for the train to reach the station, I had to hold her off the entire time. After it stopped, I immediately took off running, while she stayed behind in the car. She used to be a permanent fixture at that stop, but ever since that incident, I've never seen her since. In 2003, I was working as a stripper in the Phoenix area. I had been dancing for almost a year and was still getting the hang of how to get the most money from a regular with the least amount of clinginess reciprocated. I was working on and off at 4 different places, Club 1, 2, 3, and 4 for reference, alternating day shifts and night shifts, depending on money. One night shift, this skinny, scraggly-looking guy comes in and hones in on me right away. From the way he was bouncing and twitching in his seat, even in the lighting of the club, it was clear he was a meth addict, and he must have been higher than my heels were. No biggie, I was raised by meth addicts after all, so as long as he was happy, should be some easy money. We go to VIP, chat, I relieve him of his paycheck, and he goes on his way. Next night, he's back again, and looking for me specifically. I get his name, Steve, and tell him my name, Tori, my fake backstory, and head back again. He told me he was a truck driver, and only in town a few days a month. We have a perfectly nice, if not jittery, time. No red flags, really. Everyone goes home fairly happy. Repeat the next night, and then I don't see him again for a month. This whole routine continued for about 4 months. Eventually, he started bringing in the finest gas station meth addict-approved gifts when he came in to see me. By this point, he was also serenading me half the time instead of having me dance for him. His favorite was Picture by Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow. Thankfully, I spent a lot of time with my back to him, so I could only hear snippets of his impassioned baritone. The singing was creepy, not just because it was always on repeat. He would always change the lyrics to be specific to me. The longer he sang, the more grabby he would get as well. Not anywhere illegal, mind you, but like grabbing my face and forcing me to stare at him. Pressing my hand to his heart, trying to press his hand to mine. By the end of this month's visit, he asked me to move in with him. He told me he just wanted to have me at his house all the time. He must have envisioned himself as the typical customer in shining armor, telling me he wants to save me and take me away from all this. I decided to be a little more honest with him and explained to him I was already in a relationship and not interested in men either. Particularly, I was not interested in him. He then told me he'd let me keep my girlfriend. All he'd need to do was keep me 3 days a month when he was in town. Obviously, I shut him down immediately. He started begging me to think about it, and that he'd hear my final decision when he got back next month. After that, I asked the manager to ban him. Unfortunately, without a pic of him on hand at all times, that was pretty much impossible. I settled for alerting the security, bartender, and manager to give me a warning if they saw him around asking for me again. When his time of the month came around again, I switched to a different shift at other clubs to avoid him. When I went back to Club 1 the next week after he was supposed to have left, a couple of plastic grocery bags were there waiting for me. They were full of notes scrawled on crumpled, dirty scraps of paper. They also had small stuffed animals, silk roses, roses made of paintings, mismatched taped-together greeting cards, and other random detritus. There was also like a 50-page, barely legible letter professing his love, insisting again I move to his place right now. I was sufficiently creeped out at this point, and happy I'd managed to miss him this month. The following month rolled around, and I ditched what had become my regular club in order to avoid ever seeing him again. I was now working the day shift at Club 2. Good money from lots of bored people on their lunch breaks. It was getting to the last couple of hours of my shift, and was pretty slow. I was on stage, not really paying attention as I finished up my routine. Because of this, I didn't see him until I was heading downstairs to get off stage. I noticed him a few feet in front of me, waving and yelling my name over and over. There was no way to get around him either. As soon as I got to the bottom of the stairs, he grabbed me up in a big hug, obviously surprising me. I did not want him touching me, but he wouldn't let go and kept on gripping fistfuls of my hair and smelling it. I pushed away from him and started to tell him that my shift was over. That was my last stage, and I was going home now. He looked very upset. He said he just wanted to hang out with me before he had to leave town tonight. I told him he'd have to pay extra for me to sit with him, whether I'm dancing or not. He agreed, and I went and gave the bartender and security a heads up that this guy was the creepy stalker guy I'd been talking about. Instead of having me actually dance for him, he had me straddle him while we talked. He was unusually shaky and jumpy this time, so I resorted to making him sit on his hands so he wouldn't touch me. He proceeded to tell me how he'd been searching every club in the city looking for me this month, how he'd asked various people if his girlfriend Tori was there. He told me he'd had his house all cleaned up and ready for me to move into. I reminded him again that I was not moving in with him, and he excitedly replied, "Well, you just don't know you want to right now." I again reminded him of my girlfriend, who I was making plans to move with. He said that our whole lives were about to change now that we'd found each other. Between all this conversation, he'd begun singing again. Despite the money, I decided he was being way too crazy this time, and I was done with everything. I really needed to get home. Before I could get up, though, he wrapped his arms around my waist, literally picked me up in the air, and started running with me towards the exit. I was screaming, trying to flag down the bartender, DJ, or anyone, because security wasn't there all of a sudden. He'd made it out to the hallway, only about 10 feet from the door, when the massive security guard stepped back inside from walking a girl to her car. He tried to dart around the guard still carrying me. I reached for security, while Steve tried to pull me away and out the door. Thankfully, the brick wall of a security guard managed to plant himself in front of us and pulled me out of Steve's arms before he could try anything else. He insisted he was just joking, and he was only trying to tell me goodbye. I bolted out of there and into the dressing room, though, while he was still screaming for me to come say goodbye to him. The security guard practically carried him one-handed outside. Thankfully, he was banned for good this time. I decided to take a vacation with my girlfriend for a couple months after. just in case he tried to follow me again and stuffed me into his trunk or something. He continued to call all the clubs looking for me while I was gone. They all lied and said I quit working there, and I didn't see him again after. There was this old hiking trail way out in the woods off a ridge that my aunt and uncle lived on. It wasn't even like an official trail or anything like that. It's just that ever since anyone could remember, there was always a walkway through the woods that grass never grew over for whatever reason. We live in one of the most rural areas in the country, so we were always careful not to travel too far, out of fear of getting lost, of course. I bring that up because I'm not sure why we hadn't realized before that we always just stayed on the trail. If we just followed along it, it would be pretty impossible for us to get lost at all. When I brought that up to my cousin, it was like he had this monumental facepalm realization moment. We made a plan to take a few days and try and see just how far this old trail actually went, maybe map out the area a bit. We grabbed some supplies to hold us over, because we expected to camp out for at least one night. If it didn't take us more than one night, we'd probably just camp out anyway. We set out pretty early in the morning. My cousin Jim and I were the ones going along. As I mentioned, it was a long trail. We had been decently far out on it. I think it was probably around 4 or 5 o'clock when we passed the furthest point we'd ever been before. The trail just kind of went on, and by the time it was dark, we knew we'd have to set up camp for at least one night. We put up our tent, and it was really pretty fun. Our sense of adventure was really peaked now. We stayed up late at night talking, and wondering what we would come across the next day. When we woke up the next morning, my cousin told me he hadn't slept very great the night before. I asked him why, and he told me he thought he'd heard someone walking around our campsite. I reminded him that we were way out in the woods, and there were lots of animals around anyway. Best not to let his imagination run away. With this said, he seemed to relax a bit. As we got up for the day at around noon or so, we noticed something really strange up ahead of us, yet off the trail a slight ways. As we got closer, we realized it was one of those small silver Airstream trailers. It was really old, and we assumed it was abandoned. We went up to it. I wanted to take a closer look and maybe go inside. Jim didn't want to have anything to do with this. He kept telling me that I didn't live in the country and didn't know there were still people who lived way out in the hills like this. I didn't care though. I was positive it was abandoned. I told him I would knock on the door first at least. I knocked on the door and waited. No answer. I knocked again and again. Still no answer. I grabbed for the door latch with Jim protesting the entire time. I pulled up the latch and was immediately hit with a nasty smell. I stepped up into the extremely hot trailer. It was a tiny one-room affair. Against one wall was a makeshift kitchen and a counter. The near wall had a bench on it, where there was a tiny bed. At the far end was a tiny door. I guess that must be to a toilet or something. There were filthy clothes everywhere. There were nasty dishes in the sink and the counter as well. I didn't figure the smell was coming from the clothes or the dishes though. I thought it was coming from the toilet area. I guess that made sense why that would smell. I knew I shouldn't open the door, but my curiosity drew me towards it. I slowly approached it with my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't expect to find anything, but the unknown is so frightening. I heard a noise behind me and turned to see Jim step into the trailer. He was put off by the smell as well, but admitted his curiosity had gotten the better of him. I turned back to the door and slowly pulled the latch. Yeah, there was a small toilet inside, but that wasn't what was causing the smell. Instead, there was a decaying corpse in the bathroom. I almost felt like vomiting. I slammed the door shut, leaning against the wall for a moment. I heard Jim frantically calling my name around me. I turned around and saw him holding his Swiss Army knife. "That's my knife," Jim said. I asked him where he'd found it. It was laying on the counter apparently. He showed it to me, and showed me the engraving on it as well, so we knew this had to be his. We put 2 and 2 together, and realized somebody must have stolen it from his pack last night. Whoever that person was had brought it back to this trailer. And whoever lived in this trailer apparently lived with a corpse in his bathroom. We hurried and got out of there as quick as possible. We hustled. We didn't set up camp that night. Instead, we kept going the entire way. We were half dead when we got back to the house the following morning, but after that experience, we knew there was no way we would have gotten any sleep anyway. When I was about 13, my family moved to a different state. We were one of those families that moved around a lot. We didn't even stay at this place very long, a year at the most. I really liked this house though. There was a brick ranch on top of the hill. The yard itself was huge, maybe a whole acre or so. Had an old shed, an old doghouse, and some fruit trees as well as a garden, and we really liked it. The yard was fenced in with barbed wire, and there were miles and miles of forest surrounding it. I'll admit right off the bat that I'm more of an indoors sort of guy. But we didn't have cable, and this was before the days of internet. TV reception was very poor as well, so I took to exploring the woods surrounding the area. I used to find all sorts of things, depending on which direction I went in. There were old abandoned barns, other structures, huge fields even. It was all depending on how far I was willing to hike. Several times I'd gotten shocked by electric fences. I had to wonder why they were so far out in the woods like that. A couple of months out from arriving there, I was out exploring when I came across an old trail. It was a little bit but not completely overgrown, so I decided to follow along it and see what I came across. After a short time, I noticed I was coming upon a clearing. As I got closer to it, I was a bit startled to notice it seemed to be a small cemetery of some sort. It was overgrown with moss, vines, grass, and leaves, but it was definitely a cemetery. There were about 20 grave markers. None of them were neat gravestones like you'd see in a regular graveyard. Instead, there were stick crosses and stones with what looked like writing on them. I guess this is the sort of thing I should have found frightening, but I've always liked scary stuff. I was very fascinated by what I'd found. A few of the rocks had writing on them, but they were quite difficult to read. The first few words were always blurry, but eventually I was able to make out a name on one of them, Annette something. I thought it must have been like a cat name or something. The graves were far too small to be for people. I figured I had stumbled upon a pet cemetery. When I got to the third stone I could read though, my heart froze in my chest. It was the first one that I could make out all the words. Right then I realized what this cemetery actually was. It read, "Future grave of Kimberly, killed in her sleep." I was able to read a couple more of them. On each one of them, it seemed to be a future grave of someone, and listed the way that they would be killed. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. Of course, I was freaked out, but I didn't want to leave right away either. I read a few more, then decided to get the hell out of there. It was a few months later on TV. It gives me chills to this very day. A man whose name I will not give out was denied parole. He had been arrested for the murders of 2 women. Their names were Kimberly and Antoinette. I immediately remembered that graveyard. I wondered if this was the same guy who'd made that graveyard. I wondered if he hadn't been caught. How many more people had he been planning on killing? There were about 20 graves there already, and who knows if he would have ever stopped if he arrived at that number. I've only had one really scary thing ever happen to me, but it sure was a doozy. It happened when I was doing some off-trail hiking. One of my hobbies is exploring abandoned buildings, abandoned mines, and things like that. There was an old abandoned mine I had heard about. I had been wanting to check it out for a while. I delayed it though because it was going to be quite the long hike to get there. I finally got some time to do so and decided to go and check it out. It was a late 19th century mine, so I had always been worried about it collapsing or something. Mostly, I was worried it would be difficult to find. I was able to get a map from another explorer online though, who said he had already been there. There was a trail I had to follow for quite a while, but the quickest way to get to my destination was to go off that trail. In fact, the map I had received told me to go off at a certain point. I was pretty fortunate not to get lost. At one point though, I heard some noises and saw some movement off in the distance as well. I got quiet, hoping to see a deer or something. However, what I saw instead was a man who was walking towards the trail. He was a pretty big man too, like a biker, wearing denim with multiple patches on it. He had to be about 6'6". I don't even want to take a guess on his weight. Normally when hiking, if I see another hiker, I'll make contact with them to be friendly, but there was something about this guy that really freaked me out. He seemed to be very out of place here. Instead, I crouched down and waited until he was already gone. I went on my way, and it was probably a good 2 more hours before I made it to the mine. I was very excited. Outside the mine entrance, there was a crumbling old building. It was gray and made of rotted wood. I was very curious about it, but I decided to check out the mine before I did that. The mine itself was pretty fascinating, but only if you're really into that sort of thing. I spent some time exploring it, then set off to go back. On the way out, I remembered I had wanted to check out that building outside. I was a bit concerned too, because it looked like it could crumble apart at any moment. If I decided it was too unstable, I could just take a simple look inside, then leave immediately. I opened the door and almost immediately fell over in shock. There was a teenage girl in the shack. She was cuffed to an old stove and gagged as well. I was way too freaked out at first to know what to do, but then I realized I had to go ungag her immediately. She started panicking, telling me she'd been abducted nearly a week ago. It had happened as she was leaving a biker bar. Honestly, I didn't stop to think that it was weird a teenager would be in a biker bar to begin with. Anyhow, the guy knocked her out and brought her to this old building. She begged me to help her get free, and of course I did so. I searched through my belongings and found something to pick her handcuffs. They were single lock cuffs, so I was able to free her after some considerable effort. Of course, she was still panicked and did her best to run out of the building right away. I was able to calm her down a bit, enough to ask her when the guy who kidnapped her was last there. She said it had been about 5 hours earlier. She then described the man to me, and I realized it was that same big guy I'd seen earlier. I told her he seemed to be sticking to the trail, and I knew a different way to get out of the area off trail. I knew she had gone through a horrible experience, and was terrified that she would have to be as quiet as possible. She told me she understood, but as we left, I had to keep slowing her down, telling her it was essential we remain as quiet as possible. I kept worrying that when we got back to the place where I went off trail, we would run into the guy right there. I kept a firm lookout for the man, hoping to see him passing us towards the mine, so we knew we'd have more time to get away. I didn't see him anywhere at all though. We were moving for about an hour before we got back to my car. When we did, there was already a pickup truck parked right next to it. A lady, whose name I won't reveal, told me it was that man's truck. I had to assume the guy was either around, or he'd gone back to the shack and we'd just missed him. I hurried her into my car and drove her right to the police station. The biker guy was arrested soon after. It turns out he'd grabbed her in order to blackmail her dad to get some money from him. I don't know how that all turned out in the end, but I do know the guy went to jail, and the girl returned home safely in the end. I heard it one night, and it quite startled me. I was laying in bed just reading a book. I began drifting off slightly when I started to hear a strange knocking on the floor. Needless to say, I was a bit surprised. I tried to calm myself down a bit. We lived in a really old house, so it wasn't unusual to hear all sorts of noises in the night. I went back to reading my book. Just a few minutes later, though, I heard more knocking on the floor. This time, I noticed something that really scared me, though. It was a rhythmic sound. That worried me, because it made me believe the knocking noise was being made by a person. I was extremely scared and was also 16 years old at the time. I was the only person in the home who had a bedroom on the bottom floor. I wasn't going to go into the basement and check it out by myself. However, I also wasn't willing to go and get my parents up either. Instead, I sort of just curled up in my bed in fear and slapped some earplugs in my ears. I read a little bit more, and until I went to bed, I convinced myself that it was all in my imagination. The following day, I told my parents I thought there might be a ghost or something in the house. They sort of made fun of me a little bit, and when I explained what I had heard, the response was immediately dismissive. They told me the noise I was hearing was likely just the house settling, and that if it bothered me so much, I should just put my earplugs in and ignore it completely. The following night, it happened again though. Again, I heard some knocking on the floor of my bedroom. And again, the knocking was rhythmic. I put my earplugs in my ears like I was told to, but that didn't really solve the problem at all. Yeah, it did cut out the noise, but just getting rid of the symptoms doesn't cure the disease. I no longer heard the knocking, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. My parents were probably right. The knocking was likely just the house settling, but it still bugged me. I didn't mention that it happened again to my parents the next day. I really wanted to, but they were both very matter-of-fact people, and I knew what their response would be right away. Instead, I kept it all to myself. The following night, I was staying up reading a book again. This time when it happened, though, I decided to go check out the basement myself. Yeah, stupid, I know, but I really had to go down there and see what was tormenting me so much. I got up and went over to the basement door. I stood in front of it for a few moments, then opened it. The light to our basement was at the bottom of the stairs. I began quietly walking down them like any scared child or teenager would do. I felt really stupid as I took my time walking down the stairs. Each step I took going down, I thought about changing my mind and running back up and shutting the door. I didn't though in the end. Our house was really nice but much older, which is why the house settling argument made sense in my head. The reason I tell you about this now, however, is because as I was walking down those steps, each and every one made a really large creak. It made me nervous, thinking about whatever might be in the basement, becoming aware that someone was coming down the stairs. That would just make it so much more likely that I was going to get grabbed or something. When I got about halfway down the steps, I heard the knocking sound start up once again. It startled me, and I actually tripped over my own feet. I fell down the remaining stairs and hit with a really hard bump. Then I heard something drop, and I knew someone was definitely down in the basement. All of a sudden, something hit me in the back of the head and knocked me silly. It didn't completely knock me out though. I heard someone running across the room. I could see their form in the meter light coming from the basement door. He flung open the door to the outside, sprinted out, and that was the last thing I remembered. My dad rushed down the steps and turned on the lights soon after. We called the cops, but nothing came of it. I never heard the knocking again either. I guess that means the guy never came back, but I had no idea what he was doing down there in the basement for so long anyway. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was living alone in the Shiba countryside, going back and forth to my university. My apartment was on the second floor, and it was a tiny, narrow, and dirty place. I liked it well enough at the time. It was just fine for me. I met a guy at uni, and we started dating. It was a pretty good time. About half a year passed by, and I was living next door to this good-looking office lady. I noticed one day, though, that someone had left a strange-looking note on the small window next to the front door. Let me explain. In the hallway of the building at the top of the stairs, there's this frosted window that belongs to her apartment. It's about at head height on the right-hand side. About 70 centimeters by 40 centimeters. My boyfriend thought it was worrying. "What's that about? Maybe we should ask her next time we see her." I asked her about it, and she said she had no idea who had put that on her window. She told us that late one night she had decided to have a little peek out through the window, and the second she looked, a face appeared. It really freaked her out, and that frightened me too. She told us she stayed at her boyfriend's apartment most nights now. I mentioned to her that if she ever didn't feel safe or anything, then to knock on our wall and let us know. My boyfriend also said he would come straight away to help. We started to chat with her quite a bit from then on, passing each other and sharing our life stories from time to time. As time continued on, though, she said things had gotten much worse. She was planning on moving out of the apartment block altogether, and eventually she did. That's when things started happening to me instead. When I was home alone, in times where I would be doing nothing but lying on my bed, I would start to hear this metallic tapping sound against my door. Since my apartment is quite tiny, you can easily see the door from the bed. I remember once when I was looking over, I even saw the door handle turning gently, as if someone was quietly trying to open it without being noticed. I didn't know who it was or what was going on. Keep calm, I told myself, but for some reason I called out, "The door's locked!" I heard heavy thuds against the door immediately. They shook the glasses in the kitchen cabinets. Now I was freaked out. The thudding stopped eventually. With someone now trying to break into my apartment, I called the police. They offhandedly told me to beef up security, and that didn't really solve the problem. Something else happened again when I was on my own in there. I remember it was the end of January. Someone was trying to open the door again, but this time even more violently. My whole body went rigid. Thank God I'd remembered to lock the door. I found the courage to creep over to the doorway. I wanted to get a look at the person who was doing this. Someone was standing on the other side of the door. It was some guy. He had a bucket hat pulled way down to cover his eyes. My skin broke out in goosebumps. I was terrified. I wanted to get as far away from the door as possible. That wasn't easy to do in such a tiny apartment. I ran to the other side of the room and called the police again, sobbing uncontrollably into the phone. "Are they still there? Can you go to the door and check again?" "Are they angry, do you think?" the cop said. That really made my blood boil. "Are you for real? Can't you hear the banging?" I tried to keep my composure and not go off on them. I did as they requested and looked through the peephole again. The man at the door was still there. That sent me into a panic all over. Even though there was a police station 5 minutes from my house, the policeman told me it was out of his jurisdiction. I pleaded with the guy, and he said they would send someone over to look at my place. They showed up 40 minutes later. Luckily, I'd also decided to call my boyfriend. He came over from his part-time job right away, and he arrived long before the police did. In fact, he caught me while I was still on the phone with them and yelled at the officer. "What, does she have to be dead before you come check it out?" I smiled at his defending me, but the reality really hit home. The person who was trying to break into my apartment was now long gone. It's true that in Japan, the police won't do a thing until someone dies. I hate the police here. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just how I feel. The third time something happened, my boyfriend was in the apartment with me, thankfully. We were washing dishes in the kitchen and drinking some tea. when suddenly he felt a chill, and I felt it too. We both asked at the same time, "Hey, are you cold?" He then asked me if a window was open. I looked in the direction of the window near my bed and saw it was open just a crack. I also saw a human eye staring right at me. I must have stared at it for about 10 seconds. I tapped on my boyfriend's shoulder. I was too scared to speak. My boyfriend understood the message and ran towards the window, chasing after whoever was staring at us. Unfortunately, the creep had a mountain bike positioned right at the ready just below my window and got away. We couldn't have gotten down the stairs quick enough to chase him, living on the second floor and all. I could see him speeding away as I looked down from the corridor. One of the fence posts below my window had been broken, which is probably how he was able to climb up to the window. By the way, my bathroom is near the door of my apartment, since it's such a tiny place, like I said before. That made my skin crawl, and I applied for other apartments immediately after that incident. Shortly after this had happened, my boyfriend and I broke up. We didn't have a big falling out or anything, it just kind of fizzled out. I was glad we were able to move on without any hard feelings, to be honest. We decided to split up over coffee one evening, and he said he had to tell me something before we parted ways. He told me that he thought the guy who had been messing with me had been the same guy doing stuff to the woman who lived next door to me. Kind of like a stalker, really. I already guessed that, to be honest. I was joking, trying to lighten the mood, saying I lost a boyfriend but gained a stalker. He went deathly quiet. "You know, I was really scared when that guy was staring at us in your room that night. There's something I didn't tell you, which I probably should have." He said that when he saw that guy getting on his bike and riding away, he noticed a big knife in his hand. I'm so glad he was there at the time that creep came. Who knows what would have happened if he wasn't. I was able to move out soon after, and my ex even helped me. He said I could call him anytime I was frightened, but I haven't been scared once in my new place. What was the purpose of that guy messing with me? What did he want? To rob me? Was he a stalker? Was he planning on doing something a lot worse? I think about it all the time. I don't ever want to be in that neighborhood again. Thinking about it now, that metallic tapping sound I heard against the door could have very well been the knife my ex mentioned. I don't like to think about that kind of stuff at nighttime. In case you're wondering, that apartment is still there as well. I'm an investigator, and I'm gonna tell you about the most disturbing stalking case I ever worked. This story takes place in the mountains a few years ago. I had been entrusted to look into a sharp increase in the number of reported stalking cases in the area. I was placed in charge of a group trying to resolve these stalkings. I got a letter from one particular household, which simply read, "Please make all this stop." I decided to tackle this one first. The client hadn't been physically hurt by the stalker, but they said they'd seen them standing outside their family home multiple times, watching them. The client who wrote to us wasn't the victim themselves, but the victim's wife instead. She said she wanted this to end before somebody got hurt. The next day, I posted up near their family home and waited for this creep to appear. However, there was no trace of said stalker. Not that day, nor for the rest of the week. I made an interim report to explain that the person had not been spotted. As I was explaining this to the client, she cut me off and blurted out that the stalker had been there the whole time and I must be blind. I showed her all the photos I'd taken for the job and told her that I hadn't seen anyone there. I couldn't believe that I had missed something. I could tell she was skeptical, so I asked her if she wanted me to continue with my investigation. She agreed, and I continued with said investigation, expecting to find nothing at this point. I was questioning if the client was having hallucinations possibly. The next day, though, I finally saw what the client was talking about. Someone showed up while I was staking out the house, and I immediately started taking photos and shooting video with plans to show it to the client. Later that night, I showed my findings to them and asked, "Is this the lady who's been stalking your husband?" Her face went pale, and she nodded. Things intensified when I saw the woman again the next night. I noticed there was a car parked outside their house. I was with my colleague this time. He ran the plates with the Transportation Bureau and said he was told there was no vehicle registered with that plate number. We decided to tail this suspicious car. It headed out through the mountain roads. Because it was late at night, no cars passed us by, so we had to keep our distance and watch the car speeding ahead along the dangerous roads. The stalker's car veered off onto a dirt road at some point and suddenly stopped altogether. We wondered if our cover had been blown. The car was stationary and no one was getting out. We were far enough away at the entrance of the dirt road. My colleague said she wouldn't notice if we went by foot, but she might hear the car coming. I couldn't argue with that. To be honest, this situation was a bit unnerving. I got out and crept toward the stalker's car. It was parked next to an old and battered, dilapidated house that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. I remember thinking to myself, could anyone really live here? I noticed there were no lights on in the house at all. The car did stop here though, so the stalker must be in there. I staked it out for 20 minutes. I wanted to see if there were any signs of life in the house. What surprised me in the next moment was a terrible shriek coming from the house. I started shaking when I heard it again. It really freaked me out. I ran back to the car to check on my colleague, but when I got back, he was gone. I thought he would be there waiting for me to return. I called out to him, but the second I did, I heard a cell phone ringing. The cold, generic ringtone pierced through the mountain air. It was coming from a bush near the side of the dirt road. I crept over to take a look. The cell phone was laying on the ground. It was my colleague's phone. I went over and grabbed it and answered it. I heard someone saying some garbled speech, and then the line cut out. I tried to call back, but the phone was out of signal. If he was waiting in the car, why would his phone be lying in the bushes? I heard more screeches coming from the house. What could be going on in there? Could he be in there with that stalker? It was one of the worst moments of my life. I felt like my mind was thick with fog. I couldn't stand the terror in that scream. It was something like I'd never heard before. It's something I haven't heard since. My colleague's phone began to ring again. I thought it was out of signal. Who the hell was calling? I answered it. Of course I had to. I heard my colleague's voice, and then I heard some garbled speech again. I ran back to the car, threw open the door, got in, and locked it. I just waited to see if he would come back. I didn't know what else I could do. The first light of morning came, and he still wasn't back yet. I went towards the house. I wanted to know what was making the noises in there, and if something had happened to him. The other car was still parked outside. Was she still there? I thought, as I entered the house. There was nothing inside, no signs of life at all, yet I'd heard all that screeching. It was so weird. The place was completely abandoned. I went back outside and looked at the stalker's car. It was really old and damaged, and looked like it could fall apart at any moment. The interior was full of dust. I waited as long as I could in the hopes that my colleague would suddenly reappear, and this would all be over. But after several more hours, there was no sign of him. I went back to the office to report what had happened that night, and to see if anyone had heard from him. There was no news. The other guys from my office came with me to check out the abandoned building, but we couldn't find a shred of evidence. We'd been back there at later dates to check on it as well. There's been no signs of life there. After some time, my colleague's family reported him missing. Since there was no evidence of foul play, and we can't identify a suspect or his whereabouts, the case is very likely to go cold. I've been searching for any clues that could lead me to what happened to him, but so far I have nothing. I couldn't even use the photos or the video I took. Some of the files became corrupted. I went back to the client and they said they hadn't seen the person since. I wonder what on earth happened to my colleague, and what on earth was going on with that person. My colleague is still missing to this day, and I pray he'll be found safely someday. I'm a European woman currently staying in a South American capital. Being a foreigner, I guess I tend to stand out a little, but I didn't really feel threatened or in danger at all during the entire month I spent there. That was until yesterday. I was waiting for the bus alone at around 3 p.m. on a Sunday. No one else was around. All of a sudden, some guy appeared in the distance. I can't really say why exactly, but he looked really shady to me. Probably because it looked like he was walking straight towards me, even though the pavement was pretty wide. I pretended that I didn't see him and waited for him to pass me by. Instead, he came right up to me and asked me for money. Maybe something else. I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I answered very firmly that I did not have anything to give him at this moment and stepped back a little, keeping my hand up and trying to show that I was not disturbed. He kept coming closer to me and making me feel very uncomfortable. He then started shoving his finger in my face. "I'll kill you. I'm gonna kill you." He said that repeatedly over and over. I started to think I might really be in danger, even if the guy didn't have a visible weapon on him. I had no idea what this stranger was capable of, especially as he was so extremely close to me and was threatening to directly kill me. Still trying to calmly walk away from him as to not show I was panicking, I looked all around for someone who might be able to help me. The street was completely deserted. That's when I saw the bus coming in. I waved at it and the doors were already open. I climbed in without looking back. The driver's assistant told me to hurry up and get in. He had seen the scene from a distance and told me not to worry. We just needed to get away from this crazy guy. This all happened within the span of 30 seconds, but a lot could have gone wrong in such a short amount of time, or if I'd been forced to stay there any longer. I'm glad that I remained relatively calm, and I'll probably have to invest in some protection like pepper spray in the future. It was around 2015. I was living in Seattle and I worked in an office that allowed me to bring my dog to work, a 100-pound German Shepherd. She's a big sweetheart but looks quite scary to strangers. After work one day, I got on the bus home, which was around a 45-minute ride, when I noticed someone staring at me. I didn't really think much of it. While it was a bit unsettling to be watched, I'd had my fair share of odd conversations on the bus, and it wasn't out of the ordinary to encounter some weird behavior every now and then. I honestly don't remember much about the guy's appearance. I do remember thinking he looked like a completely average guy though, and didn't seem high or drunk or anything like that. My bus stop was on a busy street in a bit of a sketchier part of town. It wasn't frequently trafficked either. When we reached the stop, my dog and I set off on the short track home, only a few blocks away. As I exited the bus, I noticed the man who had been watching me exited at the same time. Something was off about him. He seemed intent on keeping stride with me, trailing closely behind me. I've heard advice somewhere in the past that you shouldn't go straight home if you're being followed. I'm sure that's situation specific, and sometimes it's safer to be inside your home, but nothing had happened yet besides having my personal space invaded. I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger yet, so I opted not to lead the stranger straight to my home. I knew my partner at the time was not there, so I decided my best plan was to weave through the neighborhood for several blocks and try to lose this guy. I think a part of me also wanted to be sure I was being followed at all. Maybe this person just happened to be walking in the same direction. After several blocks, though, it became quite clear that he was directly following me. I was weaving around pretty erratically, and he was even walking the same path as me. Neither of us spoke to one another, and I was becoming more and more frustrated that this guy would follow a woman home. The streets were quiet, and I couldn't see anybody around who I could signal for help. I don't think I would have been too surprised if this was happening while I was alone and without my dog, but I can't imagine anyone in their right mind following someone with a big German shepherd right by them. I started walking faster when I rounded a corner. I quickly ducked into a walkway, hugging a duplex about a block from my house. I was hoping the pathway would wrap around completely so I could get out of line of sight of this person. I was unfortunately met with a fence to my face. I didn't have time to backtrack, and I was now cornered in this nook between a house, a fence, and a hedge. I crouched down with my dog and waited for the guy to pass us by. I watched as the man strolled by the walkway, seemingly not noticing us at all. He didn't turn his head or even gaze in our direction. I decided we'd stay there for a few minutes, just to make sure that he was gone. Of course, my dog was as calm as ever, just chilling on his side taking a nap. How helpful. After about 3 minutes went by, just as I was thinking it was safe to start heading home, the man stepped into my line of sight again. He didn't make eye contact with me, just as he hadn't the first time. He walked by and was moving calmly and deliberately. He came slowly to a stop as soon as he was right in front of me, just off the curb. He was about 2 yards away, now facing me, not directly looking at me. There was just a sidewalk and a grassy strip between us. I watched him as he started to unload his pockets. He had a number of metal objects he was taking out and placing them in a line. To this day, I'm still not sure what they were, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. At this point, I called 911 and told them what was happening. Someone was following me and showing me erratic behavior. The cops made it there as quickly as they could and soon pulled up to the scene. The dispatcher advised me to get out of there. I hightailed it out of my hiding spot and took a non-direct path home, since my house was technically in line of sight of where I'd been hiding. I don't know what ended up happening to the guy, but fortunately I never saw him again. I'm not sure if he was on drugs or mentally unstable or both. I don't know if he had any malicious intent, but I hope he got the help he needed. I'm a transgender male, and at the time I was 18. I passed fairly well. I was dating someone online on and off for like a year and a half, and finally saved up enough to get a Greyhound bus pass to get from where I'm from to where she lives. It was about a 16-hour ride, with a few bus switches along the way. One of the bus stops was in Ohio, Cincinnati to be exact. This was my first time being out of state ever, and taking a bus. Well, besides school buses, I was all on my own. I'm a short guy, probably around 5'2" or so. It was around 4 or 5 a.m., and I believe we were just arriving in Ohio. I sat down in a little cafe area until my next bus was going to arrive. All of a sudden, this dirty, scrawny guy holding a random license plate sat down across from me. He made a little small talk, then literally asked me if he could pay to do disgusting, intimate things with him. I was freaking out already. It's at this point I kind of froze and looked to the people next to me in hopes they'd help me out. I obviously told the guy no. He then asked if he could sell me then. At this point, I got up and ran as far into the crowd as I could. I called my dad, and the guy disappeared. I didn't see him again. The messed up part is when I finally got to the girl, she told me her dad had a heart attack. It ended up being a lie, I guess. I had to leave. I had spent my money besides for food, water, and a taxi to get from the last bus stop to her city, which was not cheap. Then I had to give her friend gas money to take me back to the bus stop. I didn't have enough to rent out a room, and my dad couldn't afford to wire me any to get a room for the night. I had to just sit at the bus stop literally until 8 p.m. for the next bus. Because it was a smaller town and part of it was closed, I had to sit outside the bus station for a long time. It was honestly one of the scariest and most terrible experiences of my life. About 30 years ago, my mom went on a blind date. Her date took her to a restaurant, and although he was nice enough, she just wasn't that into him. Not even halfway through the meal, she was already thinking of ways to leave early. The waiter could tell that something was going on. While my mom's date was in the restroom, the waiter approached her and asked her if she was okay. She explained that she was on a blind date and not having that much fun. It turns out the waiter was just about to get off work, and he offered her a ride home if she'd wait for another 10 minutes. She considered it and was about to say yes when her date came back from the restroom. She gave a simple headshake no to the waiter and then smiled. She and her date finished their meal, and then he took her home just fine. The next night, my mom was watching the evening news when a story came on. It was about a woman being raped and murdered behind a restaurant the night before. The restaurant was the very same one she had been at. They showed the murderer's picture, and it was the very same waiter from that night. My cousin and his family had lived in their house for about 5 years now. His wife left home to drop the baby off at daycare before work, but realized she had left her phone at home. Entering the house, she turned the corner to the hallway and nearly ran into the drop-down attic ladder, which was fully extended. They never used the attic, as it was filled with loose insulation. She quietly left the house and drove around the corner. She called the police. When the police arrived and investigated, they found a short-range transmitter connected to several cameras hidden throughout their home. The light fixture in the shower, in the ceiling fan above their bed, even a pinhole in the nursery. They were all sending videos to a nearby location. Their neighbor a few houses away had been given a key by the prior owners and installed surveillance equipment inside once he knew their schedule. My cousin's wife had walked in on him updating his equipment, but he forgot something at his house and left to get it when she walked in. He had been watching them for years now. My grandpa worked 2 night shifts, so my grandma was home alone most nights. Her sister-in-law Rose would randomly come over to keep her company. My grandma decided to go to bed early one night. Rose came over that night to see how she was doing. She went to my grandma's bedroom. After calling for her, she received a reply of, "I'm in bed, just come on in." Upon entering the room, Rose started acting strangely and telling my grandma that she really wanted her to get up and come help her with something in the kitchen. My grandma was ready to go to sleep and was already in bed. She didn't want to, but Rose was really adamant for her to come help right now, telling her that it was extremely urgent. After a while, my grandma eventually got up and followed Rose to the kitchen. Upon entering, Rose whispered to her in a panic, with tears in her eyes, "There's a man under your bed with a knife." My grandma, of course, didn't believe her at first, but seeing the panic in Rose's eyes, she knew she must be telling the truth. They proceeded to call the police and left to the neighbor's house. The cops came and found a man hiding in the closet with a butcher knife. A group of friends was staying at this remote cabin that one of my friend's cousins owned. There were no roads leading to the cabin, and it was a good 3 or 4 day hike from where you parked the cars. I myself couldn't go at the same time as everyone else due to some work obligations. I decided to head up the same day but a bit later, which meant I would have to camp out by myself for a while. The latter part of the trail is too dangerous to be taken at night, especially for someone who doesn't know it very well. I didn't care though. I was kind of looking forward to it, as I'd never camped alone before. I was in the middle of these woods when the sun went down. I got my camp set up in a small clearing, probably about 40 feet across. I got my campfire going and pitched a small tent as well. I did all that camping stuff, like cooking hot dogs on a stick over the fire and making some s'mores. I probably stayed up for a good 2 or 3 hours after dark. The entire time, I thought I could hear some stuff moving out in the woods on the edge of the clearing. I didn't really think anything of it, because the woods are full of animals, of course. As the night went on, though, I realized that whatever it was making these noises was just circling the clearing over and over again. Once I really started paying attention, I heard it make 4 or 5 laps around. I decided to get up and investigate this noise. The noise stopped as soon as I stood up, though, and I thought I could hear some sound rushing away through the woods. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just some fox that probably got curious, and then got scared when I stood up. I decided it was time to go to sleep. I doused the fire and climbed into my tent. I started to doze off, and stayed in a half-awake, half-asleep state for a while. I normally hear some weird things when I'm in this state, so I didn't think much of it when I heard a voice. Something woke me up completely though, and I realized the voice was real and right outside my tent. It was just above a whisper, and I'm not sure if it was in another language or if they were speaking English in such a way I couldn't understand. I laid there for I don't know how long, listening to them talking and waiting for something to happen. There was just enough moonlight to light up the walls of the tent so I could see a hand pressed on the wall of it, right down near my foot. This freaked me out, and I sat up quickly. Whoever was outside the tent then disappeared. I could hear them running full sprint through the woods. I got out of my tent and shined my flashlight all around. I could see nothing. I expected there to be a bloody handprint on the outside of my tent or something, but there was no evidence anyone had been there. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I packed up my camp first light, and that morning I booked it to the cabin. I remember playing around with the radio once when I was a kid, just slowly scanning through the static and trying to find a station. I had found an old television antenna attached to the side of our house and ran a wire out my window to it with an alligator clip attached to the radio antenna. That allowed me to get a broader range of signals. I'm sitting there early in the morning at like 2 a.m., slowly sweeping through the frequencies, when suddenly I get to this station that's playing this very strange crackling sound. It sounded like cracking knuckles, or perhaps Rice Krispie cereal, but with a fixed rhythmic pattern instead of being random. I sat there listening to it for a moment, when suddenly it stopped altogether. This faint voice came on. It took a second for the weight of the words to hit me, but when they did, I freaked out and almost threw the radio across the room. I'm pretty sure it was just someone messing around with a radio transmitter, but I'll be damned if that didn't scare the hell out of me. About 5 years ago, my mom started dating a guy she'd met on a dating site. I had recently started dating the woman who would later become my wife as well. We had met online ourselves. My wife and I never really liked this guy. We didn't think he was mean or anything like that. He was just a little bit creepy. He was extremely quiet and kept his eyes closed a lot. He would occasionally say and do odd things as well, like offering my wife a chocolate, then popping one in his mouth and closing his eyes, and moaning as he let it melt with his mouth open. One time, my wife and I were visiting my mom, but she got called into work. We waited at her house. Her boyfriend was over as well, but he spent the entire several hours just waiting in her bedroom with the door closed. Just before Christmas, my mom and this guy started having some difficulties in their relationship. My wife and I were visiting her for the holidays, and she dropped all of her problems on us at once. We listened carefully and gave her our opinions. We suggested that perhaps she would be better off without him. She had already made up her mind and decided to break up with him on Christmas Eve. We spent the night at my mom's and got up early on Christmas morning to visit my dad at his house. We didn't plan to spend the night at my dad's, but we got snowed in, which was actually a bit of a nice Christmas surprise. The next day, we left as soon as we could get through all the snow. My wife suggested we stop by my mom's house on the way back so we could check to see if she was all right. My wife had a really bad feeling about my mom's now ex-boyfriend. My mom's car was in the driveway, but that doesn't mean much. She lives close enough to work that she often walks there, and it hadn't snowed in her town. She also never locked her door, which really drove me crazy. We let ourselves in. That's when we saw blood oozing out of the refrigerator's water dispenser. It had filled up to spill over the container and was now leaking onto the floor and making a puddle. My wife screamed, and I freaked out. I fully expected to see my mom's head in the freezer. I nervously opened it to find a bag of frozen cherries that had been opened and crammed into the freezer in such a way that they fell onto the ice dispenser and melted right there. It turned out that nothing nefarious had really happened, but it was one of the scariest moments of my entire life. A month ago, I met a man on Tinder with who the flow went rather well. He was interesting, cultured. I was rather confident in this and happy not to fall for once about a person who was only looking for a one-night stand. We had mutual friends, so when he offered me to sleep at his place, I accepted without being too suspicious. My friends all told me he was a super nice person, very calm and easy to get along with and trust. So, I had blind trust in this person. It was stupid to think like that. I realize that now. I arrived at his house around 9 p.m. or so. When I entered his apartment, I immediately got a bad feeling. The atmosphere was gloomy. There was almost no light. The decorations were very dark. I kinda didn't feel comfortable. We decided to sit down to smoke and started to chat a bit. As the discussion progressed onward, I learned that he had some sort of autism, and as a result, he had a lot of trouble understanding social situations, and had difficulty deciphering the difference between what is good and what is bad. An important thing as well, he told me that he decodes non-verbal language very well, and knows directly what a person is thinking just by observing their body. He then made me read all these poems he wrote. They were terrifying, honestly. He recounted the rape of a child in very precise detail, bordering on a hidden fantasy. I pretended to enjoy hearing it so as to not show that I found it really creepy. During the discussion, we came to talk about his ex-girlfriend somehow. He told me he used to have fun drowning and choking her when they took a shower together to see what it was like to have control over her life. I found that very disturbing. It was getting worse and worse. I was on edge. There were too many signs I could no longer ignore. He offered me a drink and I accepted. We went into his kitchen. He took out a glass, and that's when I noticed a gun out on the kitchen counter. I didn't say anything. I wondered why he'd put it right there in the spotlight. He saw my panicked look and told me, "Don't worry, it belongs to my father." That didn't reassure me very much. The minutes that followed were the longest of my life. I was very wary in case he decided to try and hurt me. I was tense to the max, and I wanted to get out of this place quickly. He told me that his neighbor might come by during the evening. He was a dealer who sold weapons, and from what he told me was a big, super dangerous psycho. At that moment, I decided to call my father so he could come and pick me up quickly. I pretended to have an important thing to do the next day, and tried to be as nice as possible so he wouldn't notice I was completely terrified of him. I just counted the minutes from then on, checking to see if my dad had texted me he was downstairs. The guy seemed to notice that I was being wary though, and deep down I knew that he saw I was just trying to run away. I was afraid he would act out. I kept trying to pretend everything was okay. I told myself that if he wanted to hurt me, and if he saw I was afraid, he would take action directly, telling himself he no longer had time to pretend. He offered me a massage. I tried to find an excuse to have him not give me one, but he insisted. My father was going to arrive at any minute. I gave in out of fear of what he would do. I found myself suddenly having my clothes torn off and being touched in a very suggestive way. I just hoped he wouldn't try anything further. Right as he was about to touch my chest, my cell phone rang, and my father told me he was in the driveway. I jumped out of bed and headed straight out, thanking my dad for arriving at the perfect time. The guy texted me several times after to come back, telling me I had forgotten a sweater and needed to come pick it up in person. I blocked him afterward and never heard from him again. Well, almost not. One of my friends had also matched with him on Tinder and chatted with him. She told me that she asked him to go into town for a drink and that he refused, telling her she should meet up with him at his place. I warned my friend, who immediately blocked him. I don't know if this guy would have been capable of doing something truly horrific to me, if he was really malicious or just a weird guy. In any case, be really careful on Tinder, and don't go to people's houses that you've never met before, even if you have friends in common. You never really know a person 100%. This experience happened to me in Fort Worth, Texas, in the year 2003, when I was still a sophomore in high school. Me, my brother Chris, and a friend of ours, who for the sake of this story I'll call Robert, were all really bored one day in the fall. We decided to go explore this tunnel that led into the sewers. We'd found it under a bridge. It was just because we had nothing better to do that day that we did this. It was sort of a last-minute kind of thing. Not very much planning or thought was put into it. Anyway, this is how I remember things happening all these years later. My brother Chris had invited our friend Robert over after school. We wanted to do something different this time, aside from just sitting around and playing video games. We all suggested we go outside and go walking in the field behind our house. As we did that, we descended across the street beyond the field, where there was a pretty busy street with traffic throughout the day. After jaywalking across, we walked towards the bridge underpass. We carefully walked down to the swamp under the bridge, trying not to slip and slide into the filthy-looking water below. We saw tons of graffiti down there, and then we discovered a tunnel opening. It led to the sewers. We thought to ourselves, why not go exploring? We thought it would be safe as a trio. My brother Chris entered first, me being in the middle, and Robert bringing up the rear of the tunnel. It wasn't wide enough for us to walk side by side. It was so narrow we had to walk in a single-file straight line. We used the lights on our cell phones to light the way. Now, let me clarify, this was before smartphones and iPhones and things like that. So the lights from our cell phone screens were all we had to navigate this area. We did have some light peeking through from outside the sewer grates above us, but it really wasn't enough to make much a difference. We traveled at a reasonable pace, seeing a lot of graffiti on both sides of us. As we walked in further, though, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. As we made our way down, we could hear cars passing by on the street above us. Everything sounded and looked okay for the most part. Then we got to the end of the tunnel, It led into a room with a sewer manhole with the lid closed, and 2 more tunnel openings, one on the left and the other on the right. Now, you would expect this room to be covered in graffiti too, but strangely enough, only 3 words were spray painted in white: wrong way. It was at this point we all started to feel a bit on edge, as if someone was concealed by the surrounding darkness and was watching us. We immediately started hearing sounds from the other tunnels. There came what sounded like a torrent of voices crying out in agony, along with loud stomping footsteps, as if someone in boots was making their way towards us. The horrific sounds emanating from the tunnels were distorted and bounced off the walls around us. It kind of reminded me of the scene in Haunting of Hell House, where the 2 leads of the movie started hearing footsteps of a ghost before it started pounding on their bedroom door. We all immediately turned around and ran back the way we came from. As before, Chris was in front, I was in the middle, and Robert was at the rear. We were all terrified that someone was right behind us. The relentless footsteps picked up their pace. I remember Robert was kind of pushing and shoving me. He was probably the most terrified, seeing as he was at the very back. As we ran, the hellish torrent of echoing voices seemed to intensify. Then, whoever was behind us stopped screaming all at once. We shot out of the opening of the tunnel and immediately made our way back to the top of the bridge, never looking back. As soon as we felt we were safe, we finally stopped to catch our breath. Then we talked about what happened for hours. I came to the conclusion that it was probably some homeless people living down there. They probably thought they were going to be discovered and set off to scare us. The only way they really could. The ominous graffiti sign of wrong way was probably put up as a warning to stay away. Regardless of what happened though, we never did anything like that again. I've not been to that sewer tunnel since, nor do I ever plan to. I've never told this story to anyone at all. You young kids out there who are bored and want to find something to do for yourself, do yourself a favor and stay away from the sewers. You never know what you're going to find or hear down there. This happened back when I was a college student. During that time, I shared a house with a roommate named Stephanie, and we each had our own bedroom. When I was in college, I used the Snapchat app on a daily basis. Quite a few of my friends are on Snapchat, not just from college, but from high school and other places as well. I snap with quite a few of them regularly. One night, though, I got added by someone new on Snapchat. When I looked at the username, I didn't know who it was. I could see it was a guy, and I thought possibly it might have been someone I went to school with or something. Maybe I had met him at some point in time or something like that. I had been in college for a couple of years, and I had met loads of people in my time there. I added the user back, seeing that his Bitmoji was a pretty typical looking guy. Not long after this, I received a snap from him. I opened it, curious as to who this guy was and what he was sending me. It was just a blank picture of nothing really. It seemed to be all black. I wondered why he had sent me this. I opened it and didn't respond at all. A couple of hours went by. Now it was a little bit later at night. My roommate Stephanie was gone, and I was at home all by myself. I was in my bedroom doing some homework, planning on going to bed soon, when I received another message from the same guy. Just like before, it was another picture. This time when I opened it up though, the picture looked like it was of my house. The picture was taken from my street. When I saw this, I wondered how this person could be there. How could they know this was my house? I sent a chat to this guy and asked him what he was doing. He opened it but didn't immediately reply. I went over to my bedroom window, which was covered, and lifted the blinds slightly to look outside. When I did, I didn't see anything out there. Now, I couldn't see the whole street from my window, of course, but I could see a good chunk of it. I was hoping that maybe this person was just walking by. Maybe this was one of my friends who actually knew me and was playing a joke on me. It seemed pretty unlikely for that to be the case, though. Hopefully the guy was gone by now. About 5 minutes or so had gone by, and I had gone back to my homework. I was just about finishing when I got another message from the same guy. This time, though, it was not a picture at all. It was an actual chat. "Open your front door." I got up and left my bedroom. I carefully walked over to the living room and looked out the window that had a view of the front step. I saw a man standing there, right outside the front door. From where I was, I couldn't see the guy's face. I could only see up to his shoulders, so I really didn't know who he was. This clearly didn't appear to be anybody I recognized, though, so I had no plans to open the door for him. I responded by asking who he was. He didn't reply. I threatened to call the police. I told him if he didn't leave or tell me who he was, I would call them right now. He opened that message but didn't respond to it either. I watched him continue to stand at the front step. Then, after about a minute, I saw him leave and go to the left. He was walking out of my line of sight. I hoped and assumed that he was leaving. I went to another window, though, and looked out in the direction he went to make sure. I didn't see anything, though. This probably meant he was gone now. For the next several minutes, I went around the house and looked out just about every side of it, but I could not find the guy anywhere. This made me feel a bit better. I figured he must have given up and gone home. I went back to my bedroom. I should have gone to sleep right then, but I wasn't that tired anymore, as you might imagine. It wasn't all that late either. I was done studying, though. I locked myself up in my room and turned on my TV. About an hour later, I felt my phone vibrate next to me. I picked it up and saw yet another message from that same guy. At first, I didn't want to open it, but ultimately I decided to do it. It was another picture. After opening it, I saw it was a close-up of my bedroom window. I looked over to the window, but I couldn't see out of it at all because of the thick blinds I had. I then heard someone begin knocking on the window from outside. At this point, I took my phone and dialed 911. I couldn't take this anymore. I ran out of my bedroom and into the bathroom down the hallway. I locked the door and waited for the police to arrive. In the meantime, I blocked his account on Snapchat. I did not want to receive any more messages from him. When I was inside the bathroom, I didn't hear anything else after blocking the guy. He wouldn't be able to contact me anyway, and I didn't hear any noises from the window or anything. I was totally isolated. I had no idea what was going on out there. I just hoped he wouldn't try to break into the house or anything. Eventually, the cops got there. It was only then that I finally left the bathroom. They told me they'd found the man hiding in the backyard. He was a guy I didn't recognize at all. I'm not sure how he knew me, or how he even got my Snapchat in the first place. I guess I'd accidentally left my location on through Snap Maps though, which is how he found out where I lived. Since this incident, I only accept friends if I actually know them and who they are. This happened when I was a senior in high school. Snapchat was how I communicated with all of my friends during that time. In fact, I would bet that Snapchat was the most popular app in the entire school. I went to a pretty large high school, and I really enjoyed it, honestly. Sometime in the fall semester, though, I was added on Snapchat by a new user. It happened on a day shortly after I'd arrived at school. It didn't seem like a bot or anything like that, but I still had no idea who this person was. The username was simply Josh something, and a lot of numbers after. The name of their account was obviously just Josh. There were probably more than a few people named Josh at my school, so I added the account back without giving it much thought. Not long after doing so, this Josh sent me a Snapchat. It was an actual chat, not a picture. He said, "Hi, what's up?" I responded by asking who this was and how he knew me. He claimed that he also went to my school and mentioned the school by name. I believed him and had no reason not to. I don't remember exactly what I said after that, probably just cool or something. We talked very briefly, but I didn't even know what he looked like, so I didn't know if I had a class with him or anything. The conversation didn't last very long, and I stopped talking with him within a few hours. Later on in that same school day, I got another Snapchat from him once again. Once again, it was also just a chat. I still didn't know what this guy looked like, but he said he wanted to meet me behind the school near the English hallway doors after school. Well, that was kind of weird. Why was he asking me to meet him after school? I did know where that exit from the English hallway was. It was rarely used and in the very back corner, in a quieter area with less traffic. I asked him why. He said to please just show up. I really wanted to know exactly who this guy was. I clicked on his username again, but there was no way of knowing. He didn't have a last name listed, or any initials either. Just Josh and a bunch of numbers. When the school day ended, I did not go behind the school like he asked. I just left through the main side exit and went to my car in the student parking lot. At that point, I got another snap from him. I saw it when I got into my car. He asked me where I was. I left it on open and then started to drive home. The drive home was normal. When I got to my street where I lived with my parents, though, a car followed me onto it. We lived on a quieter street, and I did not recognize this car at all. I pulled into my driveway confused, and the car kept on going down the street. I went inside and unpacked all my school things, then went into my bedroom. I could see out the window, though, that the same car was now parked on the side of the street, just a little ways up. It had parked kind of in front of our yard. This seemed a little bit strange to me. I couldn't tell who was inside of it, though. It was a red two-door sedan, kind of smaller, and looked fairly old, at least 15 years, I'd say. I covered my window and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Not long after, when I checked again, the car was gone. I forgot all about it pretty much, and I didn't get any more Snapchats from Josh. I had a pretty normal rest of the day. That night, though, when I got into my bedroom to go to bed, I saw the car was there again. It was parked in the exact same spot from before. Same red car as well. I couldn't tell if anybody was inside of it or not. I had a really bad feeling, though. I left my bedroom and found my dad and told him about what was going on. This all just seemed so strange. I didn't know who it was, and I wasn't sure what was going on. I didn't know what my dad would do about it. I figured I should let him know, though. He left the house, I guess, to get a closer look at the car. I watched him from the window. Now, I had no idea if anybody was inside or not. It was too hard to tell from where I was. When my dad got about halfway to the vehicle, suddenly it started and sped off in a hurry. It went down the street, shooting past my dad who was standing in our front yard. When the car was gone, my dad came back inside. He said he'd seen some man driving. We were glad the car had left. I didn't connect the car immediately to the person on Snapchat, but the next morning I remembered that person. When I looked on Snapchat, I had been blocked by that account. I asked around for some friends at school, and none of them knew who this Josh guy could possibly be. I'm pretty sure it was a grown man who was pretending to be someone from my school. He tried to get me to go with him after school, and probably followed me home after I didn't meet up with him like he'd asked me to. It's really creepy to think about if that was in fact the case. Good thing, though, is I've never heard from him again, or seen the car after. This incident happened back in 2014. I had been committed to a psych ward for my own safety. A little background, I'm a woman, and I was 19 at the time this happened. I was coming off 3 years of bipolar medication, while at the peak of substance abuse, facilitated by my first year in college. I was going crazy with new adult freedom. One night I had a big mental breakdown, and I was committed for the first time in the adult ward. Previously, I had only been admitted in the minors ward during my adolescence for similar episodes. Within this unit, you had to share a room with the same sex, but weren't given any proper introductions. The facility as a whole wasn't really managed effectively, nor did any of the nurses or doctors seem to care, other than to prescribe and get you out as soon as possible. I was led to the room I would be staying in. The nurse just said to the other lady in the room, "This is your new roommate," then left. The woman appeared to be in her late 40s or early 50s, Hispanic and a little bit taller than I was. She would not keep her gaze off the floor in front of her and didn't say a word or move when I tried to greet her. I noticed she had a tattoo of a cartoon version of the classic Red Devil, but as a baby of some sort. I figured I would just try and leave her to her own business and stick to my area of the room. The first night went as they normally do in a psych ward. A nightly group where my roommate declined to share anything yet again, only staring at the floor and barely moving an inch, while everyone else was lining up to be given their medication before bed. One of the people across the way started banging on their door and screaming. One guy was smiling while banging his bald head against a glass window. Some other guys behind him were screaming and jumping around. The orderlies came and took them away, their screams still lingering through the halls. Having been in psych wards before, I was not surprised by out-of-the-ordinary behavior, like yelling or fights starting, but this was something completely different to me. I was with disturbed adults now, people who had years of illnesses deteriorating their mind, not just angry little kids anymore. I actually felt scared for the first time because of the high level of unpredictability with these people. I knew I wasn't all there in the head either, but these people had me anxious and made it difficult to try and get any rest that night. You know the feeling of being awake but you haven't opened your eyes yet? The moment when you're barely waking up and everything is still in this fuzzy state of conscious. I was in that state later that night. I felt like I was waking up, as if something was forcing me awake, yet I was still so tired. I wasn't opening my eyes yet. The more I came to, though, I began to feel a pressure on my forehead, and I could sense a ton of sweat dripping on my face. I opened my eyes, only to find my roommate standing over my bed, staring me in the eye. She had one hand on my forehead, and the other in a balled-up fist against her chest. She spoke in what I assumed to be tongues. I looked into her eyes, and they were blank and vacant, empty of any emotion at all. She started whispering gibberish faster and getting louder. I was paralyzed at this moment, not sure what to do or what this woman would do if I were to do anything. There was only us in this room, and the nurse's station was all the way at the end of the hall. She started wiping the sweat off my forehead with her hand, while still speaking fast and erratically. I wasn't sure what she planned on doing next. She then put her hands around my throat. At this point, she started screaming while shaking me. That was not long before our nurse rushed in and took her off me. The nurse seemed more irritated she had to get up at all and do her job, rather than being concerned about how I was doing or feeling. She escorted the woman out and said not to worry and just go back to sleep. I don't know how I managed to fall back asleep that night. I assumed the woman got transferred to a more severe ward because I didn't see her again the next day. I was luckily able to leave later that same day. This incident has since been a reminder for me to never go back and to manage my mental well-being better. because while I do have some issues, I could be in a far worse state of mind. I still wake up some nights with lingering anxiety and have to calm myself down to go back to sleep. I never want to go back to a ward in my entire life to experience this again, or perhaps something far worse. I think my love for collecting cards stems back from my early childhood, when my dad and I used to open packs together. I remember specifically going around and grabbing Pokemon cards and Beanie Babies when I was a kid. Usually, if I did good on a test or got a good report card, I could get a pack of cards or something that my dad and I would look at together. Now fast forward about 20 years. I still collect the cards and enjoy opening them with my friends and family. I learned pretty early on in collecting that I couldn't keep everything, so I sold off most of my collection and only really keep items of value that I have the space for or that have some sentimental value to me. The pandemic surge really made me wish I held on to some of those items longer though. Anyway, I don't really collect anything specifically, just items that catch my eye, ranging from horror cards like Jaws and Fright Flicks to Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Even some occasional football or basketball cards as well. For years, I belonged to forums, which then morphed into Facebook and Reddit pages. On these sites, you meet tons of people who like to share their collections, trade, and even sell cards to each other. I made a few acquaintances and even a couple of friends over the years through these different forms of media, but one experience I had always sticks out more than the others. That was the time I met Roger. Roger was someone I met online who also had an interest in error cards. You know, something is off-center or perhaps misprinted during the manufacturing process. We talked casually for what I would guesstimate was 6 to 8 months, until he sent me a message about a card convention. The message stuck out to me because I remember him saying, "Hey, I saw this collectible card convention and card show that wasn't far from where you are. Are you considering going maybe?" I remember my immediate response was, "How do you know that show is close to me?" I don't discuss my city or state online. I don't remember the exact response he gave, but I think he said something along the lines that he'd picked it up from my socials and some of the pictures I'd posted. Either way, I said, yeah, I was planning on going to the convention to look around, maybe even thin out my collection a little. He mentioned that he was also attending, and that we should meet up IRL and get a drink or coffee or take a tour of the convention together. I agreed and figured there wouldn't really be any harm in meeting someone I'd chatted with pretty regularly, especially in a public setting like a convention. The day came and I was waiting to meet up with Roger. I got a tap on the shoulder and turned around. Can I help you?" "Hey, it's me, Roger," I responded pretty quickly. "Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you. You look so different than you do on all your socials." "Oh yeah, I took all those pictures a long time ago." I remember trying to steer the conversation. "Well, it's good to finally meet you." I was thinking to myself though, this is a completely different person to the images on the social media pages. They looked nothing alike, not even remotely close. Before I could even process anything else though, Roger said, "I want to introduce you to my friend Todd." I stuck out my hand, but this Todd guy completely ignored it and didn't say anything to me. Don't worry, he's just shy. He'll warm up eventually." I was already regretting my decision to meet up with someone I didn't really know that well. I said we should go in and take a look around. Everyone agreed and we all headed in. In all honesty, it was an amazing show. There were so many cool collectibles and cards. I didn't end up getting anything for myself that day though. Like I said, at the time I was trying to thin out my collection, rather than increase its size. As we approached different areas and booths, I became more comfortable being around Todd and Roger. Todd was quite rude though, and Roger just seemed to go along with everything he said. I ended up getting very quiet eventually, and even though I had seen a lot of cool things with them, I was trying to plan my escape from these people. Roger had to run to the bathroom eventually, and I was left alone with Todd. Well, I think I'm gonna head out when Roger gets back. I have some stuff to take care of when I get home. For the very first time that day, Todd turned and looked at me. He spoke in a very firm voice. "No, you're not. We made this trip all the way here, and you're gonna make it worthwhile for us." I asked him what he meant, but just as he was about to respond, Roger came back and interrupted. "Alright guys, what's up next?" I said I had to head home because I had a lot of stuff to do with my family. Roger's smile immediately turned to a frown. "Well, if you want to be rude and take off, that's your choice." I ignored it and got up. I walked off as fast as I could. At that point, the first thing I was thinking was that I was going to block Roger on any app we had together. I got home and told my wife what happened. She seemed disinterested and said something like, "I told you everyone online is creepy." I tried to put the events from that day out of my head, but I was still feeling a bit uneasy and anxious. I decided to go to bed early around 8:30 or so. I was woken up to a loud bang at 1 a.m. I couldn't tell what it was, but it sounded like a table or chair had been tipped over. I told my wife to go back to sleep, and I would go check out what it was. I looked around the house and couldn't really find anything out of place. I went down to the basement though, and what I saw still gives me a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach whenever I think about it. I saw Todd from earlier, grabbing storage totes and carrying them up my storm doors. If you don't know what those are, they're like the Wizard of Oz basement doors that lead to your backyard directly from your basement. I screamed. "What the hell is going on here?" Todd dropped the totes and flew up the stairs. I tried to follow, but by the time I got up, he had run past the fence that had been open and jumped into a black van. It then sped off. I think it took a good 10 to 15 minutes for everything to sink in and for my adrenaline to lower. I went inside and told my wife, and we called the police immediately. I told them everything about Roger and Todd, from my conversations over several months with Roger, all the way up to meeting them that day. The police said they most likely gained information on some items in my collection and scheduled the meetup to try and tell me and find out where those items were located. It made sense, honestly. I don't have any other idea how Roger would have found out where I lived. That's assuming Roger was actually involved, which I told the police that he would have had to have been. Nothing ever really came from the investigation though, and unfortunately I didn't have enough info for the police to do anything about it. They hadn't managed to actually steal very much, and honestly it was of little value what they did take, so I didn't really care. I was just glad my family and I were okay. I still open up cards every now and again with my wife, but if I do buy or sell, I do it through eBay or other selling sites now, and I always make sure to use my P.O. box as an address instead. I haven't been to any convention or card shows since this incident, and if I'm being honest, I don't see myself doing so at any point in the near future. A couple years ago, one of my closest friends relocated cross-country with his long-term girlfriend to take a job he couldn't refuse. Only issue he had was that he didn't want to fly his dogs out with him when they made the move. They'd be staying in a hotel for the first month of their stay. He was also a bit hesitant to fly them out for health concerns for both pets. By the time he'd located a home to rent, he was really missing them though, and made a request of his sister, another close friend, and myself to drive them to him in LA. We're all Chicago folks, so the trip would be quite a long one. With the three of us to foot the nearly 30-hour drive though, surely it would be a piece of cake. We left early and drove long hours. Along the way, it was decided between my friend and I that we'd foot the majority of the drive ourselves, and if we needed to, we would let the friend's sister do some driving as well. We were on a bit of a time crunch due to a snafu with the rental agreement, so we didn't have the luxury to stop very often. Past an 8-hour stay in Denver, the rest of the journey itself was relatively smooth, barring getting pulled over right before entering Utah for driving 2 miles in the left lane of an empty highway. From that point, we made it through Utah, Arizona, and Nevada without any further trouble. That is, until we entered California. We were in need of gas, and I had been driving for the majority of the first day. I tagged my buddy in after being pulled over, and I remained in the shotgun seat as navigator, searching through the GPS for a fuel stop. I found a sign pointing to Yermo Ghost Town, which had a mobile gas station. How wonderful! It was convenient, and it was located almost directly off the interstate. We rolled in on a little more than fumes. When we approached the pumps, normally we would let the dogs out at every rest stop, but having stopped not long before and with both dogs sleeping snugly in the back seat, I decided to pump gas without anyone else leaving the vehicle. My buddy pulled up on the opposite side of a beat-up green sedan, where a short, plump gentleman had just turned in to approach the shop. I noticed a few other hoopties at the pumps, all unoccupied. There were a couple of cars parked up near the station, most likely belonging to the employees. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That is, until I swiped my credit card, and the pump rejected my swipe attempt. I chalked it up to a misread, so I swiped again. The pump now read, "Please see the attendant." I was quite annoyed, but we really needed the gas. I tapped on the window and told my buddy what I was doing. I asked if anybody needed anything. After taking their orders for Gatorade and Marlboro Reds, I walked up to the store. I made a mental note of how strange this gas station was. It was eerily quiet, especially for one just off the interstate. And that was no matter really. As I walked through the gas station though, there was more weirdness. The first thing I noticed in the store was that there were boxes of chips just left on the floor, like someone was in the middle of restocking the shelves and then just quit. As I veered to my right, I noticed that there was no one else walking around in this place either. With the 6 cars beside my own out there, I felt like I would see somebody at least. Things got even weirder when I realized there was nobody behind the counter. No customers, no workers. Then it dawned on me. Well, what happened to the gentleman who was just leaving the pump adjacent to mine? Surely they can't all be in the bathroom. I began to have the gnawing sensation in my stomach that something was not right. I've always been a person who felt like I could trust my instincts, and those instincts were screaming at me to get the hell out of here. I wanted to run, but I thought I would look suspicious booking it out of the station that was empty, so I decided to play it cool and natural. Don't let your body language let on how badly you're freaking out in your head. I was probably only inside that station for a couple of minutes. I left, but I stopped just before exiting to listen in for anything. A flushing toilet even would have been a good sound, but there was no noise at all. As I exited the shop and saw my car, I began to feel a dread. It's like that moment in a movie where the hero is about to make it to the end of their trial, but the celebratory fanfare disappears, and in that silence something comes and strikes them down. I was about 25 yards from the car when I noticed a gentleman coming from around the side of the shop opposite of me. This was not the same man I'd seen earlier. He was quite large and had a peculiar look on his face. The best way I can describe it was like a crazy Nick Cage smile. I continued walking towards my car. When I turned back to look at him, he was now walking towards me fast and with purpose. At this point, I hopped my way back to the car with an increased urgency in my step. Of course, my friend had the door locked. There was also the 95-pound golden retriever sitting in my seat. Apparently, my travel companions had not noticed how terrified I was, nor the creepy man directly beelining in our direction. I punched the window and told him to unlock the door right now. He only halfway rolled down the window to tell me the dog was in my seat. They were afraid she would jump out when I opened the door. I reached my hand in and threw the dog towards the back seat as hard as I could. My friends were just now realizing how scared I was. He started the car and drove off quickly. I took one last look back and saw the man had stopped about a pump away from where we were, still with that same eerie look on his face. We found another gas station further down the road, this time with a ton of people inside and out. After thoroughly being creeped out and pumping the gas, we made our way back to the interstate, which meant passing that gas station again. It had been about 30 minutes since we'd pulled out initially. We went silent as we noticed those very same cars were sitting in the same spots before we had left them. After freaking out for a few minutes, I received a phone call from my credit card company about a $100 charge at a mobile station. The lady on the phone was really helpful in fixing the situation for me and was entirely creeped out by the situation as we were in the end. We made it to LA just fine and had a great vacation there. It still bothers me though. What the hell was going on at that little gas station off the highway? What was with that smiling man? To start this off, I was 10 years old at the time this happened. Back then, my parents used to own a whole apartment complex, and the leasing office was attached to our house in the complex. This is where I spent most of my childhood. My grandmother would run the office, and my grandfather would do all the physical labor, along with the other workers. I spent a lot of time in the complex, riding my bike around, walking my Jack Russell, and playing in the creeks behind the trees. You know, the stuff a normal kid would do. Nothing crazy, really. I always felt safe around there, and everyone knew me as the owner's grandchild. Certain parts of these memories get a little foggy as I get older, so I can't remember every incident, but I remember enough to know this man, and that something was not right about him. When my grandmother first leased the apartment to this man, I never even knew about it until I actually met him. The first time I did meet him, I was walking around the complex, doing nothing in particular but minding my own business. He approached me out of nowhere and began to make small talk. Me being friendly, I always spoke back. He mentioned how he just moved in. His apartment was super cool, and he didn't mind if me and my friends ever wanted to come over. I didn't think anything of it at the time, and agreed. Things started to progress the more I'd see him around, and eventually I knew something wasn't right. The next time I met him, I was walking around the entrance of the apartment complex. To add, Mercer County Community College was right behind the apartment complex, so I used to travel over there. You could cut through to the college by the entrance of the apartments. I was only ever there because the overhead bridge that looks down into the creek was there, and I used to enjoy peeking over and watching the fish swim around. Once I was done looking around, I turned only to find him there. He was in the walkthrough of the apartments in the college, peeing into the bushes. He turned towards me, exposed himself, and apologized for me seeing him like this. Of course, as a 10-year-old, your brain doesn't process things as easily. I told him it was okay and walked away. He called out to me and reminded me about his apartment, and that was the end of it. I went back home. Now he started getting really creepy. The last two encounters I very clearly remember, with a final straw to it all. I was walking my dog Buddy one day. The man saw me again and approached me. He asked me if he could pet the dog. I was hesitant, but agreed because my dog is fairly friendly, and I'd never taught him to be mean. He crouched down to pet him, and his pants fell all the way down. That's when I realized this was not okay. He sat there petting my dog and groping himself visibly for me to see. I was appalled. I honestly didn't know what to do. Alarms were going off in my head. As he did this, he asked me what I liked to do and if I'd like to come over and play some fun games with him. I told him I'd do so one day, and that I needed to leave right now. The final encounter, I had my best friend who was also 10, and my sister who was 3 at the time over at my house with me. We decided to take the dog for a walk again. He was fun to walk with, very hyper, and would drag you if you let him. We were walking in the backyard of some apartments. Lo and behold, the man appears, almost as if he knew we would be there, like he had been watching us the whole time. He began to casually talk, complimenting my dog and asking us if we wanted to see his. My little sister agreed and walked a bit closer. He pulled out his phone. I was almost fooled for a second and thought maybe he did have a dog. He crouched down next to my sister and started showing photos of him in the nude with his dog. I realized he was getting closer and closer to her, too close to my baby sister for comfort. It made me very uncomfortable. He could have snatched her and ran if he really wanted to, and I always think back on that. I was in a state of shock as I realized he was inviting us over again. My best friend realized this was creepy, and we exchanged looks. I knew I needed to get us out of there. I bent down and grabbed my dog. I clipped his leash, knowing he'd dart away at an intense speed, just as I'd planned. With the dog now on the loose, I grabbed my sister and noped the fuck out of there. I left him exactly where he remained, as he stared at us running away. We ran home in tears and told my grandfather everything I'd experienced since the day he moved in. I felt horrible knowing I let it escalate so long, to the point where others around me were also exposed. The cops were called and he was arrested on the spot. We had to tell everything to child investigators, cops, the news. It was a lot, and after he was gone, reality set in, and so did the trauma. I swear that dog saved us and got us out of there. I miss him every day, because if I didn't have him with me in that moment, I wouldn't have known what to do. I just think more so about what would have happened if I fell for going to his apartment, or even worse, if he got his hands on a child that was 10 times as gullible as me. The most fucked up part is that he stayed in jail only for the weekend until his family bonded him out. Hello everyone, my name is Luke. I'm French and I'm 26 years old. I currently live in Australia since May of 2019. I met my girlfriend Mina, who is of Japanese origin, about 1 month after arriving in Australia. We met on a strawberry farm where we both worked. We worked on it for several months until the health crisis impacted the planet. So, job on the farm was over, and we had to find something else. At that moment, the two choices available to us were go back home and separate, very hard for both of us, or stick together and try to get through this ordeal. Spoiler alert, we chose the second option. We decided to leave this seasonal job in the countryside and go to the city together to try and find new jobs. Bingo. Good news for me, an employer wanted to hire me to work for a local Australian football team. We'll call this employer Kathy. Kathy explained to me that I could work for managing the football team, but that currently, because of the health crisis, we'd have to wait until obligatory confinement periods passed and the football season resumed. I explained that I did like the job, but it would be quite hard for Mina and I to remain unemployed during that entire confinement period. We had to pay rent, food, and all that stuff still. Luckily, Kathy had a heart as big as the entirety of Australia. Sensitive to our situation, she explained that she had a solution for both of us. She owned a holiday home several kilometers from Brisbane, which belonged to her father, who was now in a retirement home. We could stay there for free during the period we couldn't work. At the time, I didn't really believe it. I told myself something fishy was clearly going on, but faced with this situation, I had no choice but to accept. It was the only real solution for us. We accepted the proposal together and moved into this house a few days later. We played Animal Crossing, Splatoon, Mortal Kombat, and did many other things together during this confinement period. Everything was going pretty well. We did feel a little bit lonely though. The house was very isolated in the countryside. Apart from that, everything seemed perfectly fine. We had a garden, a kitchen, basically everything for free. We really couldn't complain or be choosers here. I would like to reiterate once again that this house was in the middle of nowhere. We had just a single neighbor, John, who took care of his horses and whom I got along well with, but he rarely stopped by to visit the place. He was basically the only guy around. Other details which will be important. In this house, there's a main entrance door with a large blurred window, so you can distinguish things through it. There's another wooden door behind the house which opens onto a veranda connected to the home. The house is single-story, so there are no floors, and there are no curtains on the windows except in the bedroom. 3 or 4 weeks after moving in, Kathy called me to tell me some good news. I could finally go to work. The first day of work, everything was like clockwork. I loved what I was doing, and it was a very good working atmosphere. The only problem was we were still staying in Kathy's father's house, which was several kilometers away, and I didn't have a car. It took an hour and a few separate train rides to get there, the same coming back as well. Like I said before though, I couldn't really complain. Mina was still looking for work. She hadn't been as lucky as me, so she was mostly stuck at home while I was working. The second day of work at 5 p.m., I was getting ready to end my day when I received a surprise call from Mina. She was whispering, and her voice was trembling. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I'm going to switch to her point of view so you get as much detail as possible. I was quietly playing Animal Crossing on the sofa when I saw a silhouette through the blurred window of the main entrance door. It was not the right shape for it to be Luke or even John, and I understood that very quickly. I stared at this figure, who was now motionless in the front door. That's when I tried to get up and slowly move away. At this point, the individual outside started frantically banging. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. I tried to be as discreet as possible, so the individual would think no one was home or would open the door for them. I finally decided to hide in the bedroom closet because it's the only room where you couldn't see what was happening from the outside. Huddling between the hangers and our clothes, I was praying for the person outside to just go away. At that point, I remembered there was a second door behind the home that was free to access. I couldn't remember if it had been locked or not. Feeling a surge of courage, I decided to rush through the house in order to reach this door. During this race, I saw the individual passing in front of one of the kitchen windows. The conclusion? This man was also going around back to check if the door was open. Panicked but already in the race, I decided to run to the end and close the door before the man tried to open it. When I finally pushed the latch, I heard the individual trying to push open the door. Switching back to my perspective, completely frightened, she went back to hide in the cupboard, and that's when she called me. I had a little bit of trouble understanding what she was trying to say to me on the phone, since her voice was trembling and she was so panicked. I tried to calm her down so I could get more clear information on what was happening. After a minute where I asked her to focus on breathing and listen to me, she managed to calmly describe to me the events occurring. Being next to Kathy, I asked her if anyone was supposed to pay a visit to the house or something. No one was supposed to come or even know that the house was being inhabited. I knew I had to get home as quickly as possible and ensure Mina was not in any danger. I asked her to stay in the cupboard and call the police and call me back directly afterwards. I was going to rush home. She decided to stay on the phone with me. Not the best solution, I admit. She should have called the police, but she was in a total state of stress and panic, and I guess having me on the phone reassured her. I ordered an Uber and told him to go as fast as possible. She explained to me that she no longer heard anything outside, no one knocking at the door or lingering around the house. I advised her to stay in hiding. She decided to take a peek outside the cupboard, though, and confirmed to me a few minutes later that the silhouette was no longer visible behind the door, and no one seemed to be around the house. I arrived at 5:45 p.m. I rushed over to Mina and wrapped her up in a big hug. I explained to her that now that I was here, there was nothing to fear anymore. At 6 p.m., it started to get completely dark. I checked the locks and tried to get this off our minds by playing games and watching anime together. That was a mistake, though. In my relief at finding her safe with no further problems, I omitted the detail of greatest importance. Check around the house, you idiot. Why didn't you check the house first? It was now time to go to bed. At 1 a.m., the neighbor's horses woke me up. I could hear the hooves. Mina, still not really asleep, asked me what the noise was. I told her it was just the neighbor's horses. At 3 a.m., there was a series of sudden frantic knocks on the back door. It was super strong, like they were trying to break it down. I can tell you, I discovered what adrenaline was at that moment. I was sure it was the same guy as earlier, and he had one intention all along, to get into this house. Mina was screaming. I started to shake all over. I had this feeling of being paralyzed while still expending a ton of energy. It's very strange to explain. Eventually, I got out of bed, planning to barricade the back door and call the police. As I left the room, though, I heard a dull metallic noise. He had opened the back door and was on the veranda. There was only one last door with a poor wooden wedge under the small space at the bottom that separated us. At this moment, it was certain he was going to get in. I'm not really the type to fight, and I'm not worth much in a fight anyway, but I had no choice. I grabbed the biggest knife I had and placed myself in an angle in which I had the best chance of taking him by surprise. I was ready to defend myself with a knife if need be, to defend Mina, who was paralyzed in fear on the bed. Honestly, I could already see myself explaining to the courts why I'd stabbed a guy. I was scared, no doubt, but at the same time, hearing Mina's screams filled me with determination. She threw me the phone and told me to call the police. I did so, still in the same position and ready to defend myself. The phone call must have lasted 40 seconds. The policeman on the phone understood straight away that this was a serious situation. He asked me for the address and said they were on the way immediately. At this moment, I found myself a little more relieved while remaining on lookout. This is where the individual began to mumble incomprehensible stuff that didn't really assure me. From the noise he was making, he was either a guy who was heavily drunk, on drugs, or mentally ill. He must have figured I'd called the cops, but he was still reaching for the handle and trying to get inside. At 3:10, the cops finally arrived, 4 officers and 1 dog. As I saw them approaching, I heard noises behind the door. The individual seemed to get scared and give up. I heard the dog barking, the policeman shouting, and the man moaning. Finally, it was finished. The individual was neutralized and taken away in the police car. The officers stayed with us to talk to us and get our version of the events that happened, to find out if we wanted to file charges or not. The officer told us there was a chance this man was a patient at a rehab center nearby. He also told us he wasn't sure of anything at the time, and they would have to verify his identity. Ultimately, we never heard back from the guy or the police, though. After that night, I admit we had a lot of trouble sleeping. I contacted Kathy to explain to her what happened to us. She was shocked and felt somewhat responsible as well. Unfortunately, there are no real answers as to who the guy was, nor what he wanted. I even ended up wondering if maybe this was someone who was actually in distress and went about things very poorly, in need of help. I guess we'll never really know. So yeah, I guess the lesson is Australia is great. I remember having a typical mundane day in our calculus class. The promise of spring break was tantalizingly close. Some restlessness had taken over the classroom as we waited to taste our freedom for a few months. Our teacher, known for his laid-back behavior, was deciding to inject some fun into the class. He introduced a brand logo quiz on Sparkle, which was a welcome break from the usual routine. "Alright folks, let's have a little bit of fun before the weekend, why don't we?" Our teacher announced with a big smile. That moment of relaxation was short-lived though. The tranquility of our classroom was shattered when the principal's voice suddenly came over the loudspeaker. His usually calm demeanor had a tone of panic to it, and his words sent a chill through the room. "This is not a drill. All teachers proceed with lockdown," he urgently declared over the loudspeaker. A sense of foreboding washed over the room. Our teacher, typically easygoing, seemed to be in distress as he hurriedly dimmed the lights and herded us to the safety of the corner. There was an eerie silence as we waited. I remember the hum of an electrical panel in the back room being the only sound I could hear. The moment stretched on, and it felt like every shadow cast a long feeling of dread. "This can't be real," one of the students muttered. The agony of the situation escalated. We began to hear a man's screams echoing down the hallway. I remember panic seizing me as those wails grew louder and closer to our room. It was impossible to stay composed then when this man began pounding on all the lockers outside, screaming threats in at us. "I'll kill all of you!" he screamed. The fear for our lives consumed us as the frenzied man walked right over to our classroom door and began to bang and tug on it. The screaming and crying of some girls in the class only served to scare everyone even more. The pounding persisted. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. "Is this really happening?" I remember another student whispering. After many minutes of his tormenting screams and relentless banging trying to get in, they receded into the distance. We felt a bit of relief, but we remained very on edge, waiting for the terrible shoe to drop. The principal's voice filled the room once more, explaining this unsettling situation. Apparently, the mentally unstable intruder had walked right in the front door and attacked the woman at the front desk, sparking chaos and alarm. He repeated once more to remain in lockdown. As we learned more, it turned out the man had recently fled from authorities and just happened to run into the school to try and escape. The school was left grappling with the haunting knowledge that he was still lurking somewhere nearby. "Stay calm, everyone. The police are on their way," the principal reassured us all. The man's intrusion, though, had left a mark on the school, and we were left to wonder about his whereabouts. As students, we all realized that safety can't be taken for granted, even in the most ordinary of moments. To this day, I don't know what happened to the man who caused our harrowing lockdown. He escaped out of the school before the police arrived, and he didn't actually end up hurting anyone inside, other than the lady at the front desk. I like to believe that he was caught and is now receiving the help he so clearly needed, instead of being lost in that mental darkness forever. At high school, I made friends with some guys from a nearby town, and I often traveled there to spend some time with them. One night, one of them said to me that there was an abandoned meat plant in a secluded part of the town, and we should go there again to explore. Some of my buds had already been there before. I was a 16-year-old who loved adrenaline, so I thought that was a real great idea. After some hesitation from a few of the others, everyone agreed to go. One guy led us, and I found the path a bit odd. I mean, when the place was active, they probably transported products and/or animals with trucks and such, but it would be very difficult for a truck to pass through here. We walked down this long, narrow dirt road, surrounded by fields and forests, with absolutely no lights or buildings anywhere nearby. This place was in the middle of nowhere. After like 10 to 15 minutes of walking, we finally arrived, hopped the fence, and decided to check what was inside. We explored the whole place, which was pretty fun because they'd left everything behind. Machines, workwear, etc. To be honest, nothing paranormal happened there or anything, but we did find two things very strange. For one, the place had been abandoned for more than 10 years at the time. However, we found a big barrel in the yard that appeared to be filled with some sort of guts and blood. It didn't really look fresh, but it also wasn't decaying either. It was quite strange. Every door was also unlocked except for one. That door looked brand new, while all the other doors were old and battered. The room didn't have windows either, so we couldn't see what was inside. There was also another later discovery by someone who regularly went to that place. A couple of other kids had broken the padlock on the gate to get inside one time, only to find that days later another padlock had appeared. Anyways, it was quite a fun experience, and it became a habit to go there every once in a while. The very last time we were there, though, was in February of 2017. It was 2 weeks after our last visit, when we saw the police were there. We heard that some kind of crime had occurred at the meat plant, and the police were searching for somebody. I never got the full details on what happened. There's a small news portal that dealt with what was happening in this area, but they didn't even publish about the incident, so we tried to find it on other sites. There was absolutely no information about this place on the internet, as if it never existed. There were some rumors that multiple bodies had been found inside, and somebody was using the place as a dumping ground or something. Either way, I don't think I'll ever go there again. Back when I, male and 18, graduated in 2021, I wanted to take a gap year, well, as much of one as you can take in America really, to focus on myself after the pandemic. My godfather had also passed away while visiting us due to some hospital malpractice. I was already in a lot of grief and staying inside more than ever. My brother, male and 25, was working at Petco and met a sweet old lady that needed a dog sitter. Somehow, I ended up getting an interview to dog sit. As a dog owner, I had a lot of experience caring for them. I should have left though the second she told me my worth was only $2 an hour and that she'd pay bi-weekly because she could pay anyone to dog sit for $10 an hour. I reluctantly accepted as it was a job, and she insisted I stay over 12 hours a day. I always think about how much I could have made back then if I just knew my own worth. Anyway, as the interview went on, she brought up this ex-roommate of hers that she had kicked out in a heated argument. She ominously told me, if anyone knocks on the door, do not let them in. Lock the door every day when you first get in, and only open it for me. Obviously, this terrified me, but my people-pleasing kicked in, and I felt like I needed to care for this sweet old lady. To my luck, at least the job was actually somewhat fun. I got up early, and she was actually really chill. I only needed to walk and feed the dog twice a day, and otherwise I could pretty much do whatever I wanted in her big home. This lady was obviously just very lonely. She had this giant house and a ton of food just in case people ever came over. She insisted I feed them boiled chicken from this pot that I had to reboil every day. For the rest of the day I dog sat though, I had this 3,000 square foot clean house with 3 bedrooms and nobody to bother me for 12 hours. I didn't have to worry about my home life and I could do anything I wanted. I thought nothing could go wrong here. But I was wrong. What happened next terrifies me to this very day. For a good 2, maybe 3 months, everything seemed to be going fine. But in the back of my head, I always thought about that lingering fear of her ex-roommate. One day, I came in and everything was normal, but I got this weird feeling that I should not go outside with the dogs yet. I was a bit physically disabled, so it was very taxing on my body. Then it happened. There was a soft tapping at the front door. Huh, that's weird. Do male people usually knock? The tapping continued. "Leave the box at the front door, please," I yelled out. My heart then sank as a response came. "Hello? Can you let me inside?" I looked over, only to see this lanky, tall, white man with a weirdly cut toupee and dead eyes looking in straight at me from the window. He began to tap on the window right in front of me. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. Please, I have a package here." I tried to ignore him and told him he needed to go away. "Oh, no, I'm not a bad person. My friend is your boss." My heart skipped a beat. I noticed this was the exact same man she had been talking about, and he was not going to be leaving easily. He told me he only needed to come in for 1 second and began to walk around to the back. I told him I'd call 911 if he left my sight. He calmly laughed in my face. "Wow, it's all right, buddy. I just need my pillow, yeah. It's in the other room. Only I know where it is." I tried to reason with him, but he refused to leave. I called the dog sitter lady. She picked up and I told her he was trying to get inside. Like the great boss she was, she just told me to not let him in and don't trust him. At the same time, she tried to act like he was completely harmless. She told me she would be getting off at 3, which was the earliest she could. That was in 4 fucking hours, so instead I called my dad. My dad showed up ready to square up with this guy and started yelling at him. The man slowly creeped by him until my dad said, "Back the fuck up, dude, or I'll beat your ass." Luckily, the guy took this as a sign and moved away, but said that he'd be back for me for supporting my boss later. At that point, I just left. I wish I could say that was the end of my time there, but for a short while it wasn't. This story's already pretty long though, so I guess that's a tale for another time. This just happened, and I'm still pretty shaken up by it all. This evening, whilst putting away some clothes in my closet, I noticed the entry point to my attic had been disturbed and was set slightly ajar. I live in a condo with my wife and child. Our master bedroom has a walk-in closet with an access point/lid or whatever to our attic. I don't believe the attic connected with any other condos, but we did share walls with neighbors on both sides. As I was folding and putting away laundry this evening, my wife walked in from the connecting bathroom. She had come to ask me something when all of a sudden she gasped and said, "Look up." My blood turned cold immediately. There it was. The entry point drywall lid was lifted out of place and set ajar. She had been giving our child a bath at the same time, basically right in that area where you could see from the attic. I froze for a moment, not knowing exactly how to handle this situation. I got a hold of myself though and dialed 911 while I rushed my wife and child to go downstairs in a hurry. Both of them got ready and moved out, while I stayed on guard watching the entry to the attic crawl space. The police showed up after what felt like an eternity. They checked up there, but they couldn't find anything. There were no signs of forced entry, just an obviously lifted and placed ajar crawl space cover. Now I'm here alone, wondering if we overreacted or what the fuck exactly happened. Somebody obviously moved the door. It wasn't bumped or hit by myself or my wife. It was too high up, and my child was not able to get anywhere near the access point either. The creepiest thing that bothered me the most, though, was there was no way to tell if it had been moved from inside or from the closet below. The police said the drywall that connects up there wasn't broken or cut up or anything, so nobody had snuck in through another condo. There were no signs of fiberglass disturbed near the entry, or around the closet either, so no one was obviously crawling around lurking or messing shit up for a long time. I'm seriously thinking about placing a lock on that entry point somehow, but I'm not good with that kind of handiwork. I wouldn't even know how to begin cutting or making a sturdier lid to even try to put a lock on one. Now, I'm not going to say this is paranormal, but I also had a disturbing dream about the situation a couple of weeks after. In my dream, a woman seemingly called me on random one day and kept repeating, "Is there someone inside your house?" I panicked and rushed everyone in my house out the door. I had my wife out front with my kid. I can't remember if we found anyone or anything in my dream either. Just a very unsettling bonus experience, I guess. It was a strange night to say the least. This goes back to 2016, but since I'm new here, I thought I'd post and see what y'all think, because I don't really know what to think about it. I, 31 and female, bought my first home back in 2016, on my own as a single young woman. I was so proud and excited, especially after leaving the toxic guy I was with the previous 5 years, on and off though. It was a fresh start that I really needed. Anyways, I moved in. Just me, no roommate, and my ex had never been there before. The house was a small 2-bedroom rancher, built in the 50s but updated a bit. It had a dirt crawl space for storage, and a huge fenced yard with 3 gates. A metal gate, a smaller gate to get to the front door, and an old wooden gate to pull into the covered garage area. I'm a nursing student, so I do a lot of night shifts. After living in the house for a few weeks, I got home from said night shift. It was 6 a.m. and just starting to get light outside, when I noticed there were apples scattered all over my front yard. Not apples off a tree either, like store-bought apples with the stickers still on them. They'd been thrown haphazardly all over my front yard. I was kind of tired and brushed it off as kids messing around and went right to sleep. A few weeks later, I got off another night shift and everything seemed normal, as most mornings were. I went to bed soon after. I had a house sitter the weekend prior, as I'd gone on a girls' trip with some friends, so the house sitter had some people come over to have drinks. That was totally fine, but they'd left the cans in my fire pit. When I woke up after that sleep that day, I went to let my dog outside to pee in the backyard. I noticed that all the cans, as well as burnt chunks of wood, were laid out in a perfect circle outside my fire pit. That seemed quite odd, but I just kinda thought it was those neighborhood kids messing around again. Another few weeks went by, and again I got off the night shift. I pulled into my driveway, only to have my heart sink immediately. I could see all my gates were wide open. They had all been closed and latched up tight when I left. Something just felt off this time. I was tired after a long shift though, and told myself not to get freaked out over stupid kids being annoying. I didn't have enough strength to stay awake anyway. That following weekend I had off. My cousin wanted to go to the movies, so I agreed and she came to pick me up. When I left, I put my dog in the house, locked the door and left the porch light on, since it would be dark when I got back home. When I arrived back, I found my dog outside, the door completely unlocked, and the porch light had been turned off as well. The lights inside were on though. This time I was real freaked out. I called my dad to come check out the house. For me, I was convinced someone had done this from inside, that someone must be living in my crawl space or something. He came and checked for me immediately, but there was nothing to be found. I ended up getting a roommate to ease my mind a little and feel a little bit safer. A guy from work was looking for a new place to stay, so I offered for him to room with me for cheap. He accepted quite readily. He was a big dude, so I felt whoever was messing with me would think twice with him living there. I was wrong though. One night, I was home alone, as my roommate was working a night shift. I fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie, only to wake up to a missed call from a random number. I googled the number since I had never seen it before, and noticed it was from one of those apps you could download to call or text anonymously. I tried calling it back to no answer, but then seconds later I got a text, much to my surprise. "How's the movie?" I asked who this was. "Who do you think it is?" I asked my roommate if he was messing with me, but he replied from his normal number. "What are you talking about?" I told the random number to cut it out. It wasn't funny anymore. They continued to say things to me as if they could see me right now. I was super creeped out and ran over to my window and closed the blinds. They then told me that if I wanted to come outside, I could see who it was. I ran to my door and locked it right away. Then they replied, "It's me, Corey." I didn't know any Coreys though. I ignored the texts, and I guess they eventually got bored of tormenting me. I waited until my roommate got home so I could sleep. Nothing ever happened again after that, and I still live in that house with my now husband. No explanation for any of it has ever come up. I'm genuinely open and curious to hear everyone's opinions on this. I was about 14 at the time and walking back from school. Unfortunately for me, I have to walk through a fairly sketchy area to get home. As I approached the underpass, I saw a man coming out on my side of the path. He immediately crossed the road to the other side. I lost focus of him and started looking at the floor. I continued to walk forward when I suddenly got this feeling of unease. I looked up, only to see the man was now sprinting full force directly towards me with a needle in his hand. The thing that freaked me out the most, though, was his face. He looked so furious, as if he absolutely hated me from the bottom of his heart. I've never had such a feeling of panic and fear prior or after. I got cold sweats instantly, and I could tell this man wanted to kill me. I started sprinting straight away, not daring to look back at him. I'm a fairly overweight person, so I didn't think I had much hope of escaping, but I still had to try. After 5 minutes of doing my best running, I looked back, only to see the man was now gone. I'm not sure why, but I rang up a friend of mine straight away and told him about this. As I described the man to my friend, he instantly knew who I was talking about. He was a local crazy who had terrorized the other locals for years, in and out of prison for various things. I've had nightmares of people sprinting towards me ever since. I'm not sure if this incident translates well into text, but it was a truly terrifying moment in my life. I don't know what he would have done if he actually caught me, if he simply would have killed me or done something even worse. I, 16 and female, have been skateboarding ever since I was 13. Getting catcalled, shouted names at, spat on, being hit on and stalked was a lot for my young age, but I learned to deal with it eventually. One of my first ever encounters with a boy, 14 and male, was a great time. I was with my group and he was a friend. Me being 13 at the time with a 14-year-old wasn't so bad, but I still felt a little bit uncomfortable. After a couple of hours, my group decided to drop off one of our friends and grab some snacks. We all said bye and left the skate park. However, 2 guys followed us. My friend that was leaving ran to her house, which was understandable. The rest of us were creeped out, but stood our ground to go over to the shops. When we came out, I saw them once more. I told my group to skate away down the hill, and we did. Before I left, I asked one of the boys to go away. They both tried to attack me. They dragged me with them behind the shop and started physically hitting me and trying to sexually touch me. I screamed and cried and tried to fight back. I got pushed down onto the floor. In front of me was my board. I grabbed onto it and knocked one of them in the head as hard as I could. I then tried to run off. Because I was so hurt though, they still got to me. Luckily, my group came back and heard me screaming. They fought the boys off, and I was left with some severe bruising on my face. I never saw them again after. However, yesterday, now 16, I saw those same boys. I had made more friends since then and had good relationships with some other guys. We were all there when I recognized them. I told my friends we could leave, and they said no. I felt uncomfortable and didn't want to be there. Thankfully, we left later. It was near 11 when we all came back to our hangout spot. We decided to go home and come back out tomorrow, but I didn't really want to. I went home and went straight to bed. For some strange reason, I woke up around 4 and looked around my room. There they were, at the end of my bed. I started panicking and crying. I immediately grabbed my phone and put the torch on, but nothing was there. I stayed up that entire night until it was morning. I think it was some trauma or hallucinations induced by my experience. I'm really scared ever since this incident, and I don't know if I should go out again. I'm 24 years old and female. This is a bit hard for me to write out, but I think it's important to address. My parents split when I was very young. Neither my dad nor my mom really had their act together, which in turn caused me to not have mine together either. From a young age, I was drinking and experimenting with recreational drugs. I was falling into a cycle that my family had always been stuck in. My mother had a tendency to sleep around with anyone that would give her the time of day. This meant inviting some really sketchy guys into our home. I think it's important to mention that she was obviously a drug addict and didn't consider the danger. I had been arrested a few times before the age of 15, either for fighting or underage drinking. I was a real mess. One night, my mom and her occasional boyfriend were waiting up when I stumbled in drunk. This was the moment I realized I needed to change. My boyfriend's mom hit me and then pulled me into another room of the house. My mom started banging on the door, begging him to let me go. To this day, I will still never forget the sinister look in his eyes. It gives me chills just thinking about it. It was the face of someone who wanted to do something bad to me. It was this sketchy little smile that I swear is burned into my brain. He whispered something along the lines of, "I'm about to show you why it's bad to let your mom worry about you." I screamed and he kept coming at me, but I put up a good fight. After a couple moments of struggle, I scratched him across his face. That's when he really became enraged. He began to furiously attack me. Thankfully, my mom had already phoned the police, and he was arrested before anything serious could happen. There was this one cop that was always present whenever I got in trouble. He was around 60 at the time, I think. I remember he was always giving me shit for my behavior. That night, he was there as well. My mom got taken into custody along with her boyfriend, so I was sitting and waiting with him while they were getting my story. Then he said something to me I'll never forget. "I'm really sorry about all of this. I'm sorry, but you're not going home. It's time for you to change. You don't want to end up like her, do you? You want to be somebody, right?" I told him I did want to be somebody. I wanted to break that cycle. I was put into foster care, which was a horrible experience at first. It ended up being just what I needed, though. Me and that cop became best friends until he passed away about a year ago. I always went to him whenever I needed guidance. I'm happy to say I've been a corrections officer for the past 2 years because of him, and I'm pleasured to honor his memory by pursuing a career in law enforcement. Losing me was what my mom needed to get her act together too. She's been sober almost 10 years and remarried to a wonderful guy. Hopefully this story is somewhat encouraging to all of you who feel lost out there. Last night, my roommate and I made a last-minute decision to go night swimming at the river in our city. It was around 8 p.m., so there were still a few people hanging out in the area. It was quite dark though. About 15 minutes after we got there, I saw a man shining his flashlight, seemingly looking for something near where we'd put our things. I told my roommate, "Hey, keep an eye on that guy." I said it semi-loud. He obviously heard us and scurried away. I began to feel a bit anxious, but I waited a little bit to say something to my roommate. Eventually I did, and we decided to leave. We packed our stuff up and began to walk up the staircase that led to the parking lot. We were using our flashlights to see the steps when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark shadow dodge into some bushes at the top. I stopped, grabbed my roommate's arm, and said, "Nuh-uh, nope." I started walking back down the stairs. I told my roommate what I'd seen when we got to the bottom, and she said it was probably just a tree blowing in the wind. I started getting the strangest feeling in my stomach though, one I never had before ever. I just knew that if we went back up those stairs, something bad was going to happen to both of us. I stood at the bottom and began to shine my light up at the top, trying to see if I could find anyone there. Sure enough, I saw the outline of a man for a split second. As soon as the light hit him, he ducked behind the bushes again. Obviously, I went into full-blown panic mode. I started looking around for other people, hoping someone could walk us over to our car. Luckily, we found a couple not far from the steps. They walked us, but seemed quite annoyed about it. When we got to the top, the man was nowhere to be seen. A few hours after we got home, I got a notification on my neighbor's app, the Ring doorbell app that sends crime alerts for your area. It said that someone had been stabbed, only a few streets away from where we were. I'm 100% certain this guy's intentions were bad. I don't know if he was planning on kidnapping us or robbing us or what, but I just know something really bad would have happened if I hadn't been paying attention and we walked up those stairs. Not sure if he was the person that stabbed someone, but that notification just served to scare me even more. I still feel sick to my stomach because of all of this. My friend and I are underaged, a little buzzed from party hopping all night. We roll up to Wendy's and ditch the empty bottles of Smirnoff Ice as we wait for our food at 2 a.m. in the drive-thru. I had no idea it was illegal to be out past a certain time if you're under 18 unsupervised. It was past 12 in Arizona. I catch a text from a friend, and she asked me to get her order. We'll meet at this intersection and she'll eat with us. Okay, sounded chill enough. I got to the intersection, and there weren't any gas stations or grocery stores nearby, just some creepy buildings and a dirt lot. I stupidly picked the dirt lot to wait for my friend, who called me. "Hey, I'm at the intersection. Are you okay?" "Oh, I see you. Is that the cops behind you?" Oh no, I discovered the cops in fact were right behind me. Luckily, the car smelled like food and not booze or cigarettes, but obviously the cop would know I was under the influence. I had a large bottle of rum that had already been opened. I tried desperately to hide it under shit from my car before he knocked on my window. He was not stupid though, and it's fucking Arizona. No one gets away with a DUI in Tent City Central. The cop asked me and my friend for our parents' phone numbers. My friend's mom gets a call to come pick her up and gets a verbal lashing from the cop about being underage past curfew. He explained the citation, so I already knew what was coming. I, however, didn't have a voicemail set up on my new Nokia fat phone and refused to give my parents' house phone, back when these were still everywhere. I told him they simply didn't have one, only a cell number. I put it to silent as he repeatedly called. I told him they were probably out with friends themselves. The cop said okay and explained the ticket to me, and I thought I was going to get away scot-free when he told me he was going to follow me home. I made sure to go the speed limit and not make any errors, but I was shitting myself right now. I parked my car out front of my house. My parents' cars were in the closed garage. The house was dark as well. I was thinking it was a success. It looked like no one was home. The cop proceeded to park his car right next to mine. Hey, you could have broke the rules a little while getting home. I wasn't going to pull you over twice now. He followed me to the front door. I unlocked it and nervously said thank you. Instead of ringing the doorbell or doing their famous police officer knock though, he followed me into my home and locked the door behind us. He was talking to me, making small conversation and checking out my living room. I was starting to freeze up because now I was suddenly sensing a very different energy from him. He asked me where my bedroom is and told me to take him to it. Instead, I took him to my parents' room and turned on the light. I was 100% thankful to see my sleepy-eyed parents, shocked to see an armed grown man behind their young daughter. He let out a little breath and whispered in my ear, "You lied to me, sweetheart." He went back into police mode, telling my parents he'd found me out in an illegal time and that I'd need to pay a fine and attend a class as well. It was so embarrassing. I was 18 by the time I had to take the class with a bunch of 12 to 14-year-olds anyway. I never told anyone until now about the comments he made to me. My dad did ask him why he was in our house. I told him I didn't understand that either. He never read me my rights, he just followed me home. Before he left, he said to me, "That's a nice house phone you have right there. Looks new and shiny." That was the last thing he said before letting me go. I can't help but think back to that night and think about what could have happened if I had bad parents who weren't home, or parents who were out of town or something. I know there are good cops out there. I personally know some myself. I go back and forth with being freaked out or thinking maybe he was just being thorough. I don't know. Why don't you let me know what you think? I'm interested in hearing varying opinions. This story happened when I was younger and braver, and did a lot of stupid things without thinking beforehand. It's quite a wild ride, and it's all true as well. I used to work at a pizza shop down the street from 2 p.m. until closing. I usually didn't get off until 11 or so at night because of this. I did have a car, but it was close enough to walk, so I mostly did that to save gas. This particular night, I was doing my usual thing, jamming to one of my playlists and very tired. I was happy to have such a good job though, and generally happy with the way my life was going. Up ahead, about a block or so from my place, I saw a pretty attractive guy in dark clothing walking around. Not with much purpose really. He was taller than me, about 5'10" to 6'ish or so, and had shaggy brown hair. The closer I got to him, the more I could tell he was really good looking. Like even in the dark of night, I could feel myself blushing a little. His features kind of escape me now, but I do remember his hair and thick eyebrows. I took an earbud out, and because I'm from a dangerous city and never really cared about stranger danger, I decided to talk to him a bit. Hey, how's your night going?" "Oh, it's good, just looking to get drunk." "Oh, that I can help with. I've got a mini bar at my place. I live just down the street if you want." That was not exactly verbatim how the conversation went. During the walk back to my place, I didn't really get any red flags from this guy either. He seemed totally normal and was actually pretty nice. I was honestly thinking, wow, through sheer luck I met this super hunky guy that seems cool and fun. I was beside myself really. We get to my apartment on the second floor. I jump into host mode and offer him to have a seat and make himself comfortable. The apartment was about 640 square feet in total, so it was pretty small. Except for the bathroom, you could pretty much see the rest of the apartment from any area inside. I headed into the kitchen, and while I was pouring the drinks, I glanced back over at him out of curiosity. It was then that I noticed the first red flag. As I was asking him questions, he was more delayed with his answers, especially more so than he was on our walk there. He was starting to act kind of odd. I go back over to the couch, pass him his drink, and sit down next to him. "So, what do you do for work?" I asked. I'm not here for sex." He put down his drink on the table. "What do you mean? I'm not here for that either." He stood up. "What you got?" he asked me. His nice guy vernacular and friendly face were now gone. I was having a hard time understanding what he meant by that. I said, "What you got?" The second I stood up, he pushed me backward. I basically got knocked off my feet, hitting the floor, but not hard enough to get knocked out or anything. I jumped right back up, but he'd already grabbed my laptop and my work bag. As I started towards him, he cut around me and made his way toward the front door. I was right behind him when he made it outside. I managed to grab a hold of him, and we tussled again in front of the door. Now I shouted out, calling on help from the neighbors. It was late at night though, so no one came. "Please help, I'm being robbed!" The thing is, he had my laptop. Not just any laptop, I hate to admit it, but my entire life was on that computer at the time. Important photos I didn't have backed up, thousands of dollars in music programs, video game programming stuff for a development team I helped, really expensive software. It was in my mind irreplaceable. I gave chase down the stairs across the dog walk park, and as I started to gain on him, we tussled again. The only thing I could focus on was my laptop. I knew I had to, at any cost, get that computer back. That was all I cared about. Somehow I got a grip on it. I tugged at it again. I guess he decided it was not worth all this struggle. He got up and started to take off once again. I realized he still had my work bag, which had my cell phone and my wallet in it. I ran after him again. This time he shouted back at me, "Follow me and I'll stab you again." This made me stop in my tracks as he got away. Underneath a street lamp nearby along the sidewalk, I immediately started to inspect myself. I was stabbed? No way. There was no way that just happened. Then I saw blood running down my leg. I saw blood pouring down my arm too. I saw two places where he cut me real good. I was scared, but the blood made it look worse than it was. I decided that was enough. I got my laptop, and that's all I really needed anyway. I hobbled back home, got inside, and locked my door. I called the cops using my neighbor's friend's phone the next day, and filed a police report explaining the situation, showing the stab wounds. I also declined medical services, since I couldn't afford that at the moment. In the end, all that guy got was a crappy cell phone and a wallet with like $30 in it. The cop called my friend back several days later and said they were not able to find the guy and that they would keep me posted in the future. That was years ago, so I don't know where the robber is now, but I have every electronic thing of importance backed up on multiple drives to this day. I live in a big city. It's not where I pictured living, but finding a job in a small town like the one I grew up in just was not working out. I'd gone to community college a few towns over, since it was the only higher education school within a 50-mile radius. There were not exactly many options. Pretty much no options, actually. I didn't consider moving for school, since I had no money and my parents had only offered to pay for my schooling if I stayed home while attending. They were the extremely controlling type. They even still tried to give me a curfew when I was 20 years old. I put a stop to that mentality pretty quick though. Maybe it was the fact that I'm their only child, but I had to let them know that as an adult, they couldn't tell me everything to do anymore. It was quite hard for them to accept at first. but they learned to respect my boundaries, and I learned that compromise in a situation is sometimes better than arguing. Eventually, I graduated with an associate degree in journalism. I was extremely excited. I knew I didn't want to do anything in the political field. Those journalists are hated so much. I wanted to write about something a little more lighthearted and fun. I wanted to work for a magazine, maybe fashion or something like home decor. It seemed more fun than business or finance or politics, where everything is so deadly serious all the time. The only problem was, there were no writing jobs in my area. The only options job-wise were the local grocery store that people started working at when they were teenagers and never left, or the gas station where all the junkies hang out all the time. Neither of those sounded like appealing options exactly. I didn't want to be one of those people that commute 3 hours to work a day either. Since the city was the only real place that had options, I decided I'd move finally. At first, I didn't know where. I'd considered Los Angeles, but all the writing jobs down there were about celebrities. You know, OMG, he went where with her? Such meaningless drivel in my opinion. I thought about Seattle, but then I remembered the awful weather they have up there. Rains all the time. No thanks. That's when I settled on New York City. I found a couple of places that were hiring for writing positions. I was absolutely interested in all of them, and I applied to them all as well. Of course, I was hoping that even one would take me at that moment. I wanted it more than anything in the world. I'd already found a room to rent in an apartment with 3 other girls for a reasonable price, by New York City standards. Everything in me was telling me this was going to be a good thing, but man was I wrong. I don't know if bigger cities just have more creeps or if they're all just really bold, but sheesh, I hated all the unnecessary attention I was constantly getting literally everywhere I went. Even just walking up the street or up the stairs to my apartment, I'd be harassed everywhere. It was uncomfortable and really started to get to me. My roommates all told me it was normal, and if I wanted to live in the city, I'd have to learn to get used to this. That just made me even more angry about it all. That it was something so normal to be experienced there, something to just be brushed off and forgotten about the second it happened. It's not like there was anything I could do about it though. I was too scared to say anything back to those people. I guess I did eventually get used to it, and I learned to ignore it as well. I'd gotten a job for a pretty well-known magazine. I wasn't exactly writing any star articles, but I was excited to be there nonetheless. I got a paid internship. I didn't make much, but the experience and opportunity to learn was worth it. Unfortunately, the harassment didn't stop when I entered the workplace. It was actually somewhat worse. The men in the top positions in the building felt emboldened by their status, and obviously knew no one would do anything to them when they did something anyone else would consider wrong. I found myself in an awful position, in a place where anyone I told would just tell me to keep my mouth shut about it all, and that the stuff I was saying wasn't something anyone talked about. There was this one day, after I'd been working with the company for about 6 months, when I was called into one of the higher-ups' offices. I knocked before entering and was told to come in. I noticed right away he was an older man, probably in his 60s. He sat at a large desk in front of a huge window with the most beautiful view overlooking the city. He must have seen me staring, because he offered to let me stand by him to get a better look. I thought it was a nice gesture. I made my way next to him and stood admiring the city I now called home. He was sitting directly next to me and had turned his chair to join me in looking out the window. That's when I felt it, his hand traveling up my thigh and making its way up the rest of my butt. I don't even know the words to express my feelings in that moment. It was a mixture of a bunch of emotions. I was angry at the fact he felt he could touch me, scared I was alone in the room with this man, and shamed that it had been about 30 seconds and I still hadn't swatted his hand away. I was scared of what would happen when I did. I couldn't let it go on any longer though. I pushed away from him and asked him what he was doing. He pretended not to know what I was referring to, and like I had made the whole thing up. After arguing with him for a couple of minutes, I decided going to HR was my best option. I made my way to the elevator and pressed the floor I was going to. The second the doors closed, I burst out crying. The elevator dinged and signaled it was my stop. I got out and made my way to the office, where an older woman was sitting behind the desk. I told her there was something I wanted to report, and she very bluntly told me that if it had anything to do with the guy who had just touched me, there was no point, and I should get back to work. I was confused how she knew that's what I was there for, but eventually I understood. I wasn't the only person he'd done this to. I wasn't the only person who'd come to HR to try and report him either. I was always told that whenever something like this happens, to tell someone about it to get help if I needed it. There I was trying to do exactly that, and the person who was supposed to help me was adamant to drop it. The next day, I was called into his office again. I was only an intern, and whenever the other male interns were called in, he would only ask for coffee or for them to run some paperwork. When he asked for me, I would always ask one of the guys to go for me. I was scared of that man and what he might do if I stepped into his office again. Later that day, I got an email from him. It said something like, "The next time I asked for you, it better be you who comes. Don't forget, I can end your career in the city before you can even blink." It was intimidating. Of course it was intimidating. There I was, a 21-year-old girl, faced with a man telling me he was going to ruin my career if I didn't do what he asked. The next day, obviously, he asked for me again. I entered his office and stayed right by his door, so I couldn't give him a way to get close to me, and I had a quick exit if needed. He began telling me about articles the magazine had published the day before. He sounded weird, though. The way he talked wasn't his usual manner of speaking. He began to stutter and his body was shaking. I only realized what he'd been doing when he let out a loud moan and rolled his head back. Yeah, he was doing exactly what you think. I yelled at him that he was disgusting and ran out as fast as I could. Honestly, I didn't care about that internship at that point. I didn't care about anything that man had to say about me around the city. I could find another job somewhere else if I had to move. I didn't care, but I wouldn't let him get away with what he was doing. I went to the police and they told me that without proof there wasn't anything they could do. I filed a report anyways. I went back to the apartment and told my roommates what happened. Of course, they were as creeped out and disgusted as me, but shockingly told me to keep the internship. They said the job was so good that having to put up with one pervy man was worth it. I tried complaining to HR again, this time insistent I be moved to a different floor. I was willing to try to find a new job, but I kind of needed this one to pay rent while I looked for a different one. I was moved a few floors down, and for the next couple of weeks after that, I had no issues. That's when the emails started coming in. They were always from a new anonymous email address, and every single one always contained a nude photo, always from the same person. Unfortunately, I could tell. I informed the police, who again told me there was nothing they could do. I started hating everything about that city. I hated how everyone told me this was normal and I should put up with it. I wanted someone to listen to me and agree that what I was going through was not okay. I knew who was sending me those photos, and I couldn't take it anymore. I sent an email to everyone in the office detailing what had happened to me. I explained everything I went to and how many times I'd tried to report it to HR, and they did nothing to help me. Then I quit. In the next few days, I got emails from other women in the office telling me they had experienced the same or similar things with the man who had touched me. I was mad that no one would do anything about it, but at least everyone knew now. I never went back, so I never saw the fallout from my email myself. I hope he got what he deserved, although I know he probably didn't. I found a job at a different company that I adore working at. I'm treated great and can gladly say I've not experienced anything like that since. To any woman out there who's going through or has gone through something similar, and they feel like there's no one out there who understands or who listens, just know you're not alone. I had a freaky encounter when I was in high school. Although this happened many years ago, I still remember it just as if it had occurred yesterday. It wasn't the first day of fall, but it was definitely the first day that felt like fall, if you know what I mean. I was in school on a Monday. I lived in town, so I walked to and from school. Upon first stepping outside, I noticed two things. The leaves had started falling from the trees. and there was a cold breeze in the air. The sky was overcast as well. I went back inside and quickly grabbed my jacket, knowing I would need it today. It was such an odd day. It's almost like I didn't really feel like I'd woken up at all. I guess that's the only way I can describe how I felt. Everything was just off. I couldn't really pay attention in class, and spent almost all class looking out the window, watching the leaves fall down. I felt like it was going to rain soon. The clouds in the sky were very dark, and the wind was picking up during the day. It was during my 5th class that I noticed someone. It wasn't unusual to see people walking along the sidewalk in front of the school during the day. What was unusual, though, was to see someone pacing back and forth in front of the school, if pacing was even the correct word for this. There was a tall man, very slender. He was dressed almost like a hiker. He had on boots and a backpack and just kept walking back and forth. He'd walk from one end of the sidewalk of the block my school was on, turn around and walk completely back to the other side. He just repeated this over and over and over, several times. All the way till I was done with the class even. I found it so odd and even a bit creepy. It put images of him as a possible sexual predator into my head. I assumed if this was really the case though, he wouldn't be making it so obvious. I tried to just put him out of my mind as I went to lunch. He could just be a purely normal guy having a walk to think to himself or something. The first class after my lunch was also in front of the school though. Sure enough, when I went to my class, the pacer was still there. He was walking back and forth on the block looking at the school. I was surprised, as I really had put him out of my mind. I would have thought that anyone else who had been pacing in front of the public school for hours on end would have been talked to by a passing police car or something by now. That must have meant they'd decided there was nothing wrong with the guy. I was still disconnected from the day though. This time I was less daydreaming though, and wondering what this strange man was up to, if he indeed was up to anything at all. I just couldn't get it out of my head for the entire time I was in that class. I don't think I heard a single word my teacher said. When it ended, I still couldn't get that weird person out of my head. I went off to my next class still wondering. After school, I had play practice. I stayed later than most of the other students to help another actor practice his lines. By the time I was ready to leave, the sun had already begun to set. The school looked completely deserted. There was a light mist in the air as well, although it had not yet rained. I left out the side door of the school and walked on the sidewalk that led back behind the school. I had to walk that way in order to get home. It was quite damp out, and the leaves were blowing hard in the wind. I knew I'd feel a lot better when I got home. Only, when I looked up ahead of me, I saw what looked like the very same guy from earlier. The pacer was somehow still around, and he was walking on the sidewalk in my direction. I began to feel a little bit uneasy. Still though, I realized this guy didn't know me or anything. He also didn't acknowledge me, and didn't seem to look at me as I walked on. For some reason, he still made me feel very uncomfortable. I couldn't explain exactly why. I felt something so off about this guy, I decided to avoid him. I went slightly out of my way, and turned on the street that led into the neighborhood beside the school. I wanted to walk around the block and get back to the street I was on further down. I was still feeling something uncomfortable though. I felt like I was being watched or followed perhaps. It was irrational, but I felt it so strongly. I turned around and looked behind me to check, only to be surprised that the pacer had turned down the very same street I was on and was now following me. I chalked it up to a coincidence. He surely just happened to turn down the same street as me. When I got to the end of the block, I turned right. When I'd gotten halfway up the street, I once again felt a need to look over my shoulder. Sure enough, he was still right behind me. There was a faint possibility it was still a coincidence. However, when I made a third turn and headed back to the street the school was on, he turned again. That showed me he was following me. Then, when the street came up, I turned halfway down the block and looked over my shoulder, only to see he was indeed following me. I decided to run back to the school. As soon as I began to run, however, I slipped forward on a wet leaf and fell face first onto the sidewalk. I got knocked silly. Suddenly, I felt someone grab me from behind. Immediately, I knew it was that pacing guy. I tried to pull away, but he kept a solid grip on my arms. I was basically still on my hands and knees anyway. Then, the guy started whispering to me that I needed a new arm. I didn't know what he meant, but he was really hurting me. I wasn't a weakling though, and once I'd finally returned to my bearings, I was able to flip over and kick him away from me with my feet. The man didn't even fall over. He just stopped trying to pick me up. Then he grabbed his backpack and held it in front of him. Opening it up, I smelled the most revolting stench I'd ever smelled in my entire life. He reached into it. However, before he pulled anything out of it, the porch light of the house we were in front of came on. A man rushed out of the house with an aluminum baseball bat in his hand and threatened the man to get away from me. It took a few moments, but he eventually put his backpack on and turned around and left. Once he was gone, the man from the house came out and helped me up. He even gave me a ride home. I never saw that pacing man again. I always wondered what he meant about needing a new arm and what he could have been reaching for in that backpack. What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.